come together, but to start to do work in unison, being able to bring to the forefront what the promotor model is, why it's so effective, and centering the promotor, and as a result, centering health equity and social equity along the way.
Una promotora es un agente de cambio, es una líder nata de su comunidad que va y
traveled to the crescent moon. In the dark sky, the dark of night, hanging on to the joys and appreciating the treasures life has to offer. I could enjoy the immensity of the ocean and the moonlight shining on the surface. In deep joy, I let go of the crescent moon and dropped and dived in deep, deep. I dived in and I could appreciate the eeriness and silence of the ocean. Deeper, deep, I went until death came to greet me. And fear was no longer an obstacle. Fear was no longer a brick in the wall, no longer a dead end. And fear was gone forever. And death became my best friend. And the possibilities are endless. Walking through the vastness of a field, surrounded by wild, or should I say free fauna. Track homes on one side, freeway on the other. Walking with my firstborn, 4 years old. Little warm hand in my hand, introducing him to the earth. Our mother, thinking about this field before the Western invasion, and how much of my view is foreign, how much is original. And as I walk, my thoughts start to wander, and I remember the wise words of an elder under an arbor, asking out loud, "What is spirituality?" And he answers to himself, the understanding and connection to all living things in the universe. And as I walk, my thoughts start to wander, continue to wander in a non-linear way. And I hear four times. And it's as if Creator is speaking. And for a brief, quick moment, I was in a Nawak. I was in pre-contact continent Earth Mother Turtle Island. And there was no colonial obligations. There was no systems of power that enforced racism. There was no justification and blind eye to police killings, to police brutality by paramilitary colonial forces. There was no patriarchy. There was no oppression of women. There was no oppression of two-spirit. There was no ignoring our Mother Earth and her sustainability for generations to come. For a brief, quick moment, it was all good. It was all love. It was all peace. In that moment, in my heart, in that field. Yellow flowers open their corollas. She is our mother. She the one with the thigh painted on her face. She has left Amawanchan, the place of our origin. Yellow flowers are your flowers. She is our mother. She the one with the thigh painted on her face. She has left Amawanchan, the place of our origin. White flowers open their corollas. She is our mother. She the one with the thigh painted on her face. She has left Amawanchan, the place of our origin. White flowers are your flowers. She is our mother. She the one with the thigh painted on her face. She has left Amawanchan, the place of our origin. She sits upon the melon cactus. Our mother eats papalot. Oh, let's see her in the 9 plains with new chalk, with new feathers. She is painted, she is covered in the 4 directions of the world. Darts are broken. You have turned to deer in the land of the vast plains. They come to see you. Shiunel and Mimish. I strike on my drums. I, the willful singer, that I may fire our friends who think of nothing, to whose minds plunge in sleep. The dawn has not yet appeared, over whom are yet spread the dark clouds of night. May they not call in vain and poorly. May they hear the song of the rosy dawn, poured abroad widely by the drum. The divine flowers of dawn blossom forth, the war flowers of the cause of all, glittering with dew. They spread abroad their fragrance. Bring them here, that they might not wither or bloom in vain, that they may rejoice and not be in vain. The brilliant, living, colored, warm flowers. Thank you. We're Aslan Underground and KI Now Walk Underground.
The Seal of Excelencia is just the beginning of the work. We will continue to work very strongly, hard, to ensure that we continue to be leaders in this field, which is critically important, not only for the University at Albany, but for the state of New York and the nation as well.
With Excelencia, you have a leader within the field that is truly focused on serving Latino students, on enrolling, retaining, graduating, facilitating transfer, facilitating movement into the workforce. I think you have an organization that has been laser focused on this particular population, a growing population throughout the United States, and one that the future of the nation will rest upon whether we get it right with this particular student population.
So the seal itself elevates the work and allows the work, particularly at a predominantly white institution, to be seen across the country, because everywhere we are, we need to lift Latino voices, and we need to serve at a new and higher level.
When we invest in Latino students, we're not just investing in our community, we're investing in the future of the region, which is also the future of California and the United States.
In the first place, because it's a financial imperative, not only for the university, but for the country. It's the fastest growing college age population, but after all, it's the right thing to do. As a society, we need educated citizens that can strengthen our democracy. And the Hispanic population is the largest population of college age, but also 25, 30 years from now, look at the profile of the population in this country. And if we don't educate the Hispanic population, then we won't have an educated society in our country. It's financially savvy for us to do that, but from a social standpoint, we need to do it.
My name is Olga, and I've been a member of Schools First since 2001. I was born in Tangancicuaro, Michoacán, Mexico, which is a mouthful. I was the oldest of 6 children, and we immigrated to the United States. My parents were migrant farm workers working in agricultural work, farming. Through my educational journey and working with my family, I was able to get through school and obtain an education at California State University at Sacramento. My dream was to become a bilingual teacher, which I did. And some of my students that I had in my classroom were actually a reflection of who I was as a child, which was very, very inspiring for me to be able to give back to the community. So I did that, and then I became very involved in becoming a site principal for 10 years, and then I moved into central office. And most recently, I obtained my doctorate degree also at Sacramento State University in educational leadership. The most rewarding part of my job is the children. They are my inspiration, they are my motivation. But what keeps me going is the energy of children, watching my own child grow up within my own system. The value of my membership, I have to say, with Schools First has been the way we are treated. The reason why I stay with Schools First is the customer service. I remember how I felt when I first walked in through that door. It was the way the members greet me, the customer service agents, how they make me feel, how they do the transaction that I'm doing, asking me if I need anything else, really catering to my needs. Since I started with Schools First, I have not left. And that just speaks volumes about how they treat their members. But the first thing for me as a school educator, I would say the building of relationships makes the difference. Schools First is my trusted financial advisor, because not only do they provide the basic services for me to just live day to day in my own life and knowing that I have comfort, security, knowing that my money is protected, that is the livelihood of my family. So what we are trying to do is really build the knowledge and expertise within our household to understand how to save money, how to grow money, and then how to use these various services that Schools First offers in benefit of our family and those that we love.
Hello, I'm Ted Alejandre, your San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Summer is coming to a close, which means the first day of school is right around the corner. As you check off your school supplies list, finalize those lesson plans, and finish your summer reading, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all back for the start of the 2023-2024 academic school year. Students, teachers, and staff, the start of the year is always a special time on our campuses with new friendships, new classrooms, and exciting areas to discover. The first days back to the classroom and offices are a perfect opportunity to reflect on the amazing work that was accomplished in the previous school year, and also a time to look forward to the future by setting new, ambitious goals. We hope this upcoming year is filled with innovative, exciting, engaging, inviting, and inclusive experiences for both our students and staff. Cultivating these types of spaces promote learning environments where we can all thrive intellectually and emotionally. Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." Each and every one of our nearly 400,000 students have dreamed of what their future holds, and it's our privilege to help them make those dreams a reality and then some. As we enter this new school year, we encourage you to be open to new possibilities. Get talking with new peers and staff. Get involved with new activities and get inspired by those around you. Students, use this new year as a journey to new and exciting possibilities. Educators, this year is a new opportunity to transform lives through education.
Based at California State University San Bernardino, LEAD, the Latino Education and Advocacy Days, serves as an umbrella organization for innovative projects, programs, and events for the Latino community. LEAD's impact and success is grounded on solid research, collaboration, participation, and outreach. LEAD's marquee event, the annual Latino Education Advocacy Days Summit, draws tens of thousands of people in person and watching from around the world. The event tackles issues specific to Latinos and showcases working solutions from around the nation. LEAD also addresses local issues at the Feria Educativa College and Career Fair to promote college-going opportunities for local Latino families. The LEAD organization depends on significant participation and partnerships in the region and nationally, and strong interactive connections with Latino networks in the U.S. and Latin America.
That's right, it is the LEAD Summit, and I'm telling you, September 23rd is something to mark.
And with Indigenous peoples throughout the world. The various LEAD networks agree there are important issues that directly or indirectly affect higher education institutions and the multiple communities they straddle. Those issues require colleges and universities to do the action work that is most relevant for their respective local communities, and in such a way that they can be used to inform and shape policy. Put simply, the LEAD movement engages the Latino community, and the singular most achievable solution to our educational dilemma lies in community activism and democratic participation. Netroots is one way to describe the LEAD organization's methods of awareness raising, education, promotion, advocacy, activism, analysis, discussion, critique, and dissemination of educational issues that impact Latinos. The word is a combination of internet and grassroots, reflecting the technological innovations, participatory democracy, and campaign-oriented activities that set LEAD's techniques apart from other forms of education and advocacy.
Are you ready to make a difference in the Latino community? Are you ready to connect with and be part of Latino educational leaders? Cross-sector solutions to improve the education and lives of all students?
Raise your hand, step in, and get involved.
Please join us as we convene those sharing a common interest and commitment to educational issues that impact Latinos.
Professor Enrique Murillo is the founder of the LEAD Summit. On the 10th anniversary of LEAD, the Latino Education Advocacy Days, Professor Murillo has published this volume of critical readings that will impact methods of thinking about Latinos in education in the 21st century. It draws on seminal works from the last 20 years from the Journal of Latinos and Education in addressing complex educational issues affecting the growing Latina and Latina population. Chapters discuss real-world problems while engaging in traditional academia. The tome is organized thematically around issues related to policy, research, practice, and creative literary works. According to Dean Marcelo Suarez Orozco of UCLA, it is carefully curated, timely, and thorough. It makes for a book every scholar of education should read with gusto and to much profit. Get your copy today at routledge.com.
I joined Puente because I wanted to expose myself to the great opportunities that the program provides. As a first generation, I wanted that extra assistance that will help them succeed during and after high school.
Los padres deberían de saber que el hacer o tratar de que sus hijos participen en el programa Puente les va a dar más fuentes para conseguir recursos para la educación de sus hijos. Les van a enseñar no solamente cuestiones educativas, pero también les van a mostrar cómo buscar recursos para mejorar su nivel.
Puente's mission is to increase the number of educationally underrepresented students who enroll in four-year colleges and universities, earn their degrees, and return to their communities as leaders and mentors to future generations. Enrolling in a four-year university has been an opportunity for me to grow on a personal, professional, and academic level. I've also had the opportunity to take advantage of campus resources, which has brought me closer to my goals of advocating for health and education equity in my community.
The three components of Puente, which is the English class, the counseling, and the community leadership, provide an English component. We want them to be academically strong in the Puente English Language Arts class. So they're able to take the class as any regular English class. They're learning the curriculum. However, they are also being exposed to multicultural literature. So the counseling component, I plan a lot of college field trips. So at least every year the students are visiting one college campus, if not two, if not more. Leadership and community mentorship exposure. Through a variety of activities out the community, students are able to earn community service hours, but they're also able to see what are some things that are interesting to them and some things that could be potential careers.
The culture that we...
The camera's right there. Careful of your hand. The camera's right there. That's right. It is the Lead Summit, and it's amazing. I'm telling you. We got Jeannette Sandoval. Jeannette, it's amazing.
It is. I'm so happy to be here today.
Yeah, I'm
so
telling
exciting.
you, we are. Woo. All right, there's a lot going on. It's Lead Summit 12, and I'll tell you one thing. There's a lot going on. I will say there are things that people are saying enough is enough about, and that's what you're going to hear a lot today. Ya basta. What does ya basta mean to the people that, you know, they say, look, enough is enough. How would you use that in context, especially when it comes to violence?
It's exactly enough. We've had it.
We've had it. Okay, so since we've had it, we've had it a lot.
Yes.
Now, no, but seriously, we have a lot of serious topics today, and there are a lot of things happening, and there are a lot of people going, okay, I don't know what to do because there's so many things, and there's a lot of news items. There are, but I think a year from now, we're probably going to be saying something about different things. And Enrique's getting ready.
He's back. Okay, let's do this.
Okay. When I say ya basta, what do you guys say? Ya basta. Ya basta. All of that, good. That means everyone's awake? All right. Let me find my place here. We're going to start. Today's a little different than years past. We're not talking about how you hold your head in the teaching, we're not talking about teaching methods, right? We're not talking about testing. We're talking about very serious things. We're talking about genocide. We're talking about violence. We're talking about trauma, living with trauma, healing with trauma, some really heavy duty stuff. So I'm going off script here, but our planning committee had a very difficult time on how to approach the subject, because almost always what happens, we just move on. Oh, somebody got killed or whatever, and okay, and we just, after a few hours, we just move on. But the violence we experience in our lives affects our learning and our capacity, our life, quality of life, right? We want to thank all the young folks that are here from the various high schools who are here, because we know that trauma affects their learning. It affects their ability to learn. How do they expect you to learn math when you're worried about when you're walking home from school, you're going to get jumped? Do you expect a child to pay attention to their math lesson? That's ridiculous. We can't separate the safety and the issues of violence from education. We can't. And too often we look at it like there's somehow it's separate. We ask our students, leave your baggage at the door and then go ahead and come in. That's ridiculous. No, you come in with everything you are. And we should not expect students to adapt to us, but we need to adapt to students, right? Okay, so we have a very special opening ceremony for you. Okay, we want to bring forth the Honorable James C. Ramos. This is a special honor for us because we have 3 buildings named after, it's great or great-great-grandfather? Great-great-grandfather, Santos Manuel, right? He's going to talk about that right now. He's Serrano Cahuilla. What does that mean? That means his ancestors are buried beneath us, or possibly, if not near, on this land, okay? So one thing we need to recognize is that as Native peoples, we believe in the spirits. It's not hocus pocus, it's not crazy. What it means is that we acknowledge our ancestors, okay? So the protocol is, as indigenous people, we've been taught, wherever you are, you acknowledge the people of the land. So this is an opportunity here to acknowledge the people of the land because we want to do things in the right way, right? And so we're starting off the day in the right way. So for those who don't know, James currently serves as a California State Assembly member representing the 45th Assembly District. He's also chair of the California Native American Legislative Caucus, the chair of the Select Committee on Native American Affairs, the first Native American to serve as chair of the Assembly Committee on Rules, and chair Joint Committee on Rules. I think, and a bunch of other stuff, but that's the highlights, okay? So after the Assembly member, we want to bring forth the Air Force Junior ROTC from West Covina High School for the presentation of colors. Under the direction of Jesus Acuna Perez, Captain, retired U.S. Air Force, and Senior Aerospace Science Instructor, born in Tijuana, from Tijuas, Baja California. David Moroyoki, also Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force and Aerospace Science Instructor, Yaqui Sonoroense, right, from the desert. Okay, so Captain Jesus Acuna, who since retired, previously served as the Commandant of cadets here at our university, okay? Then after the captain and the color guard, we are gonna be delighted to hear the U.S. National Anthem sung by Evan Espinosa, who is a freshman at Riverside City College, okay? So whenever you're ready, we'll start with James. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to open up with traditional song. But before we do, we want to acknowledge our Kika, our leader, Santos Manuel, whose building we're sitting in right now. It's named after him. But some might not know the true history of how we got to this point. In the state of California, the first governor of the state of California put out bounties on California Indian people. Taxpayers' dollars moved forward with militias in the state of California with the sole purpose of shooting and killing Indian people throughout the state of California. That happened also here in our territory. A militia was formed here in the San Bernardino Valley with no other purpose than to go into the San Bernardino Mountains to shoot and kill Indian people on sight. That was a 32-day battle, and it's documented. It happened in 1866. It was during that time that our clan, Yohaviatam clan, dwindled down to less than 30 members, almost wiped off this earth. But we're still here today, opening up in prayer, sitting in the state legislature with our colleagues, and standing right here in a building named after Santos Manuel, Yohaviatam Kikat leader. As we hear more of the different panels here today and Enrique and his opening statements, there still is a lot of trauma. It's not just historic. It still goes on today with the mentality towards California Indian women, women in general, people that look at Indian people during a time where massacres took place. We are still dealing with a crisis, not only here in the state of California, but the nation, of missing and murdered indigenous women that still needs to rise to the level of advocacy throughout all communities and throughout the whole United States. California is number 5th of all states of unresolved and uninvestigating those murders against our people. It's time that our voices be united. It's time that our voices say enough is enough, that we need to make sure we're bringing closure, and we also need to be able to stand together to be more proactive so no more harm comes to our women and our people here in the state of California. I want to be able to open up with a traditional song. The territory that you're on is Yohaviatam Serrano territory. And we're going to sing a traditional song, and it's a gathering song, Pomara. You'll hear in there, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam. That's the area that we're in. And when you hear that, that's welcoming you into our territory. And for us, our music, we sing with gourd rattles, elderberry flutes, and hoofs of animals here in our territory. The drum was pretty much foreign to this area, so you'll see traditional singers from the area with gourd rattles, elderberry flutes, and hoofs of animals. Pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara. Pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara. Pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, pomara, chamkachi, chamkachi, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Yohaviatam, pomara, pomara, Yohaviatam, Iviyaha hakapa Yohaviatam, amachuna pa.
Muy buenos días. Good morning to all. I'm honored to be before you, Master Sergeant as well. I want to give special thanks to our president of CSUSB, President Tomás Morales, as well as our fearless leader, Enrique Murillo, Dr. Murillo. Thank you for allowing us and giving us this honor time after time. It's our 11th year here, and it always feels like home. There are always fantastic, valid points to discuss. And this morning, ya basta, ya basta. One more time, ya basta. It's important we say that and that we feel it. And I'll tell you why. En el barrio casi me mata, pero a la vez me salvó la vida. So what I just said is the hood nearly killed me, but it also saved my life. In 1984, Paradise Hills, Southeast San Diego. How many of you like San Diego? Okay, well, Did you know it has a pretty good barrio? Southeast, Shelltown, Logan Heights, Chicano Park, all that. Well, that's where I grew up initially, Shelltown. But then I moved to Paradise Hills, which is just a couple miles away. And then in that year, 1984, I was giving my buddy a ride on a Sunday afternoon, taking him home on my little trail bike, Honda trail bike. From my house to his house was about a mile and a half, if that. And as we're passing the church, St. Michael's, I see the Ford LTD coming my way. And so, yep, I get pulled over. I'm 13 years old, by the way. And I mentioned it was Sunday, so my mother had taken us to the swap meet, Spring Valley swap meet. Spent most of the day there. And the police officers right away start frisking us, et cetera. And the reason they pulled us over is because I was riding a passenger. They said that was not a street bike, a street authorized bike. Anyhow, there's a female officer and a male officer. Immediately, they look at my buddy and they say, oh, this guy's under the influence. So they check him out. He's 14 years old. They said Mike was under the influence of PCP, angel dust. Okay. And then the lady says, well, check him out too. And then they check me out. No, he's all right. No, check him again. Check him again. So as they check me, I'm under the influence of methamphetamine. 13 years old, after being at the swap meet with my mother all day. So they leave a motorcycle there next to the church, handcuff us, put us in the back of the squad car. Next thing you know, we're heading downtown to San Diego to the main jailhouse. And you're not going to believe this, but you are going to believe it. The male officer gets me. We go to the bathroom, shakes me with a flashlight. Lights are off inside the bathroom. Admit to me you did drugs. Admit to me you did drugs. No, I didn't do any drugs. So, how to do your analysis. That's not the worst of it. So, parents don't know what's going on, right? There are no cell phones, nothing of that nature. So as they take us back, they drop off Mike, they drop me off, but no, they don't just drop me off. They walk me to the front door. Mother comes to the door, and I'm still handcuffed. And then he says, okay, well, I think you better get a hold of your son a little better there, ma'am, and unhandcuffs me in front of my mom. Now, for those of you who are parents, I know that must have been one of the worst moments my mother ever felt because her son just got walked up to the front door in handcuffs. So that trauma at 13 years old was lasting. But let's fast forward, 1987. Now I'm driving, okay? I hit Highland Avenue. That's the equivalent of Whittier Boulevard in San Diego. So, as I'm going that way, I almost lost my train of thought here. Yeah, so this was my fault, and I'm going to admit it. Being 16 years of age, I get to the stop sign, I'm going to make a left turn, and I squeal. I'm in a 1957 Carmen Ghia. Now, for us, a Volkswagen was everything. Probably like Hondas to young people these days. So my buddy, who was actually, he was in the hood, and I ran with the hood, right? But we were fixing the interior of my car. So I saw the police officer, the squad car coming my way with the lights on, so I immediately comply. I move over. It's already dark. It's about 7:30 in the evening. Spotlights are on. Driver, roll down the window. Stick both hands out the window. Passenger, same thing. All right, so spotlights are on, hands are out, vehicle's off, and all of a sudden, don't you effing move. Hey, oh. I'm 16 years old, but I've got a cannon on my temple, and so does my best friend, Carlos. So, they get us out of the car, and they start just shoving us. Boom, against the hood, and thank God, thank the Creator. Hey, Carlos's dad, my best friend's dad, happened to just be coming off work. So he drives, parks in front of us, and he works for Intercraft, the frame company. He's a businessman, also a veteran. So he happens to walk over there and says, excuse me, officers, but this is my son. This is my son's best friend. What seems to and the police officers change their demeanor immediately. Immediately. But let me tell you, having a gun put at your temple when you're complying at 16 years old, coupled with the trauma that I suffered at 13 years old, how do you think that a young man or a young person in the barrio is supposed to feel? Should I trust the police? No, there's no way. And so anything that the other members of the hood say in terms of the police, I'm gonna agree with them. Yeah, they are our enemy, public enemy number one, right? So, long story short, my house was involved in a drive-by shooting, and that was enough to get my father to say, you know what, we're moving to Rosarito, forget this. And we ended up going back to Rosarito, and vacating the barrio is what really saved my life. But what Dr. Murillo mentioned earlier is 100% true. How was I supposed to focus on the task at hand of learning and focusing on day-to-day life when I have to fear the black and whites? And just until recently, I could spot a black and white anywhere in my peripheral vision. Is it because I'm a criminal? No. It's from the trauma that they introduced at such a young age. And these are not just, I'm not exclusive. I'm sure there are cases out here, I'm sure some of you have experienced worse. But the message I want to send to our policing agencies is, learn your communities. Get to know the people of those communities. In San Diego, you have a large Navy and Marine component there. Yes, San Diego is beautiful, like you all agreed. But guess what? Not all lowriders and not all people who wear Charlie Browns and Dickies and Chucks are gangsters, right? So get to know your people so that we can move forward and leave that behind, because ya basta.
Ya basta.
And with that being said, if I could please have a color guard, if everyone would like to stand, please. Sergeant will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. You may have your seats. Thank you. Thank you, Assemblymember Ramos, West Covina High School Captain, Master Sergeant, and of course, Evan. Thank you so much. Evan, I see a tear in your grandfather's eye. Are you still here? Oh, I see a tear coming from your grandfather's eye. What a pride, it's a little bit. Okay, we will now proceed with our annual procession. If today's topics and events get a little too heavy for you, we want to let you know that we have a healing lounge. Okay? Right behind this wall back there, there's a room on the other side of that wall. Okay? It's room 104. Okay? We have food and snacks. We have some counselors back there. So if today's topics trigger anything, if you feel like you just want to relax, get away for a moment, if you need to talk to somebody, okay, don't just walk off. Please take advantage of our professional licensed counselors. So they'll be, if you need to, go ahead, go to our healing lounge, room 104. Okay? Healing is a counterpoint to violence, rupture, and stress, right? Both sustained and all of a sudden. Trauma and healing, or lack thereof, challenging disparities, inequities, oppression, poverty, social dysfunction, violence, seeking justice and accountability across multiple sites of lived experiences are themes that may emerge today. So we acknowledge that these topics may sit heavy at sometimes, so please be aware of that. Anyways, Jasmine and Susie are in the lounge right now, so feel free to go there. Okay. At this time, we have a procession. I see people lined up. Okay. Muy bien. All right. So I want you to pay attention to the screen, and we're gonna have our procession. That's part of the opening ceremony.
We were all mistaken. Why did we conduct a Raza Killings database report? Because the violence and killings don't stop, especially because the killings of indigenous, black, and brown peoples don't stop. Because we refuse to be colorblind and refuse to be treated as less than human. Because we refuse to have our bodies and communities racially profiled. Because we refuse to accept this country's historic system of control and domination. Because we refuse to accept impunity and injustice. Because we refuse to be invisibilized. Because we refuse to be silenced. In speaking about Jose Campos Torres, who had been brutally killed by Houston police in 1978, Gil Scott Heron said he had made a mistake in believing that there was no longer a need to write about such violence. Tens of thousands of killings later, we know that in a sense we were all mistaken. Because on this continent, this violence has been going on since 1492, and it continues to this very day. And yet these words, prayers, and meditations here are also evidence that we have never stopped resisting. Truth is, it is this society that has always been mistaken.
Isha Lucero, Cristina Soto Venegas, Cristal Arvizu, Araceli Araz, Teresa Medina, Stephanie Areanda Quiroz, Brenda Rodríguez Mendoza, Jennifer Vázquez, Vanessa Márquez, Virginia Romero, Melinda Marcela, Silvia Marie Bejarano, Claudia Gómez González, Lisa Rivera, Amanda Álvarez, Brooke Camacho, Maritza Sánchez, Sabrina García, Samantha Aguilar, Lucille Espinosa, Elena Mondragón, Melissa Ventura, Norma Angélica, Jessica Uribe, Mona Rodríguez, and Jesse Hernandez. Nation attacked since 1492 by those who we call today police. We are not only surviving, but today we thank our ancestors that we are still here. Yana wana, yana wana, yana wana, hey, yana, hey, ne. Yana wana, yana wana, yana wana, hey, yana, hey, ne. Tlazo camaro meteo, tlazo camatiana, hey, ne. Tlazo camaro. O meteo tlazo kamatihiana hene.
On August 12th of 2018, my son was brutally killed by the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, specifically, to be exact, by Deputy Perez and Deputy Rojas, who are known to be bandito prospects. Since my son's murder, I have encountered anxiety, depression, bouts of crying spells, insomnia. My life has been changed and destroyed forever. But with that, I have been able to muster my rage and my hurt and go out into the community and stand hand in hand with other mothers who have lost their children. Since my son's killing, there have been numerous sheriff killings, specifically here in the East LA Boyle Heights area. And we no longer are willing to accept and stand down and say nothing. I rise in my hurt, in my pain, and in my rage. And I stand with my fist up in the air, demanding that justice be served. Being shot 13 times is not justifiable. When my son was given the command to raise his hand, my son had been shot in the hand, in his arm, and he had verbally informed the officers that he could not raise his hand, and was yet beaten and shot 13 times, with one bullet going in through the back of his head and out through his mouth. Today, the Vargas family, I as his mother, we stand with those mothers that are out there suffering and experiencing the pain and the hurt and the loss and the grief that we experienced 3 years ago. We no longer will allow this to happen to our children. Our children's lives mattered. We could sit here and we can tell you stories of all the mothers that we have encountered in the last 3 years with the same exact narrative and the same explanation of it being justifiable. That the sheriff, law enforcement, felt that their lives were in danger. My son's life was not just endangered, but it was taken from us. And now we need to sit here in our grief, in our pain, and we need to be the voice that they no longer have. They've taken their physical body, their physical being, but they didn't take their spirit, which now lives in us. And together, us impacted families will rise. We'll get justice for our children. Because the pain and the hurt, the PTSD, the insomnia, the tears are endless. And nobody looks at that. Nobody sees the troubles that we face on a daily basis of having to rise, knowing that our child, his presence, her presence, will no longer be seen. We no longer have the option to see our future grandchildren, to see our sons, see our daughters get married, to see the people that they could have became in our community because of one person's decision to end their life. We stand as a unit. We stand as a community. We stand as human beings in solidarity, fighting for the justice of our children, fighting to make some kind of sense of why this has happened. Thank you for giving us this space.
Tukashala wakataka, trakena wake. Machikwe unyaka chidapa, umpa unikitak sewe, siwa. Nako nikile kano machan, yako natila kwala nisnonan, tino na onka okamotan. Weye tota, nikito wantioyo. Weye tota, nikito wantioyo. Shnesh chiyo wete, shnesh chiyo wete. Teo tlashtaka nemilis, shnesh chiyo wete. Nikito antioyot, shnesh chiyo wete. Today's summit is dedicated to the memory and legacy of Roberto Dr. Cintly Rodriguez. In Cintly's place, our procession Grand Marshal is Daniel, his younger brother. Daniel, if you can raise your hand. Thank you for being here as a representative of your family. Cintly was our friend, our amigo, mentor, elder, social justice activist, columnist, prolific writer, poet, author, and academic of Mexican-American Raza Studies. At the age of 69, he passed. It's been about 4 or 5 weeks. Today, he's with the ancestors, and we are dedicating our conference today in his memory for all the influence he's had. Roberto was taking photos on the corner of Whittier Boulevard and McDonald Avenue in East Los Angeles for Lowrider magazine. And he captured the assault of an innocent man by members of the Los Angeles, who was being assaulted by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. The last photo he took was of a police officer pointing directly at him. Soon after, the officers attacked him, confiscated his camera and film, and beat him so badly that he spent 3 days in the Los Angeles County Hospital. He got 14 stitches for a gash between his eyebrows for injuries resulting from the 4 deputies who kicked, punched, and beat him with his batons. While preparing to leave for the hospital, Roberto was placed under arrest for allegedly assaulting the officers with a deadly weapon. You know what they called his deadly weapon? His camera. You could read more in the program. Our point here is that as a social phenomenon, violence affects us all, but especially racially segregated and high poverty neighborhoods. Violence takes lives and leaves a lasting legacy of trauma. In all the forms of violence, we as a society just move on to other things, but neither the victims, the families, nor the communities are able to move on. Today we ask, how can we do better? How can we come out of this? If the legacy of trauma can be passed down or inherited between and through generations, then so can the healing. Join us today in saying enough is enough to violence. Ya basta. Ya basta. Ya basta. Ya basta. I don't know where to start this conversation. I don't know where to leave this conversation for now, but today we're going to enter into. With that, I want to thank our procession marchers. We pray for your loved ones. We feel your pain. And we ask you to maybe stand as they retreat.
Gracias. Brazo camate. Brazo camate. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a little 5-minute break to catch our breath. Okay, right behind me there's another room. So if there's people who feel there's too many people in the room for you, feel free. That's an overflow room, so you're gonna be able to watch what's going on in here in that room, and then maybe later on when the room's less congested, you can come back. And they're gonna set up extra chairs here in the front. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute breather.
Wow, that was very impactful and very, when you go through those names, you go, each one has a story, and I think they're upset, and it's pretty obvious. They keep saying the same thing because it's basically PR, but then you go, what's the story all the way? And you go, that's a lot of people that are dead for really something they could have not been dead for, you know?
I have to tell you, Aaron, this year is definitely a different tone than I've seen in years prior with Lead. It's a necessary tone, but it's a different tone today.
Yeah, and that's what we want to say. We want to say this year, it's a very solemn tone, and it's one where we have respect, we have honor, as you saw. You know, he said, could you please stand? Sometimes, and I've been seeing this as of late, a lot of people are not having respect for people that they should, especially when it comes to, like, you know, when they're dead, you know, and you hear so many stories. You know, I do a lot of news, ABC News, we do a lot of news, we get a lot of the news headlines, and sometimes the stories are so extreme, they don't even know what to say behind the scenes.
Right, and we only get a snapshot of the reality that families are left with.
Yeah.
The reality that the community is left with about the messages of who we are.
Yeah.
It's upsetting, but these are necessary conversations that we're having today.
Exactly. And so we try to bring as much as possible, you know, to be like, okay, we're lighthearted, but then we're reminded, wait a minute, there are things happening out there. There's things at the border. It's being covered right now. I'm hoping next time this year, although it's that thing where everybody's campaigning, so somebody's going to make it something. But a lot of people are, you know, I'll give you an example. There are some things I don't cover because it's just so dark. You know what I mean? Because I have a morning show, right? But the show, we try to keep it lighthearted. It's a morning show, right? It's supposed to be talky, like The View, right?
Yes.
But when you do that, you go, okay, and then, it comes from someone that you know. My mother said there are people dying.
Yeah.
Literally and then there's like government, they say don't do that anymore. So I go, what way are you guys going? So I think people are losing something that they used to have, which is called respect for life, no matter who they are, no matter whatever they are. Like here, it's tribes. There's tribes, right?
And I love the way they framed it, that they're with our ancestors now. We have some friends passing through here, but there's such respect even for those who have passed on, and I could feel that in the tone today. I'm really touched by that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what we want to get through. It is the Lead Summit 12. This is the 12th year. We've never gone we've had moments where we've gone dark. We have Dolores Huerta. She's in the house. She literally came in. I'm sure they'll kind of show something. She's going to speak pretty soon.
Yes.
I know they're running overtime. They went really overtime. I did not know that.
For good reason, I think, though.
Yeah. The earlier Acuna, we've had him here before. He never got that deep. I think he's got trauma going on.
Go ahead, tell
there.
him.
I think he's got trauma.
I mean,
right?
Are we coming back?
To have a gun right to your head.
Oh, that story shook me. And there
he
was
never had a mustache, just so you know. In past years, he never had a mustache.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The mustache is soothing
I think mustaches
him.
are back.
I think they might be back.
Yeah, I think people like them. So we're getting ready. We've got somebody, a president. We should have him here. I don't know if we have enough time.
We should. We really
if you can't, just get him because he's pretty amazing.
Really?
Everybody's walking in front of our camera.
Oh.
That's okay. Again, we're here at the Lead Summit 12. We're at Cal State University San Bernardino.
I've never seen so many students at any of the conferences. This is amazing.
Yeah, they have a full house. They literally have people literally on top of each other.
And there's even an overflow room.
They're literally standing each other.
Yeah.
Some just to get a picture of, Emilio's going to be here.
Oh, that's right. And
Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, my gosh.
Spider-Man.
We've got to get a picture with him.
He does his own show, Mayans. I wonder if him and Ron Perlman are chummy.
I wonder. But speaking of pictures, I could see there's a whole bunch of folks
vámonos.
wanting a picture with
Siéntense, por
Dolores
favor.
Huerta.
Yeah, exactly.
Take your
That's what
seats.
they're doing. I know Enrique's getting ready right now, but before we go, remember, you can always share. You can always get the word out there. You can always get information out there. Just share and say, look, we got to do something about it. There's too much violence. There's people dying. I get it. We get border. I get that. I totally understand that. But let's remember, lives are being had. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way.
Absolutely.
Right? All right.
I think we're
Let's
coming
go to
back.
Enrique and see what he's got to say.
What's up, Cesar? If we can ask Dolores to take a seat, and everybody, por favor, take a seat. Can't compete against Dolores. Everyone wants to compete with Dolores. Okay, I'm gonna count to 10. How's that? Like my kids. 1, 2, 3. Ok, ahora sí, siéntense por favor. Everybody, bienvenidos de nuevo to our annual observance of Latino Education and Advocacy Days. Today we stand united once again. Many hundreds of attendees will join us in person on the campus of California State University San Bernardino, here in the Santos Manuel Student Union South. Then to be linked to many thousands more across the globe. We have nearly 1,700 viewing sites. We hope they're watching us. We don't know if they are, but there's 1,700, mostly universities, that committed to at least have a room on their campus where they're live streaming. And it's open so people can come in, come out throughout the day. So maybe there's one person, maybe there's 10 people, we don't know. But we know that at least 1,700 places there's people are watching us. So thank you again. In years past, we've had, like I said, many people viewing online. We're gonna keep up the tradition. We call it the red carpet, but we don't, of course, we don't have a red carpet, but we have our interviews. We're going to keep up that tradition this year. We welcome our hosts, Aaron M. Sanchez and Jeannette Sandoval. Raise your hands. Everybody knows. There's Aaron. Everybody knows Aaron. Of KMET 1490 AM, ABC News Radio, and Hollywood Live Today. So thank you. Okay, anytime you can watch from our live transmission on our YouTube, right? You can look in your booklets. This will be available on demand until YouTube kicks us out. So for years to come, you can watch today's events, okay? In your program, there is a QR code. You can go in that QR code, and we want you to amplify our social media. So feel free to tag us, include the hashtag, include everything on social media, right? So that we can get the word out. The more, the merrier. Okay? We want to thank our 2023 social media ambassadors. Can you raise your hand? Are the Puente ambassadors here somewhere? Maybe they're off working. Okay, anyway, we're acknowledging our ambassadors. We thank again our CSUSB Information Technology Services for the camera and the crew. We also thank CNBC News Radio, who are going to be doing phone calls and segments throughout the day. We welcome our listeners from KPFK, Enfoque Latino, and Radio Bilingüe, and they've told us that there's a combined 430,000 unique listeners that are going to be listening to us throughout, that's their estimates. 430,000 people listening over the radios. Enfoque Latino and Radio Bilingüe. Of course, we send our footage to Spectrum, channel 188, so you can watch us on the government channels. We have media promotions from KVCR, NPR, PBS, FNX. Long story short, we're trying to make as big of an impact as we can. So please help us, especially with the social media. Okay. Thank you again to our welcoming session. The people are all here. We're a little behind in time, so I'm doing the short version. We want to thank Office of the Chancellor, Office of the President, our College of Education, and all the CSUSB cabinet and divisions and so forth. And of course, thank you to the Santos Manuel Student Union and all the facilities management. Okay. Last but not least, a special thank you to our entire 2023 Planning Committee, advisors, executive council members, and today's entire production staff. Somewhere near 100 people, all of us together, is put on today's event. So thank you to all of them. Okay. Special thanks to our translation team that's back there. Raise your hand. Translation? Okay. Si alguien guste, tenemos traductores todo el día. Entonces, si no se sienten bien escuchando en inglés, pueden pedir sus audífonos y allá pueden escuchar lo que está pasando en español. Okay? We offer optional credit. Anybody who wants to get extra credit, you can sign up and get a 1-unit credit from our university for attending today. Not only that, if you're watching online, we'll give you optional credit too. You can earn your optional credit if you're watching online, all right? So the academic stuff. So ahí está. Okay. Let me introduce to you Dr. Tomas D. Morales, who's president of California State University, San Bernardino. He's our university's 4th president since it opened. And since he's been here 10 plus years, we have sustained numerous growth, everything on our campus. Of course, COVID kind of messed us up a little bit like everybody, but we're coming back, slowly coming back and rebuilding. So let's give a big round of applause to Presidente Morales, our Boricua in the house.
Buenos días. Bienvenida. Welcome to the LEAD Summit number 12, held here at University San Bernardino at the foot of the San Bernardino Mountains. For those of you who are here in person visiting CSUSB for the first time, please take advantage of the breaks in the conference room and have a look around. For those of you who are returning, please have a look at how the campus has grown and developed. As Assembly Member Ramos mentioned, you are in the Santos Manuel Village. There are 3 buildings that really serve as the living room of our wonderful students. This is Santos Manuel South. Across the way is Santos Manuel North, our newest addition. And then to the east is Santos Manuel East. And again, this is what our students have built for themselves and for the community. What hasn't changed about CSUSB is that it remains a Hispanic serving institution. We are the 2nd largest Hispanic serving institution in California, the 16th largest in the nation. We're proud that we are very active in providing leadership to the 3 major higher education associations that support the Latino community: Excelencia, HACU, and AHI. AHI stands for the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, and the American Association of Hispanics in Higher Education. An institution dedicated to the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, to the point where our aim is to weave these values into the university's very infrastructure, from our academics to the way we handle our administrative tasks, and ultimately an institution geared towards student success, which is at the root of all that we do. I'm so pleased to see so many high school students with us today. You are our future. I spoke to our incoming Chancellor, Dr. Mildred Garcia, about today's program. As the former president of Cal State Dominguez Hills and Cal State Fullerton, she's very aware of the LEAD program and has made a commitment to be with us. She doesn't start until October 1, but she sends her regards and her best wishes. I'm delighted we're able to convene once again this annual assembly with key stakeholders to discuss the issues impacting the Latino community. This is a gathering of teaching professionals and educators, researchers, academics, scholars, administrators, independent writers and artists, policy and program specialists, students, parents and families, civic leaders, activists, and advocates. In short, all those sharing a common interest and commitment to educational issues that impact the Latino and Latina community. LEAD's vision and evolution over the years is tied to a focus on the well-being of the Latinx community through the lens and mechanism of education. LEAD founder and helmsman Dr. Enrique Morillo Jr., professor in the James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education here at CSUSB, knows that this truth about me. When asked what the issue is, I will always respond that the way forward in addressing that issue is through and with education. This year's theme is no exception. Ya basta. Enough is, yeah, ya basta. Enough is enough. Education and violence in the context of our schools, community safety, and law enforcement. This is a personal issue for us here at CSUSB. We may be in a beautiful Southern California, but we are not exempt from the threats of violence in our regional schools and our communities. At CSUSB, We view ourselves as an anchor institution or steward of place, serving Riverside and San Bernardino counties. As the American Association of State Colleges and Universities calls it, we are part of our community where we are located, where we are planted. We are here to serve our community, and the way we can best serve our community is through education. I believe strongly that education can play a key role in this area of challenge of fear and of sorrow, tied especially to our current moment. What this year's summit will give us the opportunity to do is consider the role of education in mitigating crime, violence, and both challenges to and ways forward to creating and promoting safety. Education can play a role in preventing conflict. It holds the promise of promoting peace at both the individual level and at the societal level. Education and safety from violence can no longer be thought of as separate entities. As decision makers around the world looking to respond to the compounding crisis of the pandemic, climate, and poverty, it is all of us, families of the deceased, survivors of brutality, community leaders and social justice advocates, research and academics, data analysis and demographers, and multiple national level collaborative partners who must all come together. I find myself saying this a lot of late. It is through partnerships and therefore through communities that these partnerships create where we can find solutions. And if we follow this model through the individuals, organizations, and entities which work as part of or to support education, we can find and build powerful solutions. I also want to thank our lead summit planners for the hundreds of faculty, staff, and students who've gathered to plan this summit. And my thanks to all of you for coming together to network, build partnerships so that we can face these challenges together as an international education community, focus on the well-being of this diverse and global Latinx community. I want to thank all of my colleagues who have joined Enrique Murillo. Bienvenidos y saludos a todos. Gracias.
Gracias, señor presidente. We've come to know you as a very committed custodian of our university, so thank you for being here with us. And we appreciate your commitment and support of the educational issues that impact not just Chicano Latinos, but all the communities we serve. So gracias. Next, we want to present I was going to say doctor, but it's Dr. Chinaka Domwachukwu, who's Dean of our James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. He's been working hard. I was reminded it's been 5 years. Yes, I said 2 or 3 years last night, and it's been 5 years. Yeah, so 5 years. So thank you. He's been here for 5 years, working hard. Was it that funny? Yeah, Jacqueline. Anyways, he's brought to us a wealth of knowledge and experience to CSUSB. And with that, let's welcome Dean Domwachukwu.
Good morning and welcome to LEAD 2023. As he said, my name is Chinaka Domwachukwu, and I'm the Dean of the James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. I'm standing here representing the college to welcome you. LEAD is a program that is sponsored by the James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. And it's an honor to have a man, a professor in the person of Dr. Enrique Murillo, leading this charge. LEAD is a major program that highlights our college's commitment to equity, educational equity, social justice in the Inland Empire. This year's topic of education and violence in the context of our schools, community safety, and law enforcement is not only timely, but a necessary conversation that we must have, especially in today's society. As a community of faculty, staff, and students committed to education, making impact in the Inland Empire, which is a growing Latino community. We want to continue to address the issues of educational equity, but beyond that, the issues of social justice, as well as underrepresentation of minority people, especially in the teaching profession. We are committed to continuing to promote equity in our practices as educators, especially in the context of the K-12 settings where, honestly, we have to continue to change the way our students are taught, the way they are engaged, and how they feel when they get to the school site. So this college is committed to continue to engage this task at different levels, and LEAD is one of those areas where we continue to invest resources and manpower to make a change in our community. So we're excited to have you on our campus again this year, and we look forward to a productive day of meaningful engagement as we discuss these issues of great importance. Once again, thank you and welcome to LEAD.
Okay, so I'm going to ask our speakers if you can exit to the right, and there's an opportunity, let's maybe do a couple minutes of interview. All right, over in that end. Okay.
We're so...
Give us a few minutes. Interview.
Here, good to see you. Here, let's have you have a seat. Yes. I have no idea. Let's give you that. Yes. And I know it looks a little beat up. Take this one instead. Sometimes they throw down the mic literally. Yeah. Yeah. Let's move over. Actually.
Okay, let's move over. We're gonna move on over here. Okay. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Excuse me.
Now I'm not gonna lie. Do you have a hard time with his name?
Yeah, I do.
I have a hard time with your name, but
Call him Chanaka.
How do I say it so everyone knows how to say it? Give him a mic, yeah. Damwachuku.
That's it.
Wakanda.
That's correct.
That's Wakanda. That's Wakanda. You should Damwachuku that. Okay. Look, I know you literally have a lot of things to say, and we have a lot of things to say. But yesterday you gave something very interesting. You said something, a fact that no one knows, and I don't think they understand. How much was it at some point to have tuition for a person? You said you never knew this.
Well, I mean, tuition is an issue for our students. You know, we take about $35 million out of our operating budget to support the California State University grant. A third of all tuition collected goes towards that grant. And what I said yesterday was that there was a time in California, not so long ago, where you can virtually go to the UC or to the California State University virtually for free.
Right.
The nomenclature wasn't about tuition, it was about a fee.
$11 a unit, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just incredible. And so, and that's why I believe that California is the fifth largest economy in the world, because there was an opportunity for the citizenry to access a quality education. So the fact of the matter is the state has retreated from supporting Cal State, and therefore, we're raising tuition to ensure that we have a quality education for our students.
I'm glad you said that, and I know Jeannette. She has a lot of questions. Jeannette has a doctorate, trust me. So she a lot of years. Okay, she wants to go here because I hear you have a bowling alley and you have some good stuff to attract the kids. They're about that right now, right? That's what you said. Come check. We invest in you because there's an area that reminds me of Google, where they get to step on those. I don't know if you've gotten to sit on those steps, but the kids love that. And I saw them. They're ready to they don't even leave campus. They want to be here learning, studying. I think Jeannette would have probably gotten a double master's with a triple.
Something. I would have been distracted by that. But I do want to bring up something because this is a different tone. This summit is a different tone. I love that Aaron brings so much joy in it. And with the backdrop of so many stories that were shared today, we do have to take a minute to laugh and enjoy ourselves.
Yeah.
But something you said, Dr. Morales, you said we need to think about ways forward to promote wellness, right? To move through this, because there's so much collective trauma. And I'd like to hear from both of you. What do you think the person listening right now can do, the person who will listen later? What is it that a call to action that you would have for those folks listening?
Well, violence takes place not only in schools, not only at universities, but also in communities. There's been so many terrorist attacks of people just simply going to the grocery store, right? In Buffalo and in
7-Elevens, Targets are closing now.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so I'm really proud of our University Police Department. We have a University Police Department that is part of our community. They're not policing our community, but they are part of our community. And we have launched a Grow Your Own program. So we are recruiting graduates of Cal State San Bernardino, paying for their expenses to go to the academy, become post-certified, and then they come and they work with us. So we are really proud of that program. It's in its infancy stage, but we already have 3 graduates that have completed the academy and are now serving as law enforcement officers on our campus.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Well,
Yeah.
and I love that you guys are doing this. I know we're out of time. Dolores is it's all about me right now. But I'm just kidding.
I was just going to add that.
But you have some things that you are doing together, and I think you work well together. Some past ones have not worked well. They didn't even want this going on. I can say it because they're no longer here. You are really, go ahead and say what you want to say.
Now, I was going to respond to what she said in light of what can we do as a community to move forward. My observation is that quite often the conversation is more of a soliloquy, each of us talking to ourselves. Each community is talking to themselves. The day America begins to talk with one another, we begin to engage with one another in our local communities, within the neighborhoods, so that this violence is cross-sectional. But each community speaks about it among themselves. When the black community and the Hispanic community and the white community can engage in this conversation together, we can move the dial so that they no longer see it as just an issue of one group. It is a collective experience.
I love this.
Why do you think that's so difficult to do? I find that doesn't happen as often as it should.
Sure.
Why do you think it's so difficult to do?
I think there is a sense of lack of sense of safety to engage.
That makes sense.
There's the fear of saying the wrong thing. So people are afraid. But I believe that every parent cares about the well-being of their child and their neighbor's child.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I know we're running out of time, but I want
to thank both of you. You've been with me from day one. You've been awesome. I really appreciate it.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Thank you for all
Thank
you
you.
do. Thank you.
Of power and to really own the room. Porta. poor people have power, but that we have to make hard choices sometimes to be able to bring that power to fruition.
Dolores Huerta changed the way that leaders, particularly in the Hispanic and Latino community, see change and reform.
We're talking about love, we're talking about humanity, but we're also talking about respecting everybody, regardless of the color of their skin.
Courageous, kind, compassionate. Here's how Dolores Huerta inspires the next generation of community activists.
Leaders like Dolores Huerta don't get enough credit. Dolores Huerta changed the way I see my work because I am challenged every single day to continue to question the status quo and to not allow myself to be afraid because I'm different in the rooms that I step in of power and to really own the room.
Huerta, who is considered one of the most influential labor and civil rights activists of the 20th century, was born in New Mexico. Her father was a farm worker and miner who became a state legislator, and her mother was an entrepreneur who rented rooms in the hotel she owned at low rates to workers and even sometimes waived the fees. After her parents' divorce, Huerta and her two brothers moved with her mother to Stockton, California. Huerta went on to become a teacher, but she found it difficult to have an impact on children who were coming to school hungry or without shoes. Plus, she said her administrators weren't much help. It wasn't long before she began to feel there was little that could be done from within the school system to support these kids. It was then that Huerta realized she could better help her students by fighting for economic justice for their parents, who were farm workers. That experience set her on a course of activism. After a few months, Huerta quit teaching to get involved with organizing farm workers. She would go on to help form one of the most impactful labor unions in the U.S.
I think the legacy that we have today with the work that we did is that the farm workers who feed the nation, who feed so many people, not only here in the United States but all over the world, that they are respected for the work that they do.
Dolores Huerta's work really set the tone for how people understand farm workers in California and across the country.
Throughout her time at the National Farm Workers Association, which later became the United Farm Workers of America, Huerta helped organize several strikes and boycotts that led to the passage of laws securing safer conditions for farm workers. In 1973, Huerta led a consumer boycott of grapes that resulted in the California Agricultural Labor Relations Act of 1975, which allowed farm workers to unionize and bargain for better wages and working conditions.
The things that they were asking were for so basic human rights of having toilets, having cold drinking water in the fields, of having rest periods, of having safety protections on their job. These are just basic human rights that they were fighting for, unemployment insurance, the right to organize. Our mission was just basically to say to the workers, look, you can make it happen. You've got the power to make it happen.
Her work grew to include Chicano rights, women's equality, economic justice, voting access, and immigration reform. There was no cause too small for Huerta.
Ordinary working people, once that they understand that they can make the changes, and you get them involved, and then they commit their time, they commit their resources to be able to make those changes. I think this is what keeps me going.
Huerta even coined one of the most important rallying cries for change, which is still used today.
Eloise Gomez Reyes. Let me bring forth Assembly Majority Leader Emeritus Eloise Gomez Reyes, our madrina from years past, representing the communities here in the Inland Empire. She's going to talk a little bit about that. District 50, AD 50. She, like I said, she was our madrina de honor in 2017. Her and her husband, Don Pancho, Francisco Frank Reyes. Okay. Okay, so madrina, are yours?
Ever since I became the madrina, every time Enrique sees me, says, madrina, pues ahijado, ¿qué le voy a decir? What an honor to be here with my dear friend, my mentor, the person we all look up to. I was thinking as I was preparing for today how lucky the young people are, because you get to see who our national treasure is. I'm so happy for the young people here. So here we are for the 12th annual LEAD conference. Dr. Enrique Murillo, great vision. Patricia Aguilera, great vision that you had to put this together. Dr. Tomas Morales, we're so glad that we have you to be the leader here at Cal State San Bernardino. So for me, I get the biggest honor. I know there are going to be lots of speakers, lots of introductions, but I got to tell you, I've got the best one. I get to introduce someone that either you have met or somebody you've studied, somebody you've heard about, somebody you've heard great stories about, somebody you've seen videos about. And today you get to meet her and to hear her speak. And every time I hear Dolores speak, I learn something new. Dolores is a champion. There are so many other words. Campeona, she is our campeona, our national treasure. She has fought for justice for all of us at every single level. She's one of the most, and you heard that, she's one of the most influential Chicanas, Latinas of the 20th century for all of her work in community organizing, as a labor activist, civil rights leader, advocate for social, economic, environmental justice. Dolores Clara Fernandez Huerta is an American labor leader and civil rights activist who, along with Cesar Chavez, established the United Farm Workers after a few iterations. There is a school in Fontana named after Dolores Huerta. And not too long ago, we commissioned an artist to do a mural of her inside, and we unveiled that. If you ever have a chance to go, you should go see that and see the pictures of when that was shown. But I remember going with Dolores to talk to the students, and I'd say, well, who coined the phrase, si se puede? Every single child said, Dolores Huerta. For people who think it was Cesar Chavez, I love Cesar Chavez, but it wasn't Cesar. It was Dolores Huerta who coined the phrase, si se puede. So whenever you hear the chant, always remember it was Dolores Huerta. Now, Dolores, as was mentioned, had she taught at the elementary school. She had a provisional teaching credential, but she left that job to begin her lifelong crusade to correct economic injustices. Today we talk about violence. Well, I want to tell you about what happened in 1988. Dolores was 58 at that time, had been working in the movement for years and years. She nearly lost her life when San Francisco police at a rally where she was with others protesting the policies of then presidential candidate George H.W. Bush. They beat her. She suffered 4 broken ribs and a ruptured spleen. The public outrage was so great that it resulted in the San Francisco Police Department changing its policies regarding crowd control and police discipline. Following a lengthy recovery, Dolores Huerta took a leave of absence from the union to focus on women's rights, traveling the country for 2 years on behalf of the feminist majority, encouraging Latinas to run for office. The campaign significantly increased the number of women representatives at the local, state, and federal levels. I get to say that I'm a product of that too. Dolores has worked her entire life to improve social and economic conditions for farm workers. She was and still is a leader in the fight against discrimination, a defender of civil rights, equal rights, and dignity for all. There's an existing law already that proclaims the first week of April as Labor History Week and encourages school districts to commemorate the labor movement's role in shaping California and the United States. And in a minute, I'll tell you how we use that to ask for a different date, something else that was more appropriate specifically for Dolores. Dolores has worked for labor rights, social justice for over six decades. She served as vice president and played a critical role in many of the union's accomplishments for 4 of those decades. In 2002, she received the Puffin Nation $100,000 prize for creative citizenship, which she used to establish the Dolores Huerta Foundation. The foundation connects groundbreaking community-based organizing to state and national movements to register and educate voters, to advocate for education reform, to improve infrastructure in low-income communities, advocate for greater equality for our LGBTQ community, and create strong leadership development. One of the 100 most influential women of the 20th century, Dolores was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in 1993. She has received numerous awards, including the Eleanor Roosevelt Human Rights Award from President Clinton in 1998. In 2012, and you saw that in the video, President Obama bestowed Dolores with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. The accomplishments and contributions of Dolores Huerta should be adequately memorialized within the history and the culture of the United States. Dolores Huerta deserves proper recognition for her numerous sacrifices in the name of justice and the amelioration of severely inadequate working conditions. And that's why in 2018, I have the honor of being the assembly member representing then the 47th and now the 50th Assembly District from Rancho Cucamonga to Redlands. But in 2018, I carried legislation, AB 2644. After reading and hearing so much about Dolores, I realized we needed to have a Dolores Huerta Day. Her birthday was April 10th, was, is, and always will be. And so that bill was a bill to ask that the state of California recognize April 10th as Dolores Huerta Day. And I'm so pleased, hold on, don't applaud yet, don't applaud, because I'm just telling you what I did. On July 18th, 2019, then Governor Jerry Brown signed AB 2644 into law, declaring April 10th as Dolores Huerta Day, becoming the first state to do so. I will tell you that since then, a whole bunch of other states have said they want to follow suit. So there's a Dolores Huerta Day in a couple of other states. None of that matters. All that matters is California was first. And on Dolores Huerta Day, all public schools and educational institutions are encouraged to conduct exercises remembering the life of Dolores Huerta, recognizing her accomplishments and familiarizing students with her contributions to this state. When she took the time to work with the feminist majority, Dolores Huerta was very instrumental in making sure more and more women were elected into office. One of those who was elected into office was Senator Dianne Feinstein. We know that we've all heard of her passing last night at the age of 90. She was the first woman. She was the first in so many ways. And although some will talk about her last years, her last days, she was the longest serving US Senator. And we need to remember her entire life and all that she gave, all that she sacrificed so that California could be at the top on so many issues. And so I'm asking that we please take a moment of silence in honor of Senator Dianne Feinstein. Thank you. Dolores, we're grateful for all that you've done for so many people, for so many groups of people. I think that everybody in this room, in one way or another, has been the beneficiary of all of your hard work, all of your sacrifice. I know your son is here with you, and your whole family supports you in everything that you do, and I am so proud to be your friend. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you the honorary chair, Madrina de Honor, Dolores Huerta.
Now I'm taller. Thank you, Eloise. Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. And let's give her another applause. This is why we need women in power. And so I'm so happy to be here with you, and I know we have so much to talk about. Hopefully we can do it in the 20 minutes or so. But because we're facing so many challenges right now, and especially right now what we're going through in the United States of America right now. And teachers, all of you that work in education, and thank you very much, Dr. Murillo, for having me here, and congratulations to you for all of your years of hard work on this issue of education. Please, an applause for him. You know, what's happening now in our country, and I'm kind of going to start with that because we know it's in the news. It's interesting that you think, ya basta. And one of the people that worked in the White House, she just wrote a book, and her book is called Enough, which, you know, is a translation in English for ya basta. Because the threats that we have, and I'm going to call them the haters, okay? You know, all those people out there that they hate immigrants, they hate women, you know, they hate the LGBT community, you know. These are the people that we're up against right now. And we know that the only way that we can fight the haters is through education. So you might want to say that all of you that are working on education are the vanguard to save democracy in the United States of America. Saving democracy in the United States of America. And so that is really the challenge that we have before us right now. And another thing that is happening with these people that want to have a dictator, an authoritarian government in the United States of America, and I'm going to use the F word, not the one you think. Fascism, okay? Fascism. And fascism is what they had in Nazi Germany. And we know how that ended, you know, with millions of people being killed because they were gypsies, because they were gay, because they were Jewish, because they were disabled. And often we think, well, that can't happen in the United States of America. But if we look and we see what's happening in the United States, one very visible sign of fascism is that here in our country, we have more people in prison in the United States of America than they do in India or China. Now, India and China both have 1 billion people in their populations. United States of America, we only have like millions, right? Millions of people. But we have more people in prison. And who's in prison? Who's in prison? It's black and brown and poor white people in prison. I'm sure all of us here know somebody that we know in prison right now today, right? That shouldn't be there. And of course, one of the ways that we are fighting for when we talk about education is we're trying to stop the school-to-prison pipeline. This is one of the things that we have to work on. And so we have to, you know, I want to say to all the teachers in the room, thank you for your service, okay? Thank you for your service. Because we know how hard it is to be a teacher. But one of the good things is that we're going forward, right? We're going forward, that we now have ethnic studies, you know, that are going to be taught in schools. And on the theme of violence, by the way, I just want you all to know that thanks to us, Eloise Gomez here, and people in the Senate of California, there is now going to be a class on nonviolence. That is going to be taught on all of our high schools. And I kind of wanted to talk a little about that a little bit. And by the way, that is named for Reverend Jim Lawson. You may not know who that is, but he is the one that, with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that in the South, when people were trying to get their voting rights, and many young people, like the young students here, they were beaten up by the police, put fire hoses on them and all that. And Dr. Lawson is the one that worked with Dr. King to teach people how to act and how to win through nonviolence. And when we think of, and I want to mention some of the ways, of course, and when we talk about nonviolence, which are some of the ways that we can use nonviolent tactics, you might say. And I know some of you have already been involved in some of these activities in nonviolence, okay? Marches, some of us have marched, right? Fasts, like Cesar Chavez did. Cesar Chavez did 3 fasts for nonviolence, okay? He went 2 for 25 days, and the last one was for 36 days. He went without eating, water only, Holy Communion, and that's what he did for nonviolence, okay? Boycotts. As Eloise mentioned here, we did a boycott of California grapes. We had a strike for 5 years with United Farmers trying to form the union. And we couldn't win because they brought in so many strike breakers to break our strikes. So we had to do something else. And one of our volunteer attorneys says, have you ever thought of a boycott? We said, okay, we'll try that. Yeah, they had done this in the South, when all of the black people boycotted the buses, because they wouldn't let the black people ride in the front of the bus. So we did that. We did a great boycott. And as a result of that great boycott, we got 17 million people not to eat grapes, okay? 17 million people not to eat grapes. And of course we won, eventually. And then I want to also put the going to jail, okay? Going to jail, if we have to go to jail for some kind of civil disobedience, they call it, John Lewis calls it good trouble, okay? Yeah, we can do good trouble. And so that can be a nonviolent action. And in fact, I just want to point out, we have a person here in the room who is also an educator, that she was in jail when she was a teenager. I want to ask her to stand up. Gloria Hernandez. Yeah, her family were the leaders in the strike in Fresno, California. Or was it Parlier? One of the two. Anyway, another nonviolent act that is really important, and we're going to be talking more about this, is voting. Voting, okay? Voting. And when we vote, then we get people like Eloise Reyes Gomez elected, okay? And then we get people like her that can actually pass good laws, like the one I mentioned about teaching ethnic studies, teaching nonviolence in our schools, and that's people like Eloise that do that. Voting, and then advocacy. Advocacy. And this is what you all do also when we go to our school boards. Yeah, we have to go to the school boards, everybody, because those MAGA people are trying to take them over. And we got to get people to run for school boards, right? And then going to Sacramento, going to visit Eloise in Sacramento, and also going to the Congress. Advocacy is very, very important. And so these are the tasks that we have to do as we go forward. And especially getting people elected to the school boards right now, because people, they want to erase our history. They want to ban books, just like the Nazis did. They had book burnings in Germany, and they're trying to do that to us now. And it's really important that people do know our history, because they will understand why it is important to support our immigrant community. There's a documentary, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but this documentary is called Foreigners in Their Own Lands. There's a lot of talk about immigrants and immigration, but we have to remind everybody that North America and South America belong to who? Native Americans. Native Americans, right? And so the real immigrants to the United States are like my great-grandmother, and maybe some of you too, who came from Spain, okay? And my other great-grandfather came from England. So they were the two immigrants, okay? But on my dad's side, the Fernandezes, they were here to greet them when they got here. Take care of them, okay? So we have to remind people of that when they talk about illegal immigration. And we know that it's been 20-some years since we have had any kind of immigration reform. I was very lucky to work on that law in 1986. And again, talking about John Lewis and good trouble, we needed 4 senators to vote that bill so we could get it out of the Senate. And we thought, how are we going to get these guys, these 4 senators? Well, they were having a dinner that night, senatorial dinner, and the tickets were $1,000 to go to the dinner. So my assistant and I, Sal Alvarez, the Deacon Sal Alvarez, we thought, how are we going to go to that dinner? Then we heard 2 people talking, friends of ours, that said, are you going to go to the dinner? And the other one said, no, I'm too tired. Guess what we did? We took their tickets, okay? We took their tickets. And we got our 4 votes that we needed, okay? So. So sometimes we have to do things like good trouble, like I mentioned before, like going to jail and boycotting, things of that nature, okay, to make sure that we accomplish our goals that we need. And one of the things that we know that right now we have a lot of people on picket lines. We have actors on picket lines still. We have Jeannette here on picket lines. The hotel workers on picket lines. The auto workers are on picket lines also. Workers. And all of this anti-worker, anti-union mentality, that comes from slavery, okay? The fact that anybody should have to work all of their life, to make other people rich, you know, and not have enough for their own families, that's slavery. That comes from slavery. And if I ask all of you, do you all know how we got the 8-hour day? Does anybody know? Anybody in the audience? Yes, somebody back there knows, okay? There were people in Chicago, union leaders, that fought for the 8-hour day. And you know what happened to them? They were executed. They were hung. They were hung. But we have the 8-hour day. So when people say anything against workers and against unions, you remind them, this is how we got with the 8-hour day. This is how we got Social Security, okay? This is how we got disability insurance. This is how we got public education. It came from labor unions and it came from workers, okay? So we have to remember that. So if you see a picket line out there, join it, okay? Join the picket line. March with the workers out there. So the things that come from slavery, there's this anti-worker sentiment. But the other thing too is that racism comes from slavery. The fact that people are looked down on because they're darker in skin, which is crazy. We are one human race, okay? One human race. The scientific name for our human race is Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens. And our human race began in Africa. As our human race traveled across the planet, they went to Europe, to the northern areas, people got lighter in skin, different color hair, different color eyes. But at the end of the day, we are all Africans. We are all Africans. And as we were the Homo sapiens, the people on this planet, first people on the planet, and we had to protect each other, you know, and we had to share what we had with each other. Otherwise, we would not have survived because we were the smallest of the mammals, you know? The bigger animals could have had us for lunch. But they didn't because we protected each other, no? And we have to continue to do that, working together and remembering that we are all related. So I want to ask everybody, take the hand of the person next to you. Take the hand of the person next to you. Turn to that person and say, hello, relative.
Hello, relative.
So please take that home to your families, okay? And tell them. And aquí well, mostly Latinos here, but we have to say también because we know we are guilty of racism also. What happens in our families when a child is born? Ay, qué bonito la niña, o qué bonita la niña, está bien güerita. Don't we say that? So we have to change that narrative and say, that baby is beautiful, está bien prieta. Yeah? Yeah, she's got slanted eyes, okay? Asian eyes. And maybe a chata nose or Azteca nose, who knows, okay? But we have to share and celebrate our indigenous beauty, okay? We have to share our indigenous beauty. And as I was saying about this racism and then sexism, that also comes from slavery because that extends to women and it extends to children. And so we have to change that also. You know, Coretta Scott King, Dr. Martin Luther King's widow, told me this one. She said, we will never have peace in the world until women take power, okay? So because we as women, we like to cooperate and less competition, more cooperation. We like to share. Again, we like to support each other. So it's really important that we get rid of the machismo, okay? Abajo con el machismo. We have to get rid of that. Because the machismo is also violence, okay? Machismo is also violence. So we have to do away with that. And I want to talk about women's reproductive rights, okay? Women's reproductive rights. And I'm going to say this as the mother of 11 children. My youngest son is in the room. Ricky Chavez somewhere. He's around here somewhere. Ricardo. By the way, his dad, Richard Chavez, is the one that drew the eagle, okay? The Palmer eagle that we see. That was Richard Chavez that drew that eagle, okay? But we know in our families, especially, I talked about the nonviolent action that we have to take is voting, right? Now we know there's a lot of people that we know that don't vote, or they vote the wrong way, and the reason that they vote against themselves on the issue of abortion and women's reproductive rights, okay? So we have to say this to them. First of all, every woman is the only one that should decide with her body how many children she's going to have or not have. And I like to quote Benito Juarez, the president of Mexico after they got the independence from Spain. And what did he say? El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz, right? El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz. So please say to all of those people out there that are confused on the issue, remember that. You know, how many children a woman has or not has, it doesn't affect you at all. And the same thing applies to LGBTQ, okay? If somebody falls in love with somebody, lives with or marries somebody of their own sex, whose business is it? It's their business, right? It's their human right to love whomever they want. So this is so important because when we talk about violence, and we've been talking about physical violence, you know, but also words are violent, okay? Words are violent, and where people are disrespected in any way, shape, or form, that is violence. So we have to always remember that it's not just about physical action or violence, but it's also about verbal. And the violence that we see in our society right now, poverty, you know, depriving all of our students of a quality education, that is violence also. And so we have to be working to make sure that we can get a pre-college education for all of our students, all right? And when we think about that, why in the United States of America do we not have a free university education? We are the richest country in the world. Now, students in Scandinavia, in Europe, they have pre-college education. There are places in Latin America that have pre-college education. Cuba, which is a small country that has an economic boycott by the United States, they have pre-college education for everybody in Cuba, you know? And they also have free health care. In some of the Scandinavian countries, they also have free daycare for women that are for working families. Now, we should have that here in the United States of America, but we don't have it. Okay? And the reason we don't have it is because 10% of the wealthy families, like Walmart, everybody, okay, like Walmart and these corporations, they have 90% of the wealth. Think about that. 90% of the wealth of the United States is in the hands of those people. So, and so these wealthy corporations, the only way that we can counter that is with all of us coming together and all of us voting. You know, so this is why it's so important, as I mentioned before, that, you know, we come together and we vote and we get everybody that we know to become citizens. We all know a lot of people that have not become citizens yet. Ya es tiempo. Ya es tiempo, okay? What are you waiting for? And a lot of our people that don't vote. And sometimes they don't vote because they get this long ballot. They get a long ballot, and they think it's an examination. And we tell them it's not an exam, okay? So if you don't know somebody on the ballot that you don't know, just leave it blank, okay? But you can vote for the people that you know, like Eloise Reyes Gomez. Okay, good, yeah. Okay, so I'll wind up, but I just do want to say that I do want to tell you about a documentary I mentioned the documentary Foreigners in Their Own Lands, which I hope you can all see that documentary. It talks about when they took all of the lands from Mexico and, you know, the discrimination that follows that. But the other documentary is about Dolores, okay? And we talked about the police beating that Eloise talked about, and it's shown in that documentary when the police beat me up. The good thing that came out of that beating, you know, like they say in Spanish, no hay nada mal que algo bien no sale. Well, because of that beating, I get $2,000 a month till I die from the Santa Police Department. Okay? So I'm trying to live a little bit longer to make them pay as much as they can. All right? So, just before we ask the question, I'm going to just end with a call to action. One of the things that I didn't mention about women is that we as women, we are fighting for the Equal Rights Amendment. The Equal Rights Amendment, to have it in the Constitution of the United States. We are the only, there's maybe about 4 or 5 countries in the whole world that do not have the Equal Rights Amendment for women, okay? And we can get it now. It's actually in the Congress right now. But if we don't get it now, we can get it next time. And so this is why it's so important to vote. Another call to action. As you heard, Assemblywoman Reyes Gomez said a moment ago that Senator Feinstein died. She was a very good friend of mine. I'm really sorry, and we have to honor her for all her services she gave us to California. But Governor Gavin Newsom has the opportunity to appoint someone, okay? And there is one woman that is running she's running right now for the Senate, the United States Senate. Her name is Barbara Lee, okay? Barbara Lee is the only person in the Congress that voted against the war in Iraq in the whole U.S. Congress. And she's been a civil rights leader all of her life since she was a young person. And Barbara Lee has the opportunity to get that. She will be the only African-American woman in the U.S. Senate. The only one. So on a personal note, I would like all of you to ask you to call to action, email Governor Newsom and say, appoint the first black woman from California to the U.S. Senate. Can we do that? Send him an email, put in a phone call, and let's do it. That we say, Barbara Lee votes for me. And then, of course, we also know that we're going to send Eloise Reyes-Gomez also to the California Senate, okay? Yeah, because she is also running for that position. So, as we like to say, sí se puede.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes. We're going to take one question because what was most important to hear from Dolores? Absolutely. Yes. So for the students, I want to congratulate you. You got to hear from somebody you've been reading about. For the rest of us, we've been reading about her. We've been mentored by her. She has been our national treasure, and we're so happy to share her with the younger ones. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take one question, Dolores. Mm-hmm. That means two questions? Oh, one question. But you're trying to direct me in that direction. All right. Mm-hmm. Tell us your name first.
My name is Stephanie Rizzo. Good morning.
And your question.
This is like a little introduction. Good morning. Buenos dias, Dolores. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be in your presence. We are here representing Norte Vista High School and the Puente program statewide, and these are my peers and Puente ambassadors, and this is our question.
Okay, so in our ethnic studies class, we learned about your life and your advocacy, which leads us to ask, what advice can you give us while navigating our mental health and advocating for changes that we believe in?
That's a great question, and we do know that we need a lot of social workers. We need a lot of psychiatrists, and especially in our Latino community, we have a huge, huge shortage. And of course, we also need teachers, everybody. Some of you young folk out there, please go out there and become a teacher. Yeah, well, all I have to say is that we're depending on all of you young ones out there to take some of those positions. And the other thing too, in our Latino community especially, sometimes we don't respect the fact when people have mental illness, you know? They still believe están embrujados, you know? We all know that. So we have to really campaign amongst our families, by the way, and make them understand. If you walk down the street and you see somebody with a broken leg or a broken arm, you're going to call an ambulance, right? And yet we know that people that have mental health issues, they are not addressed. So anything that we can do in our community to make sure that we promote mental wellness and not to be ashamed of doing that. We've been through a very traumatic time with the pandemic and everything, and we know this is, you might say we have a kind of an epidemic right now. And even in my own family, you know, my oldest daughter, she was schizophrenic, and she died very young. Because back in the day when she was sick, they didn't have the kind of treatment that they needed to have. But so we really have to make sure that we promote mental wellness as well as physical wellness. So thank you for the question. Mm-hmm.
I know we would love to take more questions. That's the last one.
Well, we'll be around. I think we have time for pictures. Do we have time for pictures?
Well, everybody always wants a picture with Dolores Huerta.
Yeah.
Everybody.
But before I go, I want all of you to, again, please, if you could stand up again for a moment. Oh, and I forgot to introduce our education staff, the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We have sued the current high school district, and we won because they expelled 2,500 students of color in 1 year. In 1 year. We sued them, and we won, and they had to change all of this. We have a huge education department with the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and our staff person is here, Belen. One of our staff person right there, Belen. Yeah, we're active in about 250 schools and organizing parents and students all throughout the Central Valley of California, okay? That's at Dolores Huerta Foundation, and our website is doloreshuerta.org if you want to look and see what we're doing, and civic education and the rest, okay? But the reason I'm asking you to stand is I'm going to ask you two questions. Remember all of the haters out there, okay? And we know that we're the ones that have to stand up to them. So I'm going to ask you two questions. And the first one I'm going to ask you is, who's got the power? I want you to say, wait for me though. I want to ask you, who's got the power? I want you to say, we've got the power, okay? Second question is, what kind of power? We're going to say people power, all right? But we want to shout loud so that the haters can hear us, okay? Let's go, okay? Who's got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? People power. Are we going to use our power to expand education, to stop the violence? ¿Se puede? Sí se puede. ¿Se puede? Sí se puede. Okay, let's all do it together again one more time. Sí se puede.
¡Que viva Dolores Huerta! ¡Que viva Dolores Huerta! ¡Que viva la causa!
¡Ya basta!
¡Ya basta!
We're going to ask you if you can stand right here, right here. Spot right there. Let's stand up one more time. How's that? Let's honor our elder, our madrina. Help him on there. There you go. Madrina Dolores Huerta, for your lifelong accomplishments and service to our community and to many, many, many communities around the world, we award you our Lead Education and Advocacy Medallion of Honor. Thank you. Okay, we're going to ask our madrina to exit stage right over there. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry.
Ya me está mandando.
Yes, sorry about that. You want to say some last words before? You want to say one more thing before? Yeah, give her the microphone.
No, thank you very much for having me here. And you know, when we look around and we see how many we are, and we see the power that we have, we see all these wonderful young people here in the front, we know that we can win. But again, if we don't get out there, if we don't organize, and one thing for the young people, I want to say this, a quote from Cesar Chavez, okay? Cesar Chavez said this to students, and maybe to teachers also. When you go to school, you learn about history. You write about history. You talk about history, right? When you become an activist, you make history. You make history. So all of those greedy billionaires that just care about money, it's okay. We got the power here that cares about justice, okay? It cares about making sure that people are protected, that we do not have a violent, horrible world like the one that we are seeing right now. So just keep that in your heart and in your mind and pass it on. Each one of us can organize 5 more people or 10 more people to make sure that we elect the people that we need to Sacramento, to the school boards. Some of you need to run for school board if you're not already on there, okay? Yes. So make sure that we teach with our young people what they need to learn, okay? Sí se puede. Thank you.
Sí se puede. Get one by myself if I may. Te queremos mucho.
Pues sigo yo también.
Okay, we're going to take 7 or 8 minute break, right? 7 or 8 minutes. So see you back in about 7 or 8 minutes. She's going to go that way and be interviewed. Yeah. And then she's free. So whatever. Yes.
And then we have to take her to the restroom. We have a class to take her to the restroom after her meet and greet, being her interview, and then after the restroom, we'll take her to the green room, and then green room, she wants to do a meet and greet for her merchandise.
Oh, very good.
Congratulations.
Okay, very good.
Yay. A little candid shot here. Yeah, we're on actually.
Dolores Huerta again.
Wow.
Someone that you will always see in history as
Thank
someone
you.
who
What
does
an
a
honor.
lot. But nobody talks about how many times she almost died. Ever. They should. They should put that together. I'm telling you, she is quick.
If you want, only if you want.
Hi, how are you? It's good to see you again. I've seen you at every film out there that talks about anything worthwhile, right? And I understand you two have connected, and you guys kind of see eye to eye on a lot of issues.
Yeah, she's voted on ethics studies, you know, she's voted on all of the good laws that we need, you know. So we need
Yes, we do. I have a question for both of you powerhouse women. I can't listen to both of you speak and not feel something underneath my seat. I just want to stand up and do something in the world. What would you say when you get knocked down and being told no and making history as women? What has pushed you to get up anyway and do it again?
Well, I think for women, when we are exposed to any kind of sexist remarks or racist remarks, that we have to just ignore them and don't let them get to us, you know. It might make us angry, but we know that they're wrong and we're not wrong, you know. And just keep on going and give us the kind of energy that we need to keep on going. Convert that anger into energy.
That's good advice. What about you?
You know, well, we're always going to be knocked down, and that's what makes us so strong, is the fact that we can be knocked down, but we're not going to stay there. We're always going to come up. And we see that so many other women are being knocked down, and I think I look to Dolores because of all that she has done for so many women, especially to bring them up. She's never been one to just rise by herself. She always brings a lot of women up, especially with her work with the feminist majority.
And she could be the incredible mom she was. She
I'm
is.
11.
I heard your daughter speak about you at a concert I was attending. Yeah, and I heard what an incredible mom you are. Yeah.
Kind of.
Dolores, you've done a lot. I know the young ones know your name. They know what you've done. They've seen the film. I think Rosario's like, can I do it again?
No, that was the Cesar Chavez film.
Huh?
That was the Cesar Chavez film.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but there's another film. It's a documentary by Peter Bratt.
Well, and that's the thing. So a lot of people know the story. They didn't live it like you did. But and I say this, and no one understands how many times you ran away. You were almost, because you said something in there. I said, you know what? Good people that stand up for other people. Why do they keep getting like people want to kill them? Why is that out there? Why do you think?
Well, I think people in power, that they don't want their power taken away from them, and so and the tactics that they use to hurt people, you know, and sometimes they don't want to be exposed. But the only thing that can count, I mean, you know, Jesus Christ, they killed him, you know.
Yes. No one ever thinks about that.
Yeah.
You know, a guy that healed, a guy that did a lot, you know, they kill him, you know? So it's almost like when you do something right, you know, I'll give you an example. Right now, you mentioned Cuba. Right now, Russia has a military ship in Cuba.
They do. I didn't know that.
Just saw it. And I said, did everybody forget about Kennedy, who was trying to do the right thing? Because you knew Kennedy, didn't you?
Yeah. No, I didn't know the president. I knew Robert. Yeah.
Well, and he knew Kennedy, so you're pretty much the same thing. Now, here's a question that I have for you. I know we're here. We're talking about violence. We're talking about enough is enough. Si se puede. I didn't know you helped coin that.
I didn't either. Incredible.
I didn't know. I did coin it.
Yeah.
That's why we make sure we always bring that up. If the students knew it, we better all know it, right?
Well, and again, and you mentioned that we have a woman in the White House. A lot of people forget that, right? Kamala. I mean, if President, you know, Biden, something happens, she's in power.
Yeah.
I think we go to war with her, but I think we also have peace eventually because you said something that's very important, communication. I think that's what we're lacking. I think the guys are doing a little, and the women are not like, shut up. And you know what I mean? I mean, if you were president, what would you say?
As a woman, I have to say, sometimes I'm in conversations and I notice in a conference room or in a meeting, sometimes people will make eye contact with the men in the room only. I'm curious if they do that to someone like you. So curious.
Well, they used to. I have to say that being in the union, being the only woman on the board for many, many years, it's always trying to promote more women to be on the board. And women, sometimes they wouldn't take the position, and they don't understand they have the same capacity as men, Yeah.
What do you do? I want to take some notes. What do you do in that when they used to do that? What would you do?
Well, I would say to women that we need you to be on the board, and like the first person I got on the board, then I got sick, so she dropped. And so many Latina women take power, and so that we have to really impress upon them that they can take power. Anything that they can do, maybe except lift weights.
When I'm around you, I want to take power. I want to make history. And I imagine a lot of the women who follow your work and hear you speak feel the same way. I feel very honored to sit with you and get to hang out a little bit and chat with you, just so you know.
I know we gotta let you go, but again, and I'm glad, obviously, you have let me put it this way, you have a lot of power. You can help steer a direction. I think that's what you're saying, right? Help, right? People that have,
well, people like Eloise, they make policies. They make the laws that we have to live by, and whether that's on the city council, your board of supervisors, an organization, the people that are elected are the ones that make the policies for that group. So the vote is so important, people voting don't understand the power of the vote.
One of the areas that the Lord has talked about is that we should have free university education, and that's something that we absolutely need to work on. And having somebody like the Lotus be that champion for it, the rest of us have to take note. We've been working on it, so maybe we needed the extra push.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because Dr. Tomasi didn't hit on it because we were a little on time, but he said it yesterday. I wish you had been there. He said, I never knew that it was as little as $17. You mentioned 11. It was interesting at one point. And then he said it would be great if we could get there. So I think the discussion's being had, because he recently was at the White House. People use that, it's, like certain places, and they call it socialist, right? So you go, okay, don't use that word, get that out of there. But the answer is, and I think it's true, if you give away education, you help everyone. Right. Because then those people,
absolutely,
right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there's people with money,
yes,
and then there's people without money. So what are you going to do to help people that don't have the money?
And it's something we have to move towards that, to make sure that everybody gets a free university education. There are some programs that we've started, especially for mental health, to get their masters, providing free education for the master's degree through the Golden State program. So there are things we've done, but I think we need to be more intentional, as the Lotus has said. Everybody deserves a free university college education.
Yeah, and you're talking about $17 an hour. And the thing about education is people are informed, right? And to vote, you have to be informed. But if our minimum wage would have kept up with the cost of living, it would be $50 an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Not $17 an hour, $50 an hour.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I want to say thank you for championing, because you have a voice. You're saying women use the voice. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you've had, children. I don't think people know that part of your life. Mm-hmm. Probably keep that secret. But the reality is, you know how to be there and still be, hey, by the way, have an opinion. I think there's a lot of opinions you've had that I think get heard and then they get made done. Kind of like the Si Se Puede, I'm glad you're bringing light to that, because women are always, there's a lot of stories coming out, I think, when people think about like the big ones like Washington and maybe like Martin Luther King, they forget about the women that helped.
Exactly.
Go ahead. What do you want to say on that?
No, but even when his famous I Have a Dream speech, the one that told him to talk about I Have a Dream was Mahalia Jackson. She was one of the only women on that podium during that march. And she said to him, Martin, talk about your I Have a Dream speech. And so he actually tore the speech that he had, and he made that speech. But Mahalia Jackson's the one that told him to do it. She was a great singer.
That's the point. People forget. I have Jeannette here with me, but, I have a lot of good ideas, but they're all from her. But if she's not here, I can't say anything about it, right? So be alive. Look, there's a lot of... Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Well, no, something you said also, you talked about the haters, and you also talked about the haters amongst us. And it makes me think of unconscious bias. It makes me think of when folks are holding narratives about our own community and how that also gets in the way of us moving forward. And I'm wondering, we can be so explicit about making history with the haters that are explicitly haters. What do we do with the ones that are like secretly in our community, not even aware of their unconscious bias?
Yeah, and I think it's hard because people have been, I say, acculturated, you know what I mean? And we've got some of these traditions that we get from the church, you know, and people, it's hard for people to change their mind. And even myself, because I have all these children, that I was very much against abortion. And then I met Gloria Steinem, I'm put on the Board of Feminist Majority, and then you think, I believe in science, you know, like Esqueleto says in Nacho Libre, you know, I believe in science. A fetus is not a child until it's born, you know? And so we have to remember that. And some of the Catholic saints, like St. Thomas Aquinas, you know, he wrote that. He said, a fetus is not a child until it's born, you know? And people have to remember that. And I think that helps women like myself, you know? Yeah, come to terms with that.
And I love what you said earlier about, you know, celebrating the beauty in our people. You know, my nickname growing up was Morenita, which is like dark, you know, dark one. And I remember thinking it was bad, and now I love it.
Oh, yeah, I love that too. I look at people, I think we have to really love darker skin. I'm kind of in the middle because my mother was Spanish and my dad was from Mexico, you know? And so I kind of came out yellow. No, but I think darker skin is beautiful. We have to appreciate that.
And to see people like both of you up there as a woman, you know, I remember being a kid looking for women that I could look up to, looking for Barbies or toys that look like me. And now there's so much, so I am so excited. I think you said it, like I'm so excited for the young people because it's a different ecosystem.
I thought of that as I was preparing, is that the young people, I mean, we all have heard of Dolores, we've seen what she's done and how our lives have changed, but for the young people, not only are they going to read about it, they get to see her, they get to hear her, and they get to take their pictures with her. I mean, everybody's crowding around Dolores.
The energy is unreal when you walk into a room. The energy is unreal.
And I will say, I know we're running out of time, but you've had a lot thrown your way. And sometimes people go, oh, that's your title, but then they don't understand what you did to get there. And sometimes, you know, you say, yay, you know, I'm glad you did that. But do you ever disagree and let your voice be heard on that? Because that's what Dolores is about. I want your voice to be heard, whether or not people disagree or whether they agree. Because sometimes, and I've interviewed a lot of politicians, some people do what the millionaires and billionaires want, but they don't do what the people want, including themselves. I've seen it so many times.
So have I. I've seen it so many times, right?
We have all these Latino, conservative, we call them corporate Democrats. Well, you know, they're Latinos, they were elected, they stand for the people, and instead they go with the
Okay, everybody, please take your seats.
Now, we have to do a picture before you all go. I hear them coming back.
We will. But go follow Dolores, the Huerta Foundation, on Instagram. You guys are very regular with that. I tagged you. I was like, oh, my God. I tagged her, too, so follow her. And also, for those that want to know how to get a hold of you and reach out to you, I know there's always a letter, there's information. Where do we go?
Assembly member, it's Eloise.Reyes. Eloise.Reyes at assembly.asm.ca.
Assembly member. Remember, that's a very big title. Sometimes people put it down, but it's very big. You have the way to make changes in law that people don't really know, huh?
And
that is
soon
true.
To be a senator. Soon to be, and you know, we had so much to talk about, but you know, she and the other women and Democrats in the legislature just passed a law. All undocumented people are going to have free health care under California's healthcare system. And it's not going to affect in 2024 undocumented people.
My mother was just in the hospital.
Because of them.
They charged her $30,000 for one day. Did you hear me? One day,
yes.
$30,000. You know what? She got walked around. They paid $500 to that person for less than like probably 18 minutes to walk around, and she stayed in only one day. $30,000, that's a car. So there has to be something done. Somebody's raping someone when it comes to financial, right?
And that's another thing, and the Lotus has been a great advocate for that, is making sure we provide health care for everyone.
Yeah.
And they just also passed in the legislature of California what they call single payer. Take out the insurance companies out of the healthcare system. Now it has to go another step because they have to coordinate with the federal government to make
Well, I
that
think
happen.
we need insurance because nobody's going to be able to pay $30,000
Okay,
for one
looks like
day
we're
of
ready.
stay. She wasn't even. There's no
Everybody
service.
take their seats.
My bill was when I got by the police.
Okay, next I want to introduce
300,000.
you to Dr.
It's great.
Carmen.
Thank you
Beck,
so much.
Thank you
who's
so
gonna
much.
guide
Again,
us
a lot
through
of
the next
information.
segment.
You can follow up. Go ahead
Carmen
and follow
is
them
an
on
assistant
Instagram.
professor in the
Seriously,
Watson
Dolores is on there
Rodriguez
with
College
Instagram.
of
Seriously, go
Education
follow
here
her.
at Cal
We'll be
State
back
San
with more
Bernardino.
Enrique now.
She's also a member of our doctoral faculty and a lead associate. So before Carmen starts, I want to direct your attention to the large screens on understanding intergenerational trauma. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Please pay attention to the large.
The story of our communities, people, and nation starts a long, long time ago. More than 60,000 years, in fact. This was when our culture and our law first started to thrive. We knew who we were and where we belonged. We took care of each other, our land, and our waters. We ate food that made us healthy, lived on country, and abided by our laws and song lines. Our families, our children were happy, with strong minds and hearts, because they were where they belonged. But then, everything changed.
Colonization came, bringing wars, disease, famine, violence, and the destruction and violation of our cultural laws, sacred sites, families, and communities.
We were denied our knowledge, language, ceremonies, and identity. The very things that tell us who we are and where we belong. And our connections with each other and the land grew weak.
And then, our children were taken from us. They had their names changed and their identities stripped away. They were told that Aboriginal people were bad. Worse still, they were told that their parents and grandparents did not want them.
For years this happened, and those children became known as the stolen generations.
Our children were denied love and experienced physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. This left very deep, very complex, and very real wounds, leaving scars that are still being felt personally, socially, spiritually, and collectively.
In the time when our story started, we were able to parent in the cultural way that has seen our families survive and thrive for generations. Our people were strong, and our culture flowed and healed us in times of hurt.
But since the trauma of colonization and the stolen generations, we have not been able to heal in the same way. And we have unknowingly passed this trauma on to our children through sharing our sad stories and having them witness and experience our pain. This is known as intergenerational trauma, and we see symptoms today in broken relationships, disconnected families, violence, suicide, and drug and alcohol abuse.
But this is not where our story ends. We still have strong minds and hearts, and we still know who we were and where we belong. By creating safe and strong communities together, supporting our families to be free from pain, returning to our culture and building a strength of identity, we can stop the cycle of trauma and bring about positive intergenerational change so that we can continue to thrive for the next 60,000 years. There are simple things that we can all do to help heal our trauma.
Visit healingfoundation.org.au to find out more.
A little tough to follow the amazing talk by Dolores Huerta. We're all inspired by that. So what we're trying to do today is we're going to bring you 4 different perspectives of intergenerational trauma. And as we start, I'm going to introduce a panel briefly, but then they are going to tell their own stories so we can understand how intergenerational trauma affected each and every one of us. So to my left is Dr. Frausto, and she's from the County of San Bernardino, Department of Behavioral Health. We have Dr. Angela Clark-Luke. She's professor in educational leadership here at Cal State San Bernardino. And we have Dr. Hannah Kivalahula Udin, and she's also an assistant professor in educational leadership here at Cal State San Bernardino. So we're gonna start with Dr. Kivalahula Udin, and she's gonna tell us about her story.
Way. I'm a Puyallup elder from the state of Washington. I'm a member of the Puyallup tribe. I have only 3 minutes to talk, so I'm just going to try to give you a little sense of who I am. My great uncle is Billy Frank Jr., winner of the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2015 for his work in Indian fishing rights. His sister, Maisel Bridges, gave me my Indian name, Kivalahula. Something that happened to me is that, well, as you know, I have a PhD. I'm Dr. Kivalahula Udin. But in that process of going to school and getting my PhD, I had a personal healing. Because when you look at me, you might not think that I have been affected by intergenerational historical trauma. I have, 3 master's degrees before my PhD. People looked at me and they thought, oh, she's so successful. But really, it was when I went to work at the University of Hawaii and worked on my PhD and got deep into the research that I had a personal healing. What happened there? What happened there was I studied and I learned about what happened at Chamawa Indian Boarding School. That is where my grandmother went to school and my grandfather. So when we talk about our ancestors going to Indian boarding schools, you're talking about my grandma and my grandpa. Okay? And the part of the healing that I want to talk to you about is that when I was a child, I was never encouraged with my education, ever. My parents never even mentioned it. Not once did they say, can I see your report card? How are you doing? In my entire life, from birth to 18, they bought me 1 book, okay? The only reason that I went to college was because of Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews, he was a high school teacher, and he encouraged me. And so because of him, I went ahead and gave it a try. But what I found out, that means I'm about done. What I found out is that well, what it made me realize is that the stories and the life experiences that my ancestors experienced, I'm talking about my grandparents, the beatings that happened at Chamawa, the sexual abuse that happened there. What happened was when they went out into the community, they didn't know how to parent. Okay, so, and they brought these fears with them and these attitudes towards education. So during the 20 years that I worked as a school principal, that I worked in leadership, I wondered, why were we failing? Why did our children always fail every single year? Finally, I understood. It came to me as a realization. We have to have a healing. And as a community, we still haven't had it. So that this is why this is really the core of my work for my PhD, and this is where I want to go in the future, is I have to create that healing plan and get it out to my tribe and then to other tribes. And now I'm going to pass on to the next person.
Dr. Luke. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Angela Clark-Luke, and I am here to share a little bit about my story. You'll see the picture there of my grandfather's grandfather. I can go back to the early 1800s, and if we had more time, I'd give you a little bit more information, but he was enslaved, and he was 20 years old when slavery ended in Mississippi. How about that? My educational career began in a home with a divorced mother with 4 children. My mother had picked cotton in Mississippi. She didn't have the opportunity that I had to go to college, but she knew that education was extremely important. And she would often tell us that when you go and get you an education, no one can ever take it away from you. And number 2, don't depend on a man. My school was right down the street, and the thing about my school, where I went to school, was segregated, if you want to call it that. It was all black teachers, the administrators were black, and all the students were black. But the curriculum was not. The curriculum was about George Washington and Dick, Jane, and Sally, and no one in my neighborhood was named Dick, Jane, or Sally. We did have nicknames for people: Big Mama, Madea, Auntie, Junebug. You know, those were the people that I knew. My mother would often march and take the chance to go march and protest so that we could have assemblies like this. She was often threatened at her job that she wouldn't have a job to come back to. So I'm cutting out some things, but when Dr. King was assassinated in Memphis, it tore that city apart, believe me. I was a little girl, but I remember the trauma that it had upon the black community. He was assassinated because he came to help the sanitation workers. But we continued at that time, the 60s and 70s, if you'll remember, some of us are old enough to remember the music back then. We had Alex Haley writing Roots. There was this whole big movement, the civil rights movement of pro-blackness. And so the music reflected that in my community, and I think that was one of the things that helped to heal us. My high school jazz band was chosen to go with Jesse Jackson to come here to open for Ray Charles. And we wouldn't have had those kinds of opportunities if we weren't in a black community. So just remember some of these songs. Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. That was James Brown, right? A Change Is Gonna Come, Sam Cooke. What's Going On, Marvin Gaye. Shaft, Isaac Hayes. And the group that had a mixed gender and mixed race, Sly and the Family Stone. And then I went to UCLA, culture shock.
Dr. Frost. Buenos días. I'm Teresa Frausto. I am triple board certified in child, adult, and addiction psychiatry. And this year I became the first Chicana to be the president of the California Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists for the state.
perennial reason. Now I'll tell you my story. Oh, a little louder? Okay. Which part?
They just want to hear you, that's all.
I was born in Jackson, Michigan. My father was from Guanajuato, Mexico, and my mother was from Texas. So that makes me 1.5 Chicana, Mexican American, and for a brief moment, I was Hispanic. My grandparents were migrant farm workers. They went through Texas, through the Midwest, and finally landed in Marshall, Michigan. My mother was the youngest of 12 children and the only one to graduate from high school. But that was only because she was very stubborn, tenacious. She had to make a deal with my abuelo, Marcelino, that if she were to graduate high school and get that high school diploma, that she would be able to make more money than working in the fields. But my grandfather did not believe that, because why does a woman need to have education just to get married and have children? They needed money to survive. It wasn't just machismo, maybe a little, but they needed money to survive. My father, he came to the United States as a bracero, and then many times more, and finally landed in Michigan, where he met my mother. They were very hardworking, blue-collar workers. I am the oldest of three, and it was my job to take care of the family, my siblings, the house, cooking. And then my dad tried to teach me how to make tortillas. I was like, oh no, I saw the writing on the wall. My tortillas were all sorts of shapes, so that went to my sister, because Tere doesn't know how to make tortillas. It was in Michigan, there was a lot of Ku Klux Klan. And my father taught us to be afraid of the police. And we were always watching for the police. It's a miracle that he's alive, because he's muy hablador, really talkative, so it's a miracle that he's made it this far. But even till this day, I still am watching out for the police. It's in the genes, it's there. There's genetics. I went to college. My parents were all for college, the same. Don't rely on any men. You need to take care of yourself. And I was free. I didn't have to take care of anyone. It was wonderful. I was learning so much. I was a women's studies major. It was amazing. But then everything went to hell back home. My grandma became catatonic. That means she was depressed and she couldn't move and she wasn't eating. My cousins went to juvenile hall. I was writing letters. I was in college and I was writing letters to them in juvenile hall. My dad was laid off again. My mom was the primary breadwinner. And then my little sister tried to commit suicide. I was lost. Luckily, there was school counselors. The teachers saw that I was straight A's and now failing. Something was wrong. Therapy saved my life. And as my little sister says, brought us out of the whole luquera from our family, all the craziness that we had. So I say, si se puede.
Thank you. So my story is a little bit different. I am an immigrant, obviously by the accent, you know. So I came here as an adult, and my life in Lima, Peru was amazing, right? I thought it was. I was very sheltered. I was a good student. And my mom always told me that education was going to be my ticket to freedom, and don't ever depend on a man. You hear that? Right? So I was a good student. I got a scholarship to the university of my choice, and I started my studies. I graduated at 16, so by 17 I was in my second year of the university. And all the dreams were on me, because I was the first girl, the first one to go to college and all that. And what happened? Love happened. I was 17, I met my husband, he was from here, and here I come. You know, I had no idea. I thought that the United States was going to be just like Peru, without the terrorist attacks, without the military coup, without that part, right? Without the earthquakes that we suffered, like 3 that were 8 point whatever. So I came here, And I hit a wall. I didn't know why people were treating me in the way they were treating me. Why people were putting me in a box. They were saying, you belong here. All of a sudden they're telling me, you're in an interracial marriage. And I'm like, what? What does that mean? He's my husband. We're the same. Oh, no, no, no. You need to learn about that. You're Hispanic. I'm Latina. And I'm a Latina con ganas on top of it, right? But no, it really hurt me. I went into this era where I didn't have confidence in myself. I always wanted to finish school, but I didn't have the confidence. I go, what if I fail? My English, people told me wasn't good enough, even though I had graduated from ESL classes. And it took me 15 years in this place for me to gain the confidence to go back to school. And it was only because I got a job at a school, one of my customers said, we need you, we need somebody bilingual, please come help us. And I go, okay, I'll help. I've never been at a school working, but I'll do it. So I was a bilingual aide. And once that started, people encouraged me, you're a natural, you need to become a teacher, you need to do that. I'm going to school, I don't know. They go, you can do it, we'll help you, just go. So that's what happened. I started going to school and I became a schoolgirl again. I didn't stop. I went through all these degrees. Became a teacher, then a principal, vice principal, principal. I can't even tell you all the things I did. Ended up as an assistant soup of ed services. And then I thought I'd retire for 2 weeks and I came here. And I've been here now, this is my 5th year. But the lesson is that education was liberation for me. That's where I learned about all these things, why people were saying the things they were saying, why the difference between being a Latina in Peru versus being a Latina here. And it had a lot of historical truth, a lot of trauma that is passed through generations. And even if you're a guest here, you become part of the people and you still have all those things. And those things happen in Latin America too. We have the violence there, we have not just the military takeovers, but you also have the terrorism and now the cartel, right? We suffer all those things in the towns too. So I'm just saying, education was my way out, my way to understand why I was feeling the way I was feeling. So with that, you can hear 4 different stories with similarities. I mean, we are all women here, women con ganas también, right? And we're bringing to you today, for educators or for anyone, if somebody in your family, what does trauma look like? What should we be aware of? We're gonna start with our doctor in residence right now, and she's gonna tell us what are some of those signs that we need to look out for.
So trauma can be physical, emotional, and cognitive, all of those. And I don't think that we really appreciate that all of that can be happening at one time. So when we first experience trauma, there is fear, anger, a lot of anger, denial, but our bodies also feel it, chills, headaches, stomach aches, especially children. Children will end up having a lot of headaches and stomach aches. But if it goes on for a long time, if it becomes chronic, or severe, like something major happens where your life is threatened or the life of your family is threatened, it can become post-traumatic stress disorder. But I think that we need to have a new word besides post-traumatic stress disorder. Enrique was telling us last night, this is chronic trauma. So if any of you can think of a new word, just let me know. But when it becomes chronic and we have post-traumatic stress disorder, it then affects our ability to function. We cannot do our work, we cannot parent, we cannot go to school. We have nightmares, really intrusive thoughts, bad dreams. Little children will reenact play. And so they will look like they're playing, but they're not smiling. They're pretending to do something, usually what happened in the trauma, but it's repetitive, like a robot. And little children will also regress. Adults also regress, but little children will also regress. They'll become clingy and maybe start bedwetting again. And again, with chronic stress, this will then affect our physical health and cause our immune system to become weakened. The chronic stress makes our hormone called cortisol to go sky high, and cortisol tends to shut down our immune system. And then what happens? We get sick, we get cancer, we get diabetes, we get hypertension. You see where I'm going with this? That's what trauma looks like.
Thank you. Dr. What can we learn about the trauma, what it looks like in our tribal schools?
Well, Okay, so it was what I was starting to talk about earlier is that one of the observations that I made during the years that I worked as a school administrator is I just felt that there was a lot of apathy towards education, and it felt very widespread throughout the school. When I would go out and do home visits to the families, I did not find children's literature in the homes. So I wrote grants to the Department of Education to get books into their homes. Also the Imagination Library from Dolly Parton, she also provided books for our kids too in our school. That's one of the things that you will see. Also, I noticed that the eldest people from our tribe, when they walked through the door to the school, you could feel their apprehension. And I remember talking to the parent involvement specialist at the time, and she said, I don't understand it. And after I got to Hawaii at the University of Hawaii and got deeply into the research of what happened in Chamawa Indian boarding schools, which is where our people went to school, then I finally understood. I thought, oh my God. What happened is, I'm going to guess, that our grandparents, my grandparents, came back and told their families what happened, and this has to be the core of what caused distrust. But you will definitely also observe a distrust of the administrators who work at the school.
Thank you. Dr. Luke.
I'm going to mention a few types of trauma. And let me just go back in time just a little bit. The settlers' colonial trauma is one type. If you ever get a chance, read the book by Dr. Joy Leary. It's called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, America's Legacy of Enduring Injury and Healing. And in that book, she talks about the different traumas, and I'm just going to go over a few, but they're very powerful. And one is, you know, there was a fear that black men would rape white women, right? So they lynched black men. And when I say lynch, you know the stories about how they would dismember them and do all kinds of horrific things to them. And that was done after slavery. That was after slavery. But they weren't the ones, the black men, who was doing the raping. Who was doing the raping? The white men were doing the raping to black women. And so there's this psychology of rape that has gone on from generation to generation because of that, along with the lynching, of course. There was an act called the Casual Killing Act. The Casual Killing Act basically said, you know what? If somebody is killed mistakenly, then it's not your fault. If you're correcting them, if you're correcting a slave and they happen to die, an enslaved person, and they happen to die, then it's not, you know, you're not to blame. You're not to blame for that. So the people who were killing, and because of this Casual Killing Act, were white women. And guess who they were killing? Black children. So we have that, which brings about the trauma of low self-esteem, if you even have any at all, vacant self-esteem, hopelessness, a learned helplessness, self-hatred, colorism. So all of those things come into play when we think about the history and intergenerational trauma. There's also trauma porn. Trauma porn is when the media showcases those horrors and those terrors and the pain and the trauma in excessive amounts for the sake of entertainment, trauma porn. And then there's racial battle fatigue, and that is when things are happening over and over again, and you just get tired of it. And so the result of that is that you get older, you have the higher blood pressure, all of those things continue to work on our bodies and our minds and our souls.
Okay, we have time for one question. So we have our puentistas. Is the microphone? Where's the microphone? There you go.
Hi, is it on? It's on? Hi, I'm Itzel Arias. Just like a brief, I'm the youngest in a family of 7, and in my experience, I've been a witness of violence. My brothers have always just been always into problems, and so I have never been, even if I wasn't involved, it would affect my mother, which would affect me, so I would go to school anxious, stressed. So my question to you is, what tools and practices can you give me that I can share with people in similar situations like mine?
Thank you for your question. I wanted to say that you have brought up exactly the issues that we deal with. Sometimes trauma is caused by external factors, things that happen outside of us, the violence and what we see, but also within our families, and we have to be aware of it. And as Latinos, it causes a lot of, I'm sure in other cultures as well, but the same ideals that we have that we value, like familismo, right? Familias first, keeping secrets, don't say anything. Those create more trauma in the other students and the other children at home. So what can we do about it is seek help. You know, become aware, raise the critical awareness. Why are we in this situation? What are we going to do about it? And at the end of the day, what empowers us all to heal is to act and to do things that are going to help our society, our culture. So anything you would like to add about that?
We have to look at mental health as being normal, that it is something that we talk about every day. So what I love about COVID, okay, no, COVID was bad, but what did COVID do for us? Everybody was traumatized in the whole world. Everybody was traumatized all at the same time. And everybody started talking about mental health. Thank you, COVID. It is important that we take care of ourselves and very important to give ourselves grace. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be mad. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take a mental health day. Yes, it's okay. Turn off the social media. That's what I have to say.
To wrap it up, I want to talk to all my fellow educators that what you can do is learn about trauma, what it looks like, recognize these behaviors, recognize inequities, but also recognize assets and have an asset-minded approach to everything. We all come with gifts, and we just need to recognize them. Then understand the culture and cultural patterns of your students, strengthen family relationships, and make sure you're an advocate for your students and their families. And the most important thing in your classroom, establish routines, patterns that give safety to our students. That predictability feels good, all right? And then, again, raise the level of critical awareness. All of us need that concientización, like Paulo Freire said. We need to know what is happening so then we can gain the tools and act on inequities and injustices. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Gracias, thank you. Okay, give us a couple minutes to switch, and if our esteemed panelists can go to our interview section, para allá. Okay, so give us a couple minutes to switch.
Yeah, just there you go. Yeah.
you happen to be an early bird, you get a seat.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if we have your names correct, you're Carmen, right? Okay. And you're not just Carmen, you're Dr. Carmen. So you did a lot to get there, obviously. There's a lot of stuff, and people don't really appreciate it. And I'm glad you guys mentioned it because the whole thing was Uvalde, right? Uvalde, or how do you say it? Uvalde?
Uvalde?
Yeah.
Uvalde.
Yeah. Because, we don't really hear much about it on that one, but it really is about that because tell us what happened there.
Well, that, I don't know if
It's on.
That is what some young man that was from the community itself came and massacred all these students and teachers, and it was such a traumatic event for the community, for the teachers, for the students, that it's very difficult to move from that. That type of violence, when you experience it in person, is physically and mentally and emotionally traumatic.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for that to heal, you need help.
Yes.
You cannot do it just in your family. You cannot do it alone.
Just get in tight.
Yes, let's come around, join us.
And it doesn't just affect them, but it affects us
Yes.
as well to see something like that, because what happens is we are afraid. So can we really be safe in our schools? Can we really?
Yeah.
And as administrators, as educators, we have to be vigilant.
Right.
We have to always be aware of what is happening, the perimeter of the school and that. So that is just one example of a major massacre that was done by somebody with mental health problems.
Yes.
But there's a lot of other types of violence that happen in our own families, like
Right.
that young lady was saying. Or for Latinos, we have to be aware of the before immigration people that come here, what they suffer, what
Yep.
they see, what their kids see. During that migration
Yes,
process and
yes.
everything they see.
So
and
many
they
stories,
suffer,
yes.
So many. And then coming here,
Yeah.
what they suffer when they come here.
Yeah.
Those fears. And the kids that are seeing all these things. So we have to be aware of all those things. And another thing is separation. Many times the children are separated from their parents, which is another unimaginable source
Heartbreaking,
of
yes.
stress and trauma for them
Yeah.
as well.
And I think well, for me, just sitting here hearing the different stories as quickly as you had to tell them, we really got a sense of what you all have been through and a little peek into that. And I think one of you named, like, there are some similarities in that experience. And I'm just curious, I think we need more spaces like this to talk about it, to normalize it, because as you were all talking, I was thinking of similar experiences that I've had or people close to me have had. And so what message do you have for folks that are listening and thinking, wow, I finally get to hear this? Let's pass this around. How do we keep this message in the community alive and normalize what we have walked through as a collective?
Well, I can start. I'll just say that we need to communicate with each other a little bit better and to do a little more outreach. And that would be helpful, to go cross-cultural and to have curriculum in schools that really talks about the different groups that contributed to America's growth and America's wealth. So to have the communication, to talk, to reach out, I think that would be helpful, and to include the families.
Absolutely.
I think that would be awesome for us to be able to do that.
Thank you.
What I would add to that is advocacy. That at this stage, we really do need to look at the legislation and the laws that are affecting, and it will affect us for years and years to come. And I think that, especially as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, what they're doing right now as far as the education and the banning of the books and the outing of the children in schools, we're just going backwards and making it unsafe. And the power is in education and in advocacy.
Well, they're telling us to wrap it up, so I'm going to leave you with one real last thing, because Enrique is very on time.
I think that-
we're over. But let me ask you this. Obviously, it's about the kids. Let's put it about the kids, right? We have the abuse. We have the racist. It's still there. But what can we do about the kids to be safe? Go ahead.
Well, that wasn't what was on my mind, but let me just say that after you have learned about trauma, intergenerational historical trauma, whether you're an educator or you're an administrator, then you have to ask yourself, now that you know what you know, what are you going to do about it? So you need to become activists, and we need to make a commitment to doing action, not just reading about it and thinking about it, but we need to protect our kids, and we need to make environments where they feel safe and where they can learn about what has happened and where they can regain their own identity, their own indigenous identity or cultural identity, whatever that is, and become proud of who they are and what culture they're from. We have to work towards building our self-esteem and our sense of self-efficacy, and then we can be successful in our lives and have a healing.
That's so true. Thank you.
Let's keep it about the kids,
I
you
just
know?
want to add that it takes all of us to act.
Yeah.
And as Latinos, sometimes we don't want to say anything, but we need to be metiches. We need to be asking the schools.
In the kids'
what
lives,
are you
too.
doing?
Yeah.
Yes, because
they
need
have
to
problems
see
that they
us.
don't say it.
That's right.
That's what you guys are about, right?
That's
about
right.
the kids. All right, we're out of time.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. We got more right after this.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next panel will be introduced by la doctora Ángela Valenzuela. Ángela is a professor, director of the TCEP, and is that how you guys pronounce it? TCEP. There you go. And associate vice president for school partnerships at the University of Texas at Austin. There. All right. Okay, before la profa comes to the speaks, we want to direct you to the large screen for just a short clip. Okay, and then it'll be all yours. Thank you.
There was a group of Texas Rangers that called on a cavalry of U.S. soldiers to travel to the community of Porvenir in the middle of the night on January 28, 1918. They woke all of the sleeping residents from their beds, separated 15 men and boys from the families, and executed them en masse.
This is my father. His name is Longino Flores Mesa, and he used to go by Lonnie Mesa. It was because of his funeral that I found out all about the massacre. His brother, Juan Mesa, came to the funeral, and we were all talking about the past, and he brought up the massacre. And we didn't know anything about it at the time. We had heard something about a massacre, but we thought maybe it was an Indian massacre. We didn't know what it was. But he said no, it was a massacre, and it was done by the Texas Rangers. And we did not believe him at all. We just said, oh, Uncle, that's not true. Texas Rangers wouldn't be killing people. And he goes, oh, no, they did. My great-grandfather, Longino Flores, he was a farmer. And everybody there at the village were farmers, and they were good at it. And I, to this day, believe that that's probably one of the reasons that the ranchers wanted them gone. They did not want to see them succeed, and they were succeeding. In fact, there is a story that they had stolen their horses. They stole their horses even before they massacred them. I mean, that's everything they had was gone within days. There were close to 49 children that were left fatherless. Nobody cared. It's so outrageous that these rangers took the lives of these men and then went home to their families and didn't think anything of it.
When you actually look at the historical event itself, it's a massacre by Texas law enforcement in the presence of U.S. soldiers. And to not see prosecutions of people who participated in massacring men and boys is a tragedy that as people we have to reconcile 100 years later.
Missing and murdered Indigenous people. That's the epidemic where far too many Native Americans disappear or get killed, and their cases go underreported and unsolved. Now there's a new push for state lawmakers to do something about it. Becca Habegger tells us tonight how tribal leaders and their allies are raising awareness.
We believe you. We support you.
Indigenous people and allies from all over the state gathered outside the Capitol Tuesday to mark California's first ever Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Day of Action, led by the Yurok tribe.
This is a big step forward in the state of California as far as telling the story about missing and murdered Indigenous women, Indigenous persons that has been happening in Indian country for many years when I was growing up. But now it's risen to the level of getting awareness and gaining allies.
Assemblymember James Ramos is chair of the California Native American Legislative Caucus. He's also the first California Native American elected to the state assembly and has been working to pass solutions to the missing and murdered Indigenous people, or MMIP, crisis, including a feather alert system that was signed into law last year.
That when
University of Texas. He's my partner in crime and my husband. And we have another wonderful pair, another couple. We're old friends, and it's beginning with Dean. I want to say Dean. He's student dean of Austin Community College, Manuel Samarripa, and he's also the president of the National Latinx Psychological Association. And we also have Jessica Tatotliani Samarripa, who's a mujer in medicina, danzante, and involved in the Danza de la Luna. And what brings us together in the more recent moment is that when the Uvalde shooting happened, we had a healing ceremony. We just thought it was so important to come together in Austin in solidarity with the people of Uvalde. And it was a beautiful ceremony. We had danza, but we also talked politics. So it was a full day back in, it was June, 2 years ago. And ever since then, we've been involved in different ways at the legislature and also within LULAC, advocating for gun safety. I won't go on. I want to get the conversation started, and I want to begin by talking about the recent spate of violence in Texas. So we'll begin with President Garcia. Can you please speak to LULAC's response to it in places like Uvalde and El Paso?
Sure. All right, so hate and racism have various faces. Yeah, when I was a little kid, they told me, cuidado con el cucuy, o te lleva la llorona. You never expect that hate might have a badge and a uniform, okay? And how many of you have been stopped for driving while brown? Okay? If you're a Latino male, you've probably been stopped, okay? And those incidents can create all kinds of situations. And the rhetoric that we're hearing from politicos about, it's an invasion, the vermin are coming, the brown people are coming, creates a cauldron of hate that is worse than the Cucuy and La Llorona together, okay? And what I saw in El Paso was a young white guy who drove 600 miles from Allen, Texas to El Paso to kill Mexicans. That was his objective. He had an AR-15, and this kid was 19 years old, and he had already been brainwashed with the hate. And I was there the day after the shooting. I went and I talked to a lady named Coco Garcia. And she and her husband had a little girls' soccer team of, I believe, 9-year-olds. And they had a table like this, and when the shooter came to the front of the Walmart, they saw him open fire on people, and the husband picked up the table and put it up so that the little girls could run inside the Walmart and leave. He was shot 4 times. And then she ran behind her daughter, who was 9, and the rest of the team, and she was shot twice in the back, okay, and went down. And the reason I tell you that is her husband died like 4 months after the shooting. Coco, a week later, we had a march against hate in El Paso. We had about 5,000 people march with us. And she got out of her hospital bed and came to the march to talk to the people, okay? That is how she responded to that hate, okay? And we need to be able to deal with that. And then I went to Uvalde about a week after the shooting. And LULAC raised about $2 million for the families. And there, an 18-year-old on his 18th birthday with mental health issues got an AR-15 and killed 28 little boys and girls, okay? And he had also been brainwashed. And what's sad about that is that the white police did not show up. They let him in there for an hour because he was killing little brown and black people. In my opinion, that was what happened. But either way, how did they respond? The father of a 9-year-old who was killed, his name's Jose Cáceres, created the first LULAC council in Uvalde. The mother of a 9-year-old is running for mayor of Uvalde right now and next year, okay? That's how they responded. And that's how you should respond to them.
Thank you. So Manuel and Jessica, we worked together, and Emilio, of course, on the healing ceremony that followed. I think it was 2 weeks after the killing. Why was that important, in your opinion?
Okay. Mateo, thank you for having me here. I think one of the things when we were coming together for that healing ceremony was that we understood that the killing of our children, we already knew that was already yet another act of violence that has been happening since 1492. And these traumas are collective traumas. They're collective traumas in that they affect our whole community, whether we were in Uvalde or not. And it's important to meet collective trauma with collective healing. That is something we have always done as a people. We are collectivistic, and it is something that was key in our response. It also fought against the idea that you can do anything to us and we won't show up. We also needed to honor the spirit of those kids and honor everyone else to know that we will show up. And you know what we're going to do? In addition to running for mayor and in addition to doing a LULAC council, we are also going to heal. We are also going to pray together. We're also going to bring in that important spiritual component that is crucial to who we are. There's a lot other to say, but...
Mateo, con permiso de los cuatro direcciones, con permiso de permission of my sacred womb, with permission of my ancestors, I'm Jessica Tlazotiani Samaripa, and the reason why it was important for us to gather after Uvalde to do ceremony was first for me because I'm a mother. All of those children are my children, and I stand in solidarity with those mothers that lost their children. That's first and foremost. Secondly, if we're going to be having to live through since 1492 this collective dehumanization of our people, this violence of erasure that we just ignore, what happens to our people, these violent acts where we can just turn a blind eye to the detention centers, to our children being murdered, Mateo, then in that case we need to show up. If we're going to live in this state of white supremacy, in this contemporary coloniality with a traumatized identity that understands deeply that we are not valued as a people, then we need to respond with spirit. We need to respond in solidarity. We need to respond as mothers, fathers, parents, and we need to heal our children and ourselves 7 generations back and forward. In that ceremony, our kids did a little ceremony within the ceremony for the children in the direction of the south, direction of children. And they gave ofrendas for those spirits of those children, and those spirits of those children were there. They were present. And it was deeply healing for us to honor our children so that we could together honor those children that passed in those families. I honor all of your palabra, your voice, all of you young people here. It's important and powerful that you understand your voice and that you ask these questions and give your palabra, because we need to show up when these things are done to our communities so that we can heal together. Mateo.
Mateo, thank you. I love the invocation of spirit. Mateo, we must invoke spirit. So I know, Emilio, you could talk about the political dimensions of it, because we did ceremony and we did politics, right? Spiritual activism, like Gloria Saldúa calls it. But what you also did in response was that you published a blog in Latinopia, which is a great resource if you haven't seen it, for Chicano archives and blogs. And in that essay, that blog, you were describing the context of Uvalde and portraying it felt like a colonial kind of frame with the Anglos in power and the Mexicans subdued. And you used the concept of cultural foreigners to apply to the Anglos in that context in Uvalde. Cultural foreigners, and I was really struck by that. Can you elaborate?
Well, I share words and an understanding that I developed on my own. I wanted to understand it. I'm a professor teacher. I'm in the business of trying to explain things. And so for me, one of the things is that I wanted to understand what happened. And I came to the concept of cultural foreigners. We ourselves can be cultural foreigners with our own people. Okay, there's just an asterisk here. But one of the things that struck me is that this young man who was a Mexican armed himself not only with an AR-15, he armed himself with a shield. That is, he objectified. You have to do that, I suppose, in order to kill someone. You need to deny their humanity. And that's what I mean by cultural foreigner. You're distant from, in this case, the Mexican people. Historically, that area has been very violent against Mexicans. But the concept of cultural foreigner is what the killers themselves adopt. They have a shield. They have to deal with their own trauma. I don't think they'll ever fix themselves. But they try, and that's what that is, a shield that involves objectifying the other, placing the other outside of the realm of humanity. And that's my explanation to myself that I've shared with my students.
Yeah, I thought that was just so powerful to understand and unpack that colonial context. You know, we only have a little bit of time, and if you haven't seen the documentary Porvenir, it's I think on YouTube maybe, or it's you can download it on Amazon maybe. But I encourage all of you to see it. It's a real story. It was referenced in the film that we saw just now. And so I'd like to pivot to talk about the history of violence in Texas and the Southwest. And let's begin with the Porvenir massacre. And we have President Garcia, who has a direct connection to that he wants to share.
So my grandfather and my mother were born in Porvenir, Texas, okay? And so when you heard the story that in 1918, the Texas Rangers arrived in Porvenir, and they disarmed and then tied their hands behind their back, all the males between the ages of 12 and 76, and shot them in the back. What was their crime? They were Mexican-American, U.S. citizens, and they wanted their land. So I'll give you that. My great-grandfather, Pedro Cano, era ranchero. He had about 500 acres. He had cows, horses. After all the men were shot, luckily my grandfather, great-grandfather was not there, and my great-uncle were not, but they torched the houses, and all the families had to go into Mexico to avoid the violence. So when I was born, and my mother was 17, we were farm workers in La Pizca, and we were picking the crops on the lands that used to belong to my great-grandfather, okay? And I lived in a little house made of adobe with a dirt floor, no electricity, no running water, and most of you who have home worker backgrounds don't understand what I'm talking about. So that's what happened. So one of the things that drove me is to get is that Porvenir would not be forgotten. The story of Porvenir would not be forgotten. And that's why the documentary was done. That's why we put a memorial, because we are witnesses, somos testigos to that history, so that it doesn't happen again. And when I hear politicians talking about, well, we're going to send the army into Mexico, doesn't that sound like they're going after Villa or something again? I mean, and when you hear that they're militarizing our police departments across the country, we have to push back. And to me, resistance is important. Fighting back is important. So I always say, don't get mad, mobilize, organize, and win the vote. Y con eso se puede, y con ganas todo se puede.
So Emilio, how can we even begin to calculate the cost of this kind of violence, mass violence, lynchings? How can we begin to calculate it?
You asking me?
Yes.
Well, you know, again, I try to understand things, and once I understand them, they become personal, by the way. This is all very personal. And one of the ways in which I try to communicate that to my students is by saying that history has a long reach. Angela talks about ancestral knowledge. I don't know how that works, but I do believe, like Ms. Frausto, Dr. Frausto pointed out, that we carry these traumas from prior generations. Just to underscore this, if you look at the 15 Mexican American men and boys that were massacred in El Porvenir in 1918, you can calculate the loss over time. Each one of them conservatively could have had 3 children. Those 3 children could have each 3 children. You then take the formula, apply it for every 20 years, every generation. You would end up with about 6,000 people that could be with us here today but are not because of the massacre. It's personal. You could take also the very conservative figure of 500 Mexicans killed in 1 year in South Texas in the Lower Rio Valley by rangers mostly, but also by the military. You can take 500, use that same formula, you would end up with about 14 to 15,000 people that could be here but are not because their ancestors were massacred. You could apply that to many other instances. And by the way, when you look at it, I only gave you figures of the 15 that were massacred. What about the sons and daughters of the grandparents who become distant cousins? You end up with about another 15, 20,000 in one location in one day in the winter of 1918. You could apply that same computation with regards to the distant cousins. You end up in deep South Texas in 1915 with well over 40,000, 50,000 people that are not here with us today. It's personal.
Thank you.
And
Thank
it's
you.
very, I'm sorry to be so stark, but we have to do this, don't we?
Yeah, thank you. So, Jessica and Manuel, you're talking a lot about healing and healing from the trauma. There's a new area I've just learned about, liberation psychology. I really want to know about this. If you can please share a bit of your knowledge and wisdom.
Mateo, thank you so much. For those of you that know or that may not know, Jessica and I co-created the Institute of Chicanic Psychology. You can look up Raza Psychology, you'll find us. And one of the things that was really important in the work we're doing was incorporating a psychology that was actually reflective of who we are as indigenous people, who we are culturally. So we use, if there's any psychology that's kind of still in the mainstream that you study, let it be liberation psychology. And for us, we go a little bit farther from that because we use that in combination with our ancestral wisdom, our medicine. That has to be even almost primary in the healing that we do. But one of the things, just really quickly, is that in liberation psychology, what the research and what we know is that to heal, we need to recover that historical memory. So this healing, this well-being, this mental health also has a place among the politics, the advocacy, and the historians. And so recovering that historical memory means that collectively we have that voice. And it also means that what we have found when people are recovering from mass shootings, those that stay back, one of the main things that helps in their healing is not just their individual healing, but active resistance. That's from a psychological perspective. So everyone's saying it, even here. We must not just have a reactionary resilience. That's important, but we need to resist. Activism, engagement, that is all part of what we need to do.
Awesome.
Awesome. And then on a more personal level, if you don't have the capacity to reach out and do more, it is a revolutionary act for us to be able to raise a healthy family. That in and of itself is a revolutionary act. And wellness is a form of resistance. Our wellness, are dehumanized by the white supremacy, dominant cultural lens. Our wellness is a form of resistance. Rest as a revolution, where our bodies don't have to always overwork, overproduce to make others wealthy, like Dolores Huerta was saying. Honoring ourselves, honoring our voice, reclaiming our stories. These are also ways in which we can build our capacity so that we rise up and everybody can rise up with us. Oh, Mateo.
Oh, Mateo. It's so beautiful. In the process of organizing this panel, we had a rehearsal and discovered that Emilio and Jessica are cousins, are related. And so, somos primos.
We're all 3 times removed at most. If you're not like the rest of the people, 5 or 6 times removed. Somos
And just
primos.
really quickly, that's part of the healing ceremony we did, and those were the kids.
Yeah, in
that's
Uvalde.
that's the Uvalde healing ceremony.
Yeah. See how we're honoring the children there? We're carrying fire for them. That's our Sunflower Masa up there in the red and white. And there we all are. That's what Chicano psychology looks like. That's
Yes.
what wellness and resistance looks like. Oh, Mateo.
Yeah, so we're now at the final round of questions, and this is so important because of how grim the situation is, right, in our communities. What gives you hope? I'd like to begin with President Garcia. What gives you hope? You're the national leader of LULAC. You're going to these traumatic spaces, and you've been to Uvalde more than once. Can you speak to that, please?
What gives me hope is when I see people giving $20-30 to help the families in Uvalde who they've never met, and $2 million goes to help these basically farm worker families. That gives me hope that people believe in making a difference. When I see the father, Mr. Cáceres, says, you know what, mi hija did not die in vain. I want to make a difference here in Uvalde, which, by the way, is about 70% Latino, but every council member and mayor are white, okay? So they're registering people to vote, and they're getting the vote out, and I expect to have a Latino city council in Uvalde in the next 2 years. That's how you make a difference. And it's really important. LULAC is the nation's oldest and largest Latino civil rights organization. We just had the anniversary of Mendez versus Westminster. How many know what that means? Right? Did you know there were segregated schools here in California? Mexican schools and white schools. And a little girl named Ana Mendez decided she wanted to go to the white school, y comenzó el pedo, okay? Se armó todo. And LULAC filed a lawsuit on behalf of Ms. Mendez and some other families, and it ended segregated schools in California. That was before Brown versus Topeka, by the way, okay? It set up the stage. So that's, when you see people fight back like that, and you see people stand up and resist, I like what you said, that resistance is liberating. That's what makes a difference. Because I want to be there on that one day when we elect a Latino governor in California, or Latina, okay? And at the White House, when that Latino or Latina, somebody whose last name may end with an EZ, anybody's last name ends with an EZ? Hernandez, Lopez, Rodriguez, or a Garcia or a Castro, whatever, and becomes the first Latina president of the States. Because I think they have already been born. They might be in this room. They might be in San Antonio. They might be in El Paso or Chicago or Miami. And that's how you make a difference. And that's how you give hope.
Okay, Dr. Samara.
I'd like to quote 2 writers of Mexican origin that most of you probably don't know about because they don't appear in the standard curriculums. Saracela Ramirez in 1909. And this is in recognition of the sacrifices that all of you make. That is related to the violence. This is our response, as my prior speakers noted. But Saracela Ramirez said to people like you, she was here, she would say, you've ennobled yourselves as human beings because you're responding to the fundamental project, the fundamental responsibility to see the humanity in others and act upon it. That's what she said. With those words, she would be honoring you. The second author is José de la Luz Sainz. He was an indigenous Mexican co-founder of LULAC. He wrote a war diary and published it. Only war diary, as far as I know, written by a Mexican in any war. And he said, after talking with fellow Mexican soldiers, we are making the ultimate battlefield sacrifice so that generations from now, our people can make claims on the basis of our sacrifice. Our sacrifice as movement people is primary in our history. It ennobles us, it encourages us to go on, it heals. Yes, it does.
Amen. That's beautiful.
Okay.
And so,
I know.
go ahead. What gives you hope?
Okay, I think what gives me hope is that we are already connecting. We're doing things like this. We are already gathering. We're reconnecting with who we are, but we don't see that as much because that's not the dominant narrative. So we have the power, as Dolores Huerta was saying, the people power, to change that narrative. It's not that we have to do more, it's that we have to realize that we are already doing so much, and we have to recognize that within each other. We do also have wellness. Do you know that Latinos outlive whites and African Americans? We outlive them. And why? Because all we hear is all the health problems we have, which is true. We do have chronic health issues. But let's balance the narrative, right? We also have something within who we are. And I already gave you the answer. It's our ancestral knowledge and our ancestral wisdom that has gone through despite colonization. So we have wellness, and we know how to heal. We have a healing lineage. We have our own brown wellness, and I think that's what gives me hope. Mateo.
Beautiful, beautiful. The healing lineage. Jessica, palabra.
Oh, Mateo, what gives me hope is that we do have this ancestral wisdom. Now we lean, that sacred movement that we need to heal. Chinachli, the moment that a seed germinates into what it's going to become. The concept of zero, not as nothingness, but as the point of possibility. The 4 phases of the moon aligning with the 4 phases of a mujer. We have so much deep wisdom and deep knowledge, ancestral and intergenerational wisdom to heal the intergenerational trauma. And what we have as a tool too is our imagination. I remember a time in my life when I do imagine being different, the life that I could be. I've been 9 women since then, but I had to just use my imagination to change my life for me and for my children. So we can imagine what we want to create. Then we can start there and move backwards into creating and honoring our voices and our palabra. And be this rebozo, woven together, all the different threads that it takes, each of us, to weave the strong fabric, this cosmic tool of the mujer that carries our work, carries our children, aligns our bodies, warms us. We can create this strong community with a strong fabric together. And the last thing right now, because I could go on forever about what gives me hope, but right now, the last thing is that Pampani meets La Sotla. Pampani meets La Sotla. Ikanishi no yolot. Because I love you so much. Because we love each other so much with all of our heart. Oh, Mateo.
Oh, Mateo. Yeah. So you and Manuel, Jessica, y'all are such a blessing to us in Austin. I just want to say this one thing. I've always really deeply admired and respected Jessica because she has been the carrier of the fire. And not anyone can carry the fire. Not anyone should carry the fire because you have to be, you have to be centered. You have to be solid. I've always admired you for that. I've always have. And I wanted to say that publicly because you're very special. Thank you so much for being you. We have a question, I understand.
We have one question.
Buenas tardes. My name is Adriana Cervantes. First and foremost, we want to acknowledge the victims who have experienced hate crimes across the nation. Fortunately, my classmates and I haven't experienced this level of hate, but we've definitely experienced moments of fear where we don't know if we're the next ones targeted. When are we going to go beyond saying these hate crimes are just associated with mental illness? When students and the general population like us are experiencing these acts of violence. If the main issue is mental illness, what are we going to do to change this? No debería sentirme atacada por mi cultura y lengua nativa.
Thank you. Who on the panel would like to address that first?
Do you want to say? I would say, I didn't hear everything, but from my heart I would say, you are loved. You are loved by at least these people that are here, that wish you well, and that will do whatever they can to help you as you move forward in your life. Trust that.
I want to add that you are correct. A lot of these acts of violence are not always what we call quote unquote mental illness. But what they are is they are, again, a system that overlooks people that are reaching out for help at different points. Anyone that commits, this is also part of the work that I do, risk assessment and violence risk assessment to prevent these killings. What we know is every time there has been a mass killing, there has always been at least one or multiple outcries that people didn't pay attention to. What you don't hear is some of the work that has been done over the last 5 years that have prevented. And those people that have been prevented, those people that someone did pay attention to, and they found, all the stuff that they were going to use in their rooms or whatever, and sometimes they're convicted, they go to prison, and they come out and they're changed. And they almost always say, I was so close to killing people. I'm glad that somebody caught me, and I'm glad that I wasn't able to do it. So we need to pay attention. We can't just be like, oh, someone's just throwing that on social media, especially when it's outcries of people of color. Because we don't just have these personal difficult lives. We live under a system of colonial oppression. And so our mental health system, when it outcries, has to recognize that. They can't just treat the person in front of them as an individual disconnected from this history. We have to see the context of the history. We have to know that it all is related. Mateo, thank you for your question.
And I would say that healthcare should be a right for every American in this country. And not just physical, like going to a doctor because you broke your leg or your back hurts. Mental health should also be a basic right so that we stop that young man before he buys the AR-15 and enters that classroom in Uvalde. We help that lady who's been the victim of domestic violence or abuse. We help the healing process. And right now, if you're a working class person in the United States, black, white, or brown, you can't afford health care. You can't afford to pay a therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. Ahí va toda la renta. Okay? So that's what we need to change. And if you vote and you elect politicians who will represent the people instead of the corporations, then you can make a difference.
I would add to that, tú eres mi otro yo, in Lakesh. You are the other me. So we need to watch out for each other, hold on to each other. Trust yourselves. You're the one. You're the powerful one. You're sacred. Each of you is sacred, even though that's not what we hear. So trust that you can look out for your siblings, your sisters, and your brothers. Mateo.
Mateo, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. Let's give it up for them. Ya basta. Okay, 20 minutes for lunch. Not 30, 20 minutes. If you have a red wristband, we got burritos in the back. But you have to have the red wristband. Burritos are in the back. 20 minutes.
I don't even know. Were you on?
They could be interviewed.
We're on?
I think we're on. Would you?
Awesome. Okay, we got a lot of things going on right now. And we're getting the group here. It was a very important discussion. Now I'm going to have to go back on something. I kind of went a little hard on the last group because I thought, because we're an hour behind, seriously. We got way behind. Anyway, we haven't been cutting off the panelists, although I think we should, because we're so behind. And they're going to charge us a lot of money. Thank God we're at Cal State. Anyway, Cal State brought you guys in. I'm so glad that you're here. You talked about something that I wanted to talk about. I thought the last panel was the panel. I'm like, no one's talking about the massacre, Uvalde, everything in between. What should we do about that?
I think one of the things that that we were trying to point out is that one of the things that we always do in this country and in the healthcare system, including mental health, is we look at individuals and individual incidences. And I think that allows history to repeat itself. I think one of the things we were saying is that let's know that these things continue to happen and let's find out why. What are the pieces that we're missing? Who are we not listening to? Whose voices are we not hearing? So we need to make sure that that is integrated into our health and mental health care.
Mateo, and one thing that we do with the Institute of Chicano Psychology all the time is that we bring the invisible visible. So we need to keep calling out these systems that are in place that
For example, it is a violence to have lack of access to mental health care and health care, to have access to healthy food, housing, credit to be able to buy a home, education, right? That is a violence. And then the other violence is a violence of erasure, erasing our existence, erasing our peoples. So we need to continue to call these things out so that we can learn to value ourselves and stop the habit of internalized oppression that's been placed on deep within us for generations.
Well, and I'm glad you brought it up because right now, you know, and I say the massacre, a lot of people don't even know. They don't know, sometimes, I mean, you know about Uvalde, but we're talking about people that have violence. And I like that, you know, it was brought up by somebody who was really thinking, because I think the term, well, they're not well, kind of makes it okay-ish. But then I go, well, there are cops kind of doing things, and I go, is that unwell? And then I say, sometimes you can see the hate, right? Somebody mentioned earlier the Ku Klux Klan, you know. You see the hate, but no, you know, people kind of sidestep that, when in reality, and I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. Some people would probably not agree with me, but I think if you're going to say one thing, say hate, racism is a little unwell, unless you would disagree.
It sounds like it's a question of at what point do we say it's mental health, and at what point do we look at other factors, right? Yeah.
The police brutality against our peoples. Well, it is a piece of the entire contemporary coloniality that we're existing in. So they are encouraged, and really honestly, they have to have the training to learn to fight back the privilege to murder our peoples, to beat our peoples, and to leave families, you know, in years of complex trauma, generations of complex trauma, after losing those family members. So there has to be an accountability. It's the same with doctors. You wouldn't go around saying, oh, well, they're a doctor. They don't really have to be accountable for what they're doing. No, there needs to be an accountability because the entire society is unwell. There is a mass unwellness of white supremacy that these values and beliefs are rooted in, and these blind eyes being turned are rooted in.
Yeah. It sounds like these systems are just tragically flawed, tragically violent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they were set up to only respond to people that, as we know, already have means. The systems that we have are already set up for people with an assumption that they're health literate, that they're mental health literate. And I think when you're talking about hate and racism, and you're talking about mental illness, I think what happens is if somebody is struggling with mental illness, it can allow that hate and racism to take a hold in a certain way. So they can overlap, but they're not necessarily the same thing. But hate and racism is always unwell. It's always an imbalance.
I'm glad you said that. And I think maybe that's what I want to get to, because sometimes people normalize racism. They normalize hate, and they normalize it. Well, look, that's just me. And then they say in the very same, I'm not that, but you go, but you just treated that person kind of different than, you know, probably a family member. So I'm pretty sure something's there, but you go, okay, I get that. Maybe that's an opinion, maybe that's a behavior. But behaviors are usually deemed as unwell when they become hateful, or it gets to the level where you're going to punch someone, you're going to beat someone, or you're going to take a gun to their head and then shoot them. At what point does it go extreme?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things is that when you're in a context that, and this is starting to happen in our society, where people are being called out less for having hateful rhetoric because the political, winds shifted 4 or 5 years ago and still. And once you make it okay, even if you're an individual struggling with hate, but you have the context that allows that rhetoric to move forward, then I think that moves the pendulum. I think that moves the needle where some of these mass violent acts can happen. Because you're always going to have people that have racism, and you're always going to have people that have hate. But when you had the big push against, like, that's unacceptable, even as it seems like a moral issue, then they would keep it to themselves, maybe out of, not wanting to be called out, wanting to be shamed. Then we have that hope that next generation will help unlearn. We have to unlearn that. But now we're talking about diversity not being taught. We're talking about diverse curriculum in schools being taken out and attacked. So that, I think, is the scary piece that allows things
What's
to boil
being
over.
taken out, by the way, right now that people don't know?
Well, I think in Texas in particular, the state just passed regulations that no position that's funded by the state, from school districts to higher ed, can be a diversity inclusion position. No policies can include the words diversity and inclusion.
Really?
It's against the law.
It's a banned word
It's
now.
a banned. It's banned. And so that's where we're at.
What happens when you use it? Do you go to prison? I mean,
You can get cited.
well, it sounds-
You can
that
get
sounds
fined.
Like the Nazis. I mean, didn't they do that with certain books and certain?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying I love Texas, by the way. I love Texas. I have business there in Texas. I literally went there. But when you get to a certain level, people go, how did Nazis become a thing? It got taught at the schools.
Right.
And I say, if U.S. is what they're about, you don't go that way ever. And you say, no, we're not that. If anything, we're about everyone, not just. Well, here's the thing. I've always said, people disagree with me. I think, and I said this to a couple people. I said, how do you know when you're a minority? I said, how are you a minority? Maybe because you don't even understand that you're a minority. And I was talking to someone who happened to be white. And he says, I'm not a minority. I go, in some areas you kind of are when you think about it. So why would you go hate on people that when you go to your community, you go, I am the little guy. Be nice to the people around you because they can go very hateful. I mean, look at 7-Eleven and all those places, See, she loves your speech right now. They literally are coming up and say, please, I need help.
I think you have a point, though. I think there is so much in leaders kind of steering that narrative. I think
Right.
folks need to hear, like what you all just shared right now about Texas, I had no idea.
Right.
And so being able to make that more visible to us is part of it, I think. Can you share with us a little bit about what you two are doing? I have a feeling you're doing a lot. I'd love to hear about the work you're doing.
We are.
Mateo, yes. So we run the Institute of Chicana, Chicano, Chicanx Psychology. And there is a lot of work, a lot of need because of all the things that you're talking about. So we've been traveling a lot. We do community pláticas, community workshops that, you don't have to apply or have a certain prerequisite. No, everybody's welcome. We get from teenagers to abuelas. We also train mental health professionals and organizations to learn how to have a culturally centered approach to mental health. Manuel developed the Chicanx Affirmative Therapy course, so it really changes how you approach and be in space and hold space for community. And it matters because what you were talking about, we need education.
Culturally competent.
That is culturally competent. And it matters what seeds we're planting, right? We always need to bring it back to our Madrecita Tierra, our mother who shows us how to be, how to give. She gives us everything that we need, right? So what seeds are being planted in our communities? Are they seeds of hate? Are they learning nonviolence? What are our children learning? So we really just dedicate our lives to planting those seeds for our children and all the children. You want to add to what we do?
Well, I think the message in everything we do is some of the things that we were saying up there, which is, yes, there's a lot that we need to respond to in our communities because we know the need, but we always want to make sure that we highlight the wellness that is in our community. So when we talk, we have mental health professionals, but we also have community that come. We are very careful not to automatically teach what we know. We gather from the audience and uncover the things that their grandmothers did, their mothers did. Even if there was some unwellness, there's always wisdom that was passed down. Let's highlight it first because we have to stop looking to the larger curriculum, the larger people about how to be well. Let's remember that we have our own wellness.
Strength-based approach.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not a deficit model that usually is imposed on our people, but assuming competence in our families, leadership.
Yes.
I think people like the word wellness, but they fight it sometimes. And what I mean by that is, you're at a point, and I'm glad you said therapy, because I think sometimes therapists have a little baggage that they say they don't, but they do. Because I can see it. I see counselors say divorce, and you're like, aren't you a marriage counselor to help them out? Why are you saying divorce? So I get a little weird about that. But the point is,
He's judging them. That's what it is.
I am. I'm a judge person. Talk to a judge. They judge. But the point is this, I think wellness is good for people but people fight it. When I say that, I look at our community and I talk about the homeless community. A lot of our students are homeless right now. Okay, they are.
Yeah.
They're living out of cars. They're living maybe at home. Maybe they're like having a hard time, but they don't know how to maybe be on their own, and they're having a hard time. Can you talk about that? Because I know it's happening in the schools, right?
The unhoused students that, yep.
You deal with that a lot as the dean of clinical mental health at a community college. There's a lot of that.
Yes, I think one of the things that we know, kind of talking about systems of education, is that we need to have that responsibility. Now, that has shifted over the years in terms of universities and colleges about how we treat students. Before, it was a very elitist, only people that can afford it can go, and we just deal with teaching you certain subjects. And I think that community colleges and universities have begun to shift to take that communal responsibility. And I think that is what needs to happen. One of the things that's been very important in a lot of schools are behavioral intervention teams. And those were implemented for a while back, but especially after some of the shootings at Virginia Tech some years back, they were implemented as a protective tool against risk, but they are broader than that. And so what we do at the community college I'm at is our behavioral intervention team is like, if you have a student that shows concerning behavior, you define what that is, you let our interdisciplinary team know, and we talk about wraparound services. And so if there's financial need, that's great. If there's mental health need, that's great. But we watch them in hopes of making sure that they don't get lost. And
Start when they're little. Start in preschool. You need parent support specialists. If that child, a lot of the time the children go to school and eat, that's the only meal they're going to get until the next day. So we need to make sure that we're supporting the families so that the kids can learn.
You're doing a good job. I know, Jeannette, you have a lot of people that you know that are like in the, and I hate to call it therapy because people don't like therapy, okay? They hate
it's
therapists.
true.
It's really weird. I literally knew a family where the father was like, it's such a sham, or he used all kinds of words, and they didn't want to go to therapy even though they needed it because he molested the daughter. That's a very serious subject. But kids, they hide it. They say, oh, it's okay eventually. And then you go, man, you can go to prison for that. That's not right. And do you guys deal with stuff like that?
Oh, we deal with all kinds of traumas that the people come to us with. And whether it's through more typical mental health or if it's through more of spiritual healing, because we do both, people come to us with all kinds of traumas, and we just do our best to be responsive. I did want to say that while it is true that there is a lot of stigma around therapy in our community, there's stigma in the whole country. Let's not let that be another narrative of deficit of our culture, because when you see no stigma campaigns, they're not no Latino stigma campaigns. You see no stigma campaigns everywhere. When you see TV shows and people are saying, oh, maybe you should go to therapy, I think one thing that has shifted is a TV character will say, oh, that, I consider, but no, it's not for me. And all those characters are always white. So destigmatization needs to happen across everywhere. Do we have stigma problems in our community? Yes, but it's not just us. And our reasons are different. Our reasons are the lack of trust that we've had, some of the reasons we've given up there. The healthcare system, mental health care system didn't acknowledge us, didn't understand us, made things worse for us. And so the stigma is not just on us, and we have to always remember that.
But it's a two-pronged answer, too, because we do have to remember that the field of psychology was not created by us or for us. But we did ancestrally have the ancestral knowing that we talk with each other to be well, that the community comes and puts us back in balance.
Family.
So we have that. Therapy is ours in that way. But the modern day psychology and therapy wasn't created by us or for us, and it has caused our families harm. So that is why a lot of the time we're like, maybe that's not a safe place. Maybe we shouldn't go. So it's our responsibility to change the field, to decolonize the field, and to train the therapists and the mental health professionals so that we can come in a good way and support our people.
And then there's the narrative of having the honor of being the strong one in the family. And
Yes.
so the idea that going and getting help for anything shows weakness, and we need to posture for the survival of our people. And
Right.
so that's another huge element, I think, in some of the stigmas.
That's why we set up there. Our wellness is a form of resistance, right? And being able to raise a healthy family is a revolutionary act.
Yep.
Because we need to honor our bodies with rest. We need to not be expected to produce all the time and overwork. You know, we need to be well.
We do.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we had you. I know we kept you a little long, but I want to kind of put out there that there's a lot of people that are, if anything, getting help, healing, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Right.
You know, and maybe you don't want to hear the word "be well," but I go, well wishes to you because you don't want coronavirus. Seriously. Anyway, thank you so very much for spending
Thank
time
you.
with us.
Thank you.
Continue doing what you're doing. Keep positive.
Appreciate it.
And don't worry about, but always, do your own health too.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
We appreciate
We got
y'all talking
more.
with us. Take care.
Stay tuned. I know, right?
Hi, I'm Marty. I'm the DIY mechanic, and today I'm going to resurface my own rotor. Dang it! Not again! Wendy! Wendy! Please call the fire department guys again. It happened again.
Don't be like Marty. Come to Easy Oil and Brakes today and we will take care of you. No puppets were harmed during the filming of this video.
We were all mistaken. Why did we conduct a Raza Killings database report? Because the violence and killings don't.
For nearly 40 years, the team at Optimum Seismic has been constructing solutions that protect people and properties. We have retrofitted and renovated buildings across California and continue to construct improvements that make us safer. Earthquakes will happen, but they don't have to be a disaster. We have a responsibility to get prepared, to protect our buildings, businesses, and community at large. When the big one hits, we all need to be prepared.
No matter what it is, no matter what obstacles you come at in life, the very sense of us being Indian people gives you that will to strive and to become more than what the community thinks you can be. And I'm here today to let you know that I believe in you, that we believe in you. That's why we're here. That's why we're here, to make sure that you understand that hope does happen. Through education and with the community support, you can succeed, you can move forward. That's why we're here today, to show you that support.
It's absolutely essential that none of us rest until every one individual young person we serve thrives.
Every moment is an organizing opportunity. Every person, a potential activist. Every minute, a chance to change the world.
Hi, students. I've seen many of you, and I've missed some of you on my visits, and I'd like to thank you so much for putting this all together. This is the vision I had in my mind that it's been in my mind for 5 years now, and to see it come to fruition this is a very emotional day for me. I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely appreciate everything you did, all your hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, and I know there were a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and hours here. I congratulate you on how talented you are, and I wish you a bright future, and if there's anything I can do to help in the future, you just call me. Warmest regards. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. You did it, kids. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'd like to share with you an incredible story of strength and determination. Imagine a 10-year-old girl left alone in a place far from home, moving from Nigeria to foster homes in Florida. This is Eunice's story, but despite the challenges, she didn't give up. And with the help of the San Bernardino Community College District, she not only graduated this past spring, but she is now at the University of California. She's on a mission to become an attorney to help others. Eunice's story isn't just about her. Her story mirrors the ambition of our 23,000 students across the district. Despite the challenges of a post-pandemic world, we're seeing brighter days. The number of students returning to Crafton Hills College and San Bernardino Valley College has increased by more than 5%. Our focus isn't just on higher education and career training. We're teaming up with San Bernardino County and local partners to combat.
So we'll do after your panel. Oh, again, I'll introduce you, show a video clip, and then you introduce the panel. You're going to have 25 minutes.
But I get the kids.
Yeah, it was a half an hour. And you guys okay with one question? Okay, so we have high school students that have prepared questions. Yeah. So guys, question they gave us. Yeah, no.
You might have some
questions, but we have a teacher.
I'm not SAG-AFTRA. Yeah, I'm not SAG-AFTRA. I'm surprised about Halloween Live today. Yeah, we're broadcasting this on Halloween Live today. And Halloween Live today. So if you need a job, I can keep you there. I don't know what you do.
Oh, okay, they all need it all out there.
You didn't even tell me what you do.
I think
that's my sister. She's like a... You didn't say that. Hey, does that mean you... I don't need a job. You're going to need one.
Yeah, so how do they have questions?
What do you think Jake's still here? I can tell.
And then afterwards, go over there and get interviewed over there. That's ABC Talk Radio and Hollywood Live. Okay, I think we're ready. Cue video. Get the video?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said they could offer you a job. Why not? Use your one drive. They have good look. You know they can be over here. It's cheaper. It's cheaper over there. Did she buy that car?
And I'll walk on stage too, like come to the podium.
If I go to France and I say yes. That's your guy. Where's Mark? Show me a picture. I'll tell you. I'm psychic. Very psychic. I already know the guy.
Missing and murdered Indigenous people. That's the epidemic where far too many Native Americans disappear or get killed, and their cases go underreported and unsolved. Now there's a new push for state lawmakers to do something about it. Becca Habegger tells us tonight how tribal leaders and their allies are raising awareness.
We believe you. We support you.
Indigenous people and allies from all over the state gathered outside the Capitol Tuesday to mark California's first ever Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Day of Action, led by the Yurok tribe.
This is a big step forward in the state of California as far as telling the story about
Enough is enough. Okay, welcome back. I want to introduce to you, it's my great pleasure, well, reintroduce to you, he was here this morning, opened it up for us, the Honorable James C. Ramos. There you go, let's give it up for James. He's a champion among men, among our community, el campeón. You speak Spanish, right? El campeón, you speak Spanish, el campeón, call me el campeón. James is Serrano Cuilla. He's a California State Assembly member representing the 45th Assembly District. He's chair of the California Native American Legislative Caucus, chair, Select Committee on Native American Affairs, the first Native American to serve as chair of the Assembly Committee on Rules, and also chair of Joint Committee on Rules. Anyways, it's a huge honor for him to take time out of his busy schedule. And I'm going to introduce him, and then he'll introduce his panel. But before he, and I think he's going to speak from the table, before he starts, please pay attention to the screens.
Missing and murdered Indigenous people. That's the epidemic where far too many Native Americans disappear or get killed, and their cases go underreported and unsolved. Now there's a new push for state lawmakers to do something about it. Becca Habegger tells us tonight how tribal leaders and their allies are raising awareness.
We believe you. We support you.
Indigenous people and allies from all over the state gathered outside the Capitol Tuesday to mark California's first ever Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Day of Action, led by the Yurok tribe.
This is a big step forward in the state of California as far as telling the story about missing and murdered Indigenous women, Indigenous persons that has been happening in Indian country for many years when I was growing up. But now it's risen to the level of getting awareness and gaining allies.
Assemblymember James Ramos is chair of the California Native American Legislative Caucus. He's also the first California Native American elected to the state assembly and has been working to pass solutions to the missing and murdered Indigenous people, or MMIP, crisis, including a feather alert system that was signed into law last year.
That when someone goes missing from a federal Indian reservation, tribal community in the state of California, that feather alert can be triggered throughout the state of California, working with the CHP and local authorities.
This legislative session, Ramos is working to pass two more bills aimed at the MMIP crisis. One, AB 44, would grant tribal law enforcement and courts access to the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, or CLETS.
Right now, people are coming onto federal Indian reservations, and we don't know the severity of who these people are coming on. If we knew that, we could curb some of these violent acts against women and persons on reservations.
Today, as we honor our missing and murdered Indigenous relatives.
Speakers at Tuesday's historic event included Morningstar Galley, project director with Restoring Justice for Indigenous People.
There is a visibility and conversations that are happening in this moment that have not happened previously. We are all needed in this fight for justice.
California tribal leaders are calling for the state to invest $200 million into tribally proposed solutions and programs that are all aimed at reducing violence against Native people. And we do have more information on abc10.com/to-the-point.
Allowing us to have this panel here today, and it's really by standing together side by side that we're going to start to bring some resolve here in the state of California and across the nation on ensuring that California's first people and the nation's first people that are women and persons in general, that when things happen to them, that it's not swept under the rug. And we're having to call on the state of California to start to investigate murders against our people. It's that we stand side by side that we're going to start to bring resolve forward. So thank you for having us here. And today, I want to talk a little bit more about the discussion of MMIP. Some have heard about missing and murdered Native American women, indigenous women, but also Native persons and indigenous persons here in the state of California. More recently, because there's been more advocacy around it. But as those on the panel will discuss, we've been growing up with it around us on Indian reservations. I grew up on the Sandoval Indian Reservation. At a young age, we know that people went missing then also. So it's nothing new to Indian country. This has been going on. What is now happening is we're gaining allies and advocates to stand with us to ensure that that voice continues to move forward. The cases are often go on unsolved or uninvestigated by local law enforcement. And under this crisis, the disproportionate affects California's first people because of the different historical trauma that continues to plague California's first people. And by not having these investigated and bringing resolve to it, perpetrates that trauma even today in the contemporary setting. Some tribes in the state of California have declared an emergency around this issue. The Yurok tribe and Round Valley tribe and others in the state. Round Valley is up by Eden Valley, and that is basically the #1 area here in the state of California for missing and murdered indigenous women, where also suicide rate is the highest in the state of California and the nation. We have a long way to go by bringing attention to these issues. And California sits currently as #5 of all the states in the nation of not investigating or bringing resolve to murders that happen against our people. It's time that our voices are being heard together to ensure that the state of California steps forward and starts to investigate and bring public safety to California's first people and to the indigenous community here in the state of California. The rates of murdered and missing people in Native American communities is a shameful state and national tragedy. It does not receive the scrutiny and attention it deserves. But through events like this one today, we are here to share information and to raise awareness that we can reduce the violence and find the missing of our loved ones. We must bring awareness to this epidemic that has been plaguing Indian country for many years and many generations. I have made it a priority to address and implement policies that protect and prevent future harm for all of our community. When I was elected in the legislature in 2018, I became the first and only California Indian ever elected in the 173 year of the state of California. And even though that's a great accomplishment, we have to ask ourselves, why did it take so long for one of us to get there? And who's going to follow is the bigger question. Since coming into office, we moved forward on several bills centering around the issues. Missing and murdered indigenous women has always been an issue. And in 2020, I introduced AB 3099 that called on the Attorney General to start to create positions to investigate why these murders were going unsolved. What was the reason for it to happen? That bill was signed into law, and the Attorney General now has funding, $5 million every year, to be able to fund that positions and to bring that information forward. There's going to be a panel and conference going on tomorrow over in the Sandoval Indian Reservation, as our panelists will talk more about. But this goes deeper. This goes deeper than just talking about it today. This goes back to an act, Public Law 280, that asserted jurisdiction over Indian reservations here in the state of California. It was in 1978 that Public Law 280 moved forward and dealt with some of those things. In 1978, ICWA was created to make sure that our children were being able to be taught their curriculum, their culture, curriculum, and those things moving forward. That was under attack by the U.S. Supreme Court, but then they ruled in favor of the nation's first people to make sure that our kids now continue to move forward within our family structure, learning their culture, their sovereignty, making sure that voice is sound. All those things are attack on policies that at one time led by the different naming of kill the Indian, save the man, policies that tried to assimilate Indian people into the mainstream of America. The different laws in 78, ICWA was one, but in 1953, Public Law 280 stripped the jurisdictional areas here in the state of California and other states, 6 other states, that then the public safety resolved straight to the state. Up to this point, we've seen how public safety is something that's not afforded to all in the reservations and Indian communities in the state of California. That still lies as one of the major reasons for missing and murdered Indigenous women in the state of California. CLETS AB 44 is the first attempt to bring some of that back to the tribal governments, where now they would know under the CLETS reporting that tribal governments will be able to be engaged, if they so choose, to be able to get that information in a timely manner, being able to then be more proactive to who's coming on tribal lands and tribal communities in the state of California, to know who they are, to know if they have priors on kidnapping, domestic violence, felonies, that we could be more proactive, so we're not trying to convince law enforcement now to investigate a homicide of one of our people. We need to be more proactive to make sure that we never even get to that point. And that's why AB 44 is so important for us to move forward. And that's sitting on the governor's desk. So if you're so inclined to, we need as much letters as we can going to the governor's office now to sign AB 44 to start to move forward and be proactive to make sure that we're bringing our people home. Another bill that we introduced was AB 1314 that was signed into law, and for the first time created an alert system for the Native American population in the state of California. It's called the Feather Alert. So when someone goes missing, the first thing to do is call 911, and then the local law enforcement comes in, conducts an investigation, and then works with the tribal government. And then if it's then determined that these criteria is met, the CHP is notified, and a Feather Alert will go in areas in the state of California to try to bring that loved one home. That is a bill, that is a law that's there, a tool that's available to law enforcement. And we find ourselves going to different parts of the state of California, educating the communities and law enforcement about this tool that now is in their arsenal. We were just in LA County this week on the 26th in Downey, where we had local law enforcement there. And California is home to more individual tribal people than any other state in the nation, with a population of over 700,000 who identify as Native Americans. And of that 700,000 in the state of California, 363,000 live in LA County, close to 50%. Yet, when we brought that statistic up, it was news to a lot of those that were attending the conference roundtable in Downey. It's time that we continue to work together to ensure that all of our voices are being heard on all these issues. And many might find here today that over 50% of those that live in the state of California who call themselves Native American, close to 50% call LA County home. That could be a statistic that if it's the first time you're hearing, please spread that out there even more, because we need to let law enforcement, we need to let the victim services know in the county that's afforded to all in the state of California where we need to get these services moving forward too. And I'm pleased to be able to have with me today from the Soboba tribal government, Chairwoman Geneva Mojado. So let's give her a round of applause there. And we also have with us
President Benet Kalat, Board President of the Strong-Hearted Native Women's Coalition, and who also served on her tribal council of Palma. So give her a round of applause there. Geneva Mojado was elected in 2020 in tribal council in this current term and serves extensive tribal leadership in having previously served two terms as treasurer and secretary starting in 2006. Her commitment to the community extending to positions on the Soboba Foundation Board for over 9 years and as vice chair of the Soboba Economic Development Corporation for 4 years. Geneva was raised on the Soboba Reservation and holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Criminal Justice with a minor in Native American Studies from San Diego State University. She will be our first speaker.
Hello?
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman Ramos. Yeah, Chair, one day. I actually am the Vice Chairwoman of the Soboba Band of Luiseño Indians, and thank you for having me here today. But yes, MMIP, so Missing Murdered Indigenous People, and we add people instead of just women and girls. It went to people. But I just want to talk about a few things about why the color red. So they say that in some nations, some tribal nations, that red is a color that some of the spirits see, and we want the spirits of those, the lost, the missing, murdered, not coming home, to bring them home. So that's why we symbolize red for the MMIP. Also, too, the hand is for solidarity, like similarly, I can't say that word either. But yeah, so if I have it on my shirt, so if you see any merch or anything like that, please, that's how we want to bring awareness. You know, tomorrow, Soboba's gonna have an event with, Mr. Ramos said, with the Attorney General, and talk about how we're going to spend that $5 million. What are we gonna do? There's a lot of our people do go missing, and there's no resources. Well, the Sheriff's Department should be our resources, so they're also going to join us too, Riverside County Sheriffs, as well as the Office of Native American Affairs, the California Department of Justice, and then of course the tribe. But we also collaborated too with the Cahuilla Consortium, the Red Women Rising, Strong-Hearted Native Women Coalition, Indigenous Justice, Intertribal Court, and TASIN, which is Tribal Alliance of Sovereign Indian Nations. So tomorrow we are actually going to host where families can bring pictures of their lost loved ones. If they have any DNA records of those of their lost loved ones, we're gonna have speakers. It is a public event. I can probably share the flyer with the group today, but we ask that you register, so there's food and everything. But that'll be tomorrow from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock on the I wanted to just even bring you more awareness that for MMIP is media. So we just saw a clip of a newscast. There's different videos out there. There's a lot of Hulu videos about some of our, trying to bring more awareness with of our people. I don't know if any of you have seen a movie called Wind River, but that's a good movie in Montana. It's based in Montana. But Alaska Daily, which was so sad because they only had one season of Alaska Daily that didn't come back on. But that was a really good show to depict how law enforcement and the lack of knowledge, or just law enforcement not wanting to take on cases of missing, murdered Indigenous people. Res Dogs, I don't know if you guys ever seen Reservation Dogs. I mean, they touched on that too as well. And then we have 1923, taking it back all the way to boarding schools. You know, this is something that just didn't happen now. It's been happening for a long time. And now we're bringing, you know, some of our loved ones back and finding unmarked graves all around the United States and Canada. So it's been happening for a long time, and we're here to raise awareness, bring awareness, and hopefully take you along with us to share how we can prevent, how we can and solve some of our unsolved murders in Indian country. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernay Kalak, who is a dynamic Native leader who has represented Palma for 35 years. She was elected as committee member to the Palma Bands Tribal Council in 2008 and served another 2-year term as secretary and treasurer. Bernay is the co-founder of the Seven Chief Foundation, an organization that provides Native assistance in reaching their goals through athletics, education, and community. She is the board president of the Strong-Hearted Women's Coalition, as well as the board chair for Onopu Strategies. Bernay works as repatriation chair, and dedication to preserving Luiseño culture is remarkable and has been engaged in Indian culture and repatriation for over 38 years. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Assemblyman Ramos, as well as Vice Chairwoman Mahado, for sharing the words that they've had. Mio yamachashon ihon notong Bernay Kalak notong kalokom no pamangna. Hello, how are all of you? My name is Bernay Kalak, and I am from Palma, and I'm also from the Kalokum. It's a clan. It's one of the 3 remaining traditional names for the Luiseño people, and our people's original name is Bayomkochom. Bayomkochom means people of the West. Bayomkoish, it means West. Our language is very much here. We're still trying to preserve it. But today, my goal is to share some words with you all, but also have you possibly understand a little bit of the depth of us here, and we call it Indian country. And actually, this panel is very symbolic of who we are. Next to me here is actually my cousin, but she's from the Sabova tribe. It's one of our bands, one of our sister bands of the Bayomkochom people. And then, obviously, Assemblyman Ramos, not only a very good friend of mine, but also I consider him a brother, but my children are actually related to him. So 110, well, 9 plus, depending on who you're talking to, tribes in California, the relationships that we have are not just because we work together or we share, a seat on a panel. It's blood. So this is my family, and we very much share that within our communities. There's only a little over 200 people in my tribe, but each tribe is definitely different. As a Strong-Hearted Native Women's Coalition, our job is to provide resources in regards to domestic violence, behavioral health, resources in regards to human trafficking, and also concentrating on the missing and murdered Indian people. Yesterday, I was at a meeting with the California Tribal Business Alliance, and we were discussing the great deeds that we are so thankful that Assemblyman Ramos has been able to do for us as Indian country. But as he sits there, we talked about how he represents us and has able to share with the outside world who we are as Native people. And it is definitely tragic for 38 years, and I'm 39, just kidding. Yeah. Just kidding. But I know. But it was something that I shared there at the meeting, was the fact that every year of our lives, we can remember somebody gone missing or murdered, and still we wonder why. And I'm a practitioner of our culture, so is Assemblyman Ramos, so is Geneva. My job is to help bury our people. I help with our wakes, I sing at our funerals. But my fathers told me, as important is life, so is death. The sun rises, the sun sets. So for us, when And sorry, it's a pretty emotional thing, you know, to talk about. But when our people go missing, there's no closure for anybody. You know, if you can't bury your people and see them go to the next place, it's tragic. Not just for me or my children or my family, but for all of our generations. And so when our people go missing or murdered and they're not solved, it's just not the fact that, oh, when am I going to see them, or when are they going to come back home? It's actually even more so the fact that we cannot allow them to be on their journey. It's so devastating. And it does cause generational trauma. All the way back to when the missions came. What happened to us as not only slave laborers, but even during the gold rush time, they sold us. There was we were property. There was not a value to us, but a value to them. So it goes all the way back in that time. And so here we are in 2023, and we're still dealing with it. And the outside world says, how is that possible that that happens to you guys? Oh, you tell me. So it is very important that you, as our brothers and sisters and our connecting communities, understand the difference that we have between our reservations, between our governments. And again, reservations are just an area that we were put on, right? I mean, it's ironic that even during COVID, we got locked down on our reservation. I was like, that's so weird, right? I was like, what the heck? Anyways, issues. But, it's extremely important, again, in regards to understanding the true history of what has happened to our people. I am very proud to say that, my mom is full-blooded Warica. She's Huichol. And, yeah, thanks. And actually, they share the similar language, the Luceños and the Huichol people. There's a dialect. So, but, yeah, I'm very thankful to be able to serve in the role as the president of the Strong-Hearted Native Women's Coalition, as well as 7G. But I implore you, ask us the questions. Invite us to come speak at your events. Write the letters that support AB 44 and all the other ones that Assemblyman Ramos is putting forth. Ask the governor to push those. It is you, the outside community, that we need to join with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a couple questions. One question for Jeannette is going to be, what can tribal nations continue to do in order to bring awareness to MMIP?
Really quick, so I kind of touched a little bit on that, but like the event that Saboba's hosting tomorrow, being here today, making all of you aware, like Benet said, but just getting the word out there. So May 5th is actually declared MMIP Awareness Day for the whole United States. So May 5th, wear your red and make all who you know aware of MMIP and support legislative action, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you so much for that. We have one question for Benet Kalak. Why is it important to use culture as prevention when providing resources and support to those impacted by violence?
That's a really good question, and I'm actually extremely thankful to be asked that question. And I touched on it a little bit in regards to life and death. We're a people of culture. It is who we are. That is our identity. We could have everything loaded up on us, but the one core thing that we have is our culture. So using the culture, whether it be for a man or a woman, is extremely important because that allows our people to go to the next level in life. Tragically, because of what happened with the missions and the gold rush and Hollywood and Disney, that a lot of our ceremonies were taken away. A lot of our people were, you know, in the military or at boarding schools, so they were removed. So it is extremely important for our men and women to experience the passages of rites of passages, puberty, because that teaches our young women how to be strong women, to believe in who they are, to see how the beauty that they have in and outside of them. With our men, it is their right through puberty, through the culture, to be our protectors. But not only that, but sit on the same place as we are. We can't do it alone. We need each other to continue in life. So in regards to the culture, it is imperative to ensure that that is provided as a resource to allow our people to grow and become stronger.
Thank you so much for that. I understand we do have a question from the audience, from the students. Is that correct?
Marlon Perez, and it feels like every other week on the news there is some story of someone from a minority group being killed. So how many people from minority groups have to be killed for people to start caring? And what can we as a youth do to help educate people to understand this massive issue?
Thank you for that. Would
Yeah,
anybody like to tackle that?
Sure. I think, thank you again for asking the question, but I think you are the answer. So that's why I appreciate and I applaud you for asking that question, because you are the answer. Our generations are the answer. My expectation of you is to be sitting here with Assemblyman Ramos as a future assembly person, as a congressman. That is what we do, because the message is also to continue to educate people and ask that question, how many of us have to die before you do something?
Is there another question? That's it?
Any last thoughts?
I think, you know, on that realm, I think this, what we're doing here today with LEAD, making sure that, you know, we're all standing united, where enough is enough, where we stand united together, sends a strong message. And to have our youth speak up about the murders that continue to go on. And to hear from this panel that the murders of missing and murdered Native American women, Native persons, Indigenous persons continue to go unsolved here in the state of California. Well, we're number 5 of unsolved homicides of all the states in the nation. When we have the largest Native American population, I think our voices, enough is enough, needs to be unified. And there's someone that I've worked closely with in the Assembly on pieces of legislation that changed a name of a law school in San Francisco. It bear the name Hastings Law School, but Hastings was shown to have funded militias against Round Valley Indian people, Yuki Indian people, brought genocide. And when it went to his committee, he was so behind that bill moved forward, and that college no longer bears that name. We took that name off, and it's now called College of the Law San Francisco, and that's Assembly Member Jose Medina. So we continue to stand together and to say enough is enough. Enough is enough when it comes to our people. Yes. We deserve to make sure that our voices are being heard, unified, all together, culturally, and the diversity of the state of California. Thank you so much.
All right. Ya basta! Gracias. Okay, it's time for our afternoon speakers, so we're going to ask our esteemed panelists to go stage right and give us a couple minutes to switch. No, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
This was on the whole time.
Are we on?
Testing. sure. Come join us. It doesn't matter. We can just, if you guys want to come in, yeah. If you want to stand, sit, people are doing whatever they
Okay,
can.
sorry. We're here live, and we're doing a lot behind the scenes, trying to get everybody situated. We need another chair, my God. But we got so much going on, and I will say this. This particular subject is very important. It's one of those that a lot of people, they don't watch enough news. I'm not going to lie. I'm on ABC, and ABC, we actually say, okay, we get some information, but we don't get all the information. And sometimes it's segmented. What I mean by that is somebody will like say the information, and then we see the report, and that's it. It goes away. But you guys are bringing up something that a lot of people, they don't talk enough about it. And as a person who has power, and you asked, I think it was you said, how long is it going to take? And I say it takes one life. How long has it taken to get any, like, why are people going missing? Why are they found murdered? And what's the reason they're putting out there?
I think part of that deals with the mentality, at least here in the state of California, from the early Russian exploration to the Spanish incursion with the missions to the gold rush. Each one of those eras looked at Indian women as something less than equal to them, were brought the mentality of different slurs, slurs that we got rid of with a piece of legislation also, that federal Congress, declared it as a racist term. So that whole mentality towards California's first people. And not only that, when California came into becoming a state, it came in as a free state, meaning that slavery wasn't part of it coming in a union, but slavery was very much alive, and it was the California Indian people that were the first slaves when the state became a state. Then the governor, one of his first actions, moved forward to create a bounty on California Indian people and paid through taxpayers' dollars basically the annihilation of many tribes in the state of California. It's that mentality that still is present in a lot of those in California society. So we're up against 173 years of a voice that hasn't been at the table, but now it's currently at the table in the state legislature.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're there, but you got to be tough. Because what I've been seeing is there's a little bit of, if you have a lot of, then, and what I mean by that is if you have a lot of like, okay, they call it clout. You like money, right? Everybody likes money. But the question is, if you had money, would something be done about it? Or are you always going to be kind of pushed down?
I think we have to be a unified voice when we deal with the issues that I believe truly impact California's first people. When you deal with missing and murdered indigenous people, when you deal with the pipeline of foster care system, when you deal with domestic violence and suicide, those are the things that we've been fighting for years.
And I hate to do this, but I'm going to do this. Suicide we need to keep separate from people going missing. Okay, suicide is one thing, and I hate it. I know a lot of people that have done that. But when you go missing, usually they go and look for a murderer or a person if they found murder, or they call it a cold case. So my question is, who's doing it that we're not talking about, or who's doing it that we're not saying?
I think that's an interesting, well, it's a great question, because there is a misunderstanding in regards to what can happen on and off a reservation. And I think people have this perception that, well, it's the wild, wild west on the reservation. We can do whatever we want.
Right.
Even to the point where it has been a common occurrence where bodies are hidden.
That's my point.
On the reservation.
And that's what news is not covering, because it's on a reservation. Now, I know reservations protected. I get that. But I know that they usually work with government to help out. And you said something, I think it was you, that said, why are we stuck on a reservation? And I said to Jeannette, they should be everywhere, not stuck in one.
We're being told to wrap it up, but, well, he turned away.
They always say that. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
No, I love what you said, because I think a lot of people may feel really empowered by what you all shared today to ask, how can I make a difference? And I love what your answer was. That was a powerful answer.
And Assemblyman Ramos is correct, and every time he says it, it takes us all to work together to have the indigenous people, the first people of this country, brother up with our Hispanic brothers and sisters. Those communities, that's how it's going to work.
Yeah,
we have to come together, but we also have to ensure that you know why, right? Like the questions you're asking. Yeah, why? Who's doing it? the outside world.
Thank you. Finally, somebody said it. Somebody on the outside is doing something in, or is working with someone on the in
Yes.
to cover up over something, and it's usually drugs. You get that, you got everything. As an assembly, you should say, I got this, I think there's a problem, and then sometimes people go, whoa, whoa, whoa. I say, no, if people are going missing, and if it's women, how many of it is men and women going missing and then found murdered?
Right. Well, because of the CLETs, and what AB 44, correct, is that will allow us to be able to have access, because as it stands right now, we don't have access like the rest of the people have.
Make the bill short. I asked her, she's very good with government. I said, why are they so long? Make it short. That way they don't say, oh, you threw something in. Can you make it short?
These ones are quick to the point.
These are quick. AB 44 offers the CLETs to be able for tribal governments to access it, so you know who's coming on the reservation, and then you can be more proactive to find out if someone's came on with priors of kidnapping, domestic violence, felony, just released. We'll be able to know about it once the governor signs that bill.
Okay, the
Another
1 minute
thing
mark. 1 minute.
deals with the different stereotype that on Indian reservations that policing is there, and the federal government protects those that are there. But because of Public Law 280, it asserts that jurisdiction to the state of California. There's some murders up north in Covelo area that when they call the 911 number, it takes 4 to 6 hours for a deputy to respond.
Okay,
We're still dealing with that.
And call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think they're burying bodies in the area as well. If they did a scan, if the indigenous or the native did this themselves, I think it would work. They just need to scan, kind of like you would for fossil, because I think there are other people burying other people there because they say, oh, it's protected, and then you find out the whole, you know. But that's just a theory.
But it's a lot of stereotype.
But
A lot of
that's what you're
stereotype
fighting.
in the state of California. So our bills are not shying away. We're pushing on MMIW. We're pushing on CLETs. We're changing the foster care
Here's
system.
the thing, whoever fights this, take their name, okay, take their name, and then investigate that. Because whoever fights this, it doesn't make sense. They're covering over someone, and it's usually drug-related. The mob, the mafia, or someone with drugs. I mean, come on, we're Mexican, but we know cartel exists, you know what I mean? But nobody wants to talk about it.
We do have an issue with the cartel in our area. We actually, it's known in the prison system, in order to get into like the Emma and the other ones, you have to kill a native, kill an Indian. My cousins they were shot down.
There it is, drug-related.
Cue video.
Told you, okay, we're out of time.
Thank you both.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, more right after this.
Thank you.
Go ahead. 20 seconds. 19 seconds. Oh. Okay. Now I want to turn it over to Pretty Feather. Cindra Weber, also known as Wiyaka Westera, in the Lakota language, Pretty Feather. Right? We're going to turn this over to her. She is the District Title VI Indian Education, Native American Education Specialist for our local San Bernardino City Unified School District. Okay, so yay, let's give her a applause.
Give it up.
And she was telling me right now, 100% graduation, or what was it? 100% graduation rate in her program from the native. my children were in her program. My daughter, Maya Isabel, and I think it was the 3rd grade, right, when they bring them here. And she still has her title, her tribal passport, the thing with the little kid, they do the tribal, and we still have the little clapper sticks. We still have it from when she was in the 3rd grade. Now she's all grown up. So thank you for doing that. Okay, so our speakers are going to speak from the table, but before they start, we want to draw your attention to the large screens.
Third generation Mexicano. I go as Chicano. What my parents instilled in me, my mom for one, was to always help. I mean, if you could feed one person, you could feed 10. You should always feed people. That's my mom. That's my mom all the time to this day. My dad was the kind of guy that a man always has money in his front pocket. You know, even though we have credit cards nowadays, debit cards, to this day I have money in my front pocket. When I was 8 years old, I used to make $1 a day, $30 a month, and when I would get paid, I'd have to give $15, half of my paycheck, to my dad, and that was to help the house. And I didn't get it at the time. You know, I was 8 years old, paying rent, right? But you know, he instilled in me to be a hard worker, which I've always been. To be loyal to the people, always have respect. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. And if I ever call you ma'am or sir, and you're like 30 years younger than me, I don't mean no disrespect. It's just the way I was raised, you know, with a bunch of respect. I never thought I was going to be an actor, man. I come from a gang life, you know, street life, and 29 years ago, I got clean and sober. I needed something to fill that void. I've always liked the movies, and so I went to all the proper channels. I did theater. I did 20 stage productions before I did my first TV show. I told my agent, let me be Emilio Rivera, you know, and there's nobody out there like that, you know, at least that plays him right. And I went with it, man, you know, and it worked out, you know. The people started seeing some realism because it was real. And to create Marcus Alvarez is, you know what, man, he's Emilio Rivera, you know, 29 years ago. You know, except Emilio Rivera was more of a hothead. Marcus Alvarez is more like a calm and collective, you know, very smart cat. I've lived like 8 lives, man, you dig? I really have, and sometimes I wonder how I got out of some situations. But those experiences have helped who I am as an actor and as a person. Every time I come to work is put this cross right here. You know, many years ago, before my father passed away, we were sitting down having some beers and stuff, and he asked me, he goes, hey man, I've always liked this tattoo, you know. Everybody, you know, a lot of people have this in the neighborhood. He goes, would you put it on me? You know, and I said, of course, you know. So I, you know, got the thread and, you know, tattooed it on his hand. Came out really cool, man. So I do this for my father in homage to my father. And not only on Marcus Alvarez, you know, but anytime I play a character like this, you know, from the streets, it would always be on my hand in homage to my father, man. It's a good memory, man, you know.
Is it my turn?
No, it's mine. Easy on the break. Okay, sorry. I'm part Lakota. I'm sometimes a little slow. I work on Indian time. This gentleman here, I am very proud to call him friend. I'm very proud of the things that I personally have seen him do, especially in our brown community and our red community. And I've worked alongside of him, 4 or 5 times now? And very, very proud of him. And so, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite bad boy, Emilio Rivera.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored. You know, I didn't know they were going to show those tapes. I didn't, and so it kind of like broke my heart a little bit. So I didn't want to start crying before the damn show. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very honored to be here, man. And I'm here because I know it says enough is enough, and I come from a different time, but the violence has to stop at home first before anywhere else. You dig what I'm saying? And I only say that now because maybe you can relate to it because the big time jump. I was raised in the 60s and 70s, and back then, violence was just part of the gig, man. You know what I mean? You could beat your old lady, and the cops would come, and is everything okay? Even though she had a big old black eye, everything was okay. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way it was. And but it had to stop there because what happened when I saw, I don't want to go too deep into this, but I have to, to get the message out there, you dig? And, but I saw it a lot, in my family and in the house and even the houses I visited. And you thought that was love because the next day the wife would be there cooking with a big old black eye and, wow, that's love, And, but really, that's, you got to get away from that, man, because see what happened with me, I saw it for so many years. I thought it was part of life, and I made it a big part of my life, And I got numb to it, And my dad and his brothers were big boxing fans, and they would watch the fights all the time. They would get a little bit drunk, and then after the fights were done, we knew we were next, And they would bet on us, to beat the shit out of each other in the backyard. Now, it was good to be, to make you tough, but if I lost in the backyard, I would get my ass kicked at home. Because you were representing the house now, even though you were 8 years old. And what happens there, man? We couldn't cry. We weren't allowed to cry. So all my life, I cried with these. And after a while, you become like you need to let it go. And all I knew how to let it go was with these because that's all I saw. You dig? And when I was 17, I was a great athlete. That's the only thing I could ever do good in life was fight and play baseball. I could say I was amazing in those things. But then, I hung around with a lot. I got jumped in the gang when I was 12 years old, real young. By the time I was 14, I was very well known for bad things, because I was bred to be that guy, And then when I was 17, I did heroin for the first time, and I OD'd. And thanks to my homeboys, they kept me alive for 4 hours, and I survived it, and but I loved it, and I went on a 11-year run, Am I getting too heavy? We're over 18 over here, right? See, there's different stories for different things, but I think I look around and I see a lot of these kids got to hear these stories. When I go to elementary school, believe me, it's a different story. You dig what I'm saying? And but I got to tell you what it is, where I'm at right now because of where I've been, And so, I like to do a lot of heroin and cocaine intravenously. And when the crack cocaine came about, back in the 80s, 89, when I started hitting it, it really took over my life, man. That was the devil's drug. They're all devil's drugs, but that was for me because as long as you had money, you could keep on going, 3 days straight, until your heart exploded. And then I can't go too deep into why I got clean and sober because that came around and bit me in the ass one time in court. But but the thing is that I'm going to say God a lot in here. I'm not a church-going guy, but I'm a God-fearing man because at the end of the day, that's I don't want this to turn to a group therapy session, man. But it's a thing, man. And anyway, I got clean and sober, and you got to understand. When I was a kid, my dad didn't know how to read or write, and I had a real bad speech impediment. So we were like the odd couple, And he knew where I went, he would just say, "Don't talk, because you're an embarrassment," So I had that against me a lot. I had these big old ears, So I had big ears, and I couldn't talk right. So I was picked on a lot, And then when I came home crying, he said, "You come crying again, I'll beat the shit out of you." And I never came crying again, man, But I held a lot of shit inside and let it out with these. And I remember I had to go to a lot of diversion programs, stay out of prison. A lot of I used to catch a lot of assault cases, So instead, in those days, you could either go to prison or you could take these diversion programs, right? So I've seen a lot of psychiatrists over the years, and last time I got clean, That's 33 years ago, man. My mentor. It's the best thing I ever did, man. And my mentor, who I was 6 months clean, but I still had the repercussions of crack cocaine. So this eye would slip, and then this hand would always twitch, because I was doing it $400 a day, right? And so I still had all those. It took a while to get normal again. And he told me, what was the most, thing that made you happy in your life, And I was always the athlete, so I always struck out the guy or always had the home run. I had a lot of those days. But I remember when I was 8 years old, as bad as I stuttered, I got to do a play called Rumpelstiltskin, and I was the lead, And I didn't stutter one time, man, and everybody applauded for me, right? And it felt, that's the thing that made me feel so good, man, So I tell my psychiatrist this, and he goes, "Then you need to be an actor, man, And so he sent me to a guy, and he met me. He was scared of me because I think I look rough now. I used to look rough, man, All attitude, and so he looked at me and he said, "I don't know what to do with you, man." He goes, "First of all, I got to humanize you before you become an actor because you're not human." He goes, "Look at you." He goes, "You're tough. You can fight. You know how to keep your mouth shut. One day you're going to be a great convict." He goes, "Why don't you decide to be free?" So for the 6 months at his house, I would go every Wednesday to his house and he would let me cry, And it was cool because I thought I could cry in there as an actor and not feel less of a man, but I was releasing all the pain, It was a lot of shit, man, And then it started to get easier. I had a lot of shit inside, man. You didn't know what you had inside until you let it go. So you kids, let me tell you something. When they say men don't cry, no. Real men cry, man. Let it go. You dig? You got to understand, I hang out with some of the roughest guys you will ever meet, the worst of the worst, because that's only we had a little clique like that. And you know what? When we were alone, they cried. They just couldn't show it in front of the homeboys, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a sign of a weakness, And no, let it go, because otherwise you'll have that pain inside you, man, Let it go, let it go. And it feels good. Sometimes, I just go in the house and I go in my room and I just cry. It just feels good, It's just for a lot of things that come up. All of a sudden you could be laying down, and, I'll be laying down and I think of something happened, but I wasn't allowed to cry. And then I just go in the room and I let it out, man. It's the cleansing. Let it go, you dig? I've been blessed, I've been blessed to do the work that I do, and I always put any character I played on TV, you're going to see a lot of me inside that person, you dig? Whether it's good or bad. That's what I think God kept me alive, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, man, when I don't know where to turn to no more. I didn't know where to turn to no more. I would lock myself in the closet, and I would, back then we had cassette players, it was a 90-minute tape, you remember the ones that flipped over by themselves? And I would put this one song, man, called Deliver the Word by War, and it would play 90 minutes straight, and I would be injecting myself for like 8 hours in the closet with a little candle in there, man, and then I came out one day, and I was just tired, man. I was just tired. My life was, don't get me wrong, I was a functional addict. I was a mechanical engineer. Check this out. I was a mechanical engineer for 14 years for Hostess Cakes. But see, Hostess Cakes was located in my neighborhood, so they couldn't fire me out of fear. You know what I'm saying? So I did whatever I wanted to do. It was terrible. I had to do what I had to do, because I had a family, but it just, everything I despise now, I thought it was a great thing back then, you know what I mean? And, and the thing is, the way I can't get rid of shit, man, is that, because my heart is to give, man. My heart is to give. You have to smile, man. Smile. You see somebody. In 2002, I did a movie. I had been acting already about 10 years, and I had done a movie that brought me some notoriety. I didn't know this. I was just happy to be working. And I was shopping at Home Depot, and there was, every time I went down the aisle, there was 3 gang guys, and they were following me at every aisle. I could see them, right? And so I've always been a very confrontational guy, even though I already had a good life. And so I went to the screwdriver section, grabbed the screwdriver, and I said, "Hey, man, you know me or what?" And they said, "Yeah, bro, we saw you in a movie last night, I felt so stupid, bro, you know? And from that day on, in 2002, man, I just learned to smile. You know, hardcore, whatever, I smile. And if they smile back, it's good. If they don't, well, you got problems, you know? But it's usually a smile, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, just keep smiling, man. You know, the more I smiled in my business, the more I worked, you know? So just be happy, you know? It's like, we got too much fucked up shit going on nowadays, man, you know? Be that person that smiles and bring that smile to a person because you don't know what they're going through, you know? And I just try to smile. You know, I've been here today, and since I got off the car, you've been so gracious coming up to me and wanting a picture. And you know what, man? Anywhere I'm at, you come up to me, and I will always stop for a picture. I don't give a shit. It makes me proud, man, because, you know, back in the day, you know, there was probably a lot of times we could have just took a picture instead of a fight. You know what I mean? Now, I don't want to go too much more because I know there's some questions want to be asked. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But I want to thank you so much for coming out and seeing me. I'm so proud to be here. And then Miss Huerta was here as well. I got to take some pictures with her. That's a national treasure right there, if you don't know, okay? But thank you for your time, man. So, thank you. That was the best, man. Gracias. Thank you.
Or two, at least one.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Crystal, and I just wanted to thank you for being the representation that we always needed for our youth and for any other adult around because, well, age doesn't matter. You represent everyone. But as you may know, you play many various characters in different films and shows, but you're always unapologetically proud of your cultura and yourself. What advice would you give us and me in order to be our authentic selves in this Anglo-dominating culture with such strong and challenging social norms?
That's a great question, man. Beautiful question. But you answered your question. You answered the question already. Is just be yourself. You dig. You know, when I first got in this business, you know, I looked the way I look. You know, and a little bit more bigger, and a little different. You know, it's more big. Anyway, my agent said, "Hey, man, we gotta cut off your mustache and let your hair grow because we want you to be the new Jimmy Smits, the new A. Martinez." And you know what? And I did. And for 2 years I worked. I really did. I did these soap operas, Bold and the Beautiful, all that stuff, right? But then I said, we already have a Jimmy Smith. We already have an A. Martinez. Let me be Emilio Rivera, you know? There's nobody like me. And I ran with it, and here I am. You dig what I'm saying? So always be yourself. That's the main thing. You dig? I'm going to tell you a real quick story. I hate it. I know I got stories, but I know we got time, but we don't have that much time. But I got to tell you this, man. You know, when my first gig ever, I had done 20 stage productions before I did my first TV show. And I got a big gig in San Diego with Lorenzo Lamas, you know. And I remember getting there, and I had this huge trailer, man. And I was, like, proud, right? And I used to smoke a lot back then. I was cigarettes. And then I was already clean, all right? And I was sitting on my stoop, and I was smoking a cigarette, right? And there was a Chicano that was in San Diego. He comes up, he goes, "Hey, bro." He was a background actor. He goes, "Hey, man, how do I get to be this?" And I go, "Well, bro, I did theater, I did stand-up." I started, you know, breaking it down to him, right? And my co-star next to me, who was just another co-star like me, no big name, and he comes up to me, he goes, "Let's take a walk, bro." So we take a walk, and he tells me, extras trying to talk to us. See, I didn't know there was a hierarchy. Because I'm from the theater, we're all one ensemble, right? I didn't know there was like, we're better than wherever, right? I didn't know this, which is not. So we walk, I go, okay, so I go back to my stoop, I start smoking a cigarette, and then the star of the show comes in, right? He comes in, and there was a lady sweeping around the honey wagon, the trailers, and he goes, "Come here, let me help you with that." So he gets down with his dustpan, bro. This is the star of the show now. And he helps the lady with and he pushes in the trash for her, and she gives him a big hug, and I said, "This guy told me I can't talk to extras, and I got the star of the show helping the lady sweep the floor." I go, "I'm going to be that guy." And I've been that guy ever since, man. You dig what I'm saying? So where are you at, Crystal? Where are you at? Just be you. And you know what? Be nice to everybody. Don't do it for no reason. Oh, he's a big shot. No. I don't give a shit who it is. Just be nice.
Yeah, you want to do one more? We can do one more question. We can do one more question. Okay, go for it. Talk loud.
I just want to say that thank you for being here. And actually, well, if we're all honest, when we heard that Emilio Rivera is coming, we say somebody famous is coming, and like just letting you know about your life is something that it's actually let us admire you for who you are now. And it's really incredible everything that you have done. And my question would be that after all the pain that you passed through, all the time that you cried, what do you think actually made you change that mindset and be, you know what, I want to be a better person instead of taking this life?
I didn't want to be, look, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I love my dad with all my heart. I love my dad with all my heart. I didn't want to be nothing like my dad because he made me to be an animal. I was an animal. I could tell you that right now. You have no idea, you know. The thing is, that, and I broke that cycle with my kids. You know, I have kids that are 41 and 2 42-year-olds. I have a 17-year-old now, but I made it that they would never be like me. You know, don't ever be. I had to break that chain, man. That's the thing is that whatever, just love. It's so much easier. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, we're going to ask Emilio if he'd do this honor of joining us in this little part of the stage. If you come join us here. Okay, there's Jesse. Okay, right here. You do us a favor. Okay, so we all know that the Mayans call him Padrino or El Padrino, right? Okay, so now in a twist of real life imitating art, today we're gonna bestow upon him the title of El Padrino, all of us in our community. So, Padrino, hold on, I got something really nice written out. I thought maybe I can do it, but I couldn't do it. Okay. For your accomplishments and lifetime service to our community, we award you with our Lead Education and Advocacy Day Medallion of Honor and bestow upon you title Padrino de Honor. You want to say some words and then? Yeah, well, hold on, we're going to do one more. Hold on, well, yeah, take a picture there. We're going to do one more thing. Yeah. With them. Okay.
Hang there.
So hang on.
I was raised with Lakota traditions, and there are certain things women aren't allowed to do, and from my generation, I don't know about your generation, but mine. And I want you to know that in our way of honoring, we can't give buffalo or horses anymore, although you probably would like a horse. But I want you to know that I called up to my people at Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and I asked them, because women don't do this, I asked them if I could honor Emilio with the Pendleton blanket and our way of honoring people. And the elder from the Oglala Lakota Nation tells me last night, you know, you're getting pretty up there. You're pretty much of an elder now yourself. You called us to ask us this. And so I respect the Hades out of this man. And I hope that one day that when we're riding Harleys, I can whip his ass and go faster than him. But he does drive fast. But he has 7 beautiful Harleys in his garage, and he's got this really nice turquoise one that every occasionally, once in a while, he'll go, you know, I'm thinking about selling this. And I keep telling him, just drive right down to Palm Springs, Morongo Reservation, hang a left before you get on the reservation. My garage is right there. But Emilio, and this is cool because I've never gotten to do this before. I love you to death. I love everything that you've done. I love what you've done for my students. They still talk about you. And my way of honoring is this Pendleton.
And I will wear it proudly. You know, Sindra, we've been together like 5 years now. I've been working with the students about 5 years now, right? And you know what, man? You know, what's good about this is that we come from the same lifestyle. Different, but the same. So we can relate to each other. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, be proud of me for what I've done, but be proud of her what she's done. 100% graduation rate. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? That's reaching out. And you know, I gotta say, you know, the only thing different over here is that because I'm on TV, you get to see me. But there's so many people who gotten clean by the grace of God. Again, I'm not a church-going guy, but I'm a God-fearing man because when I had my worst time, I called him out like an ugly, like I wanted to call him out to fight. Like, where you at? He said, where you at? Come on, homie, let's go. Come on, that's all I knew. And the next day, I never got high again. You know what I mean? He's always there. Just ask for help. You dig what I'm saying? It's real, man. You dig? It's so weird how people get put in your place. Come here, brother. There's another brother, you know, 11 years clean now. How many years?
Yeah. 6, 12, 11, 12.
Yeah, 12 years clean. And, you know, same thing, you know, just that you don't hear about it because he's not on TV. But he's the executive director now, brother. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you know, just. 32 years clean over here. Hey, man, you know what? Like I said, ask God for it. If you got into some shit, man, hit up God. He's there, man. He really is, you know.
Let's take our picture now. Okay, so ya saben, padrino. Let's give it up again for our padrino. Okay. Yes. ¡Ya basta! ¡Ya basta! ¿Se puede? ¿Se puede? ¿Se puede? Yes. Chicano! Power! ¡Que viva! ¡Que viva! Okay, give us 2 minutes. We'll come back.
Two. So we're gonna set up a step and repeat right behind here at the theater. Let's get in a single file line. If you want to take a picture, it's gonna be right behind this door. Thank you. Down the hallway here. Okay. So from there down the hallway there, and then it's going to be the picture over there. The picture's going to be back here behind the table. Oh, okay, good. God bless you. I wish I had a card when you get there. I'll take care of you. How are you? Good to see you.
We're here with Emilio. Hey, good to see you, brother. Emilio, I'm going to say this. I know they're keeping it short, but you know what? We had you on, it was a while back.
Aaron and Kelly.
Yeah. And you came right away, and you were very real at the end of it when we were off. And I said, you need to tell that story. It's going to, and now you're telling that story to everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you are, because a lot of guys are like, I'm tough, but I do not change. I've heard it said, I don't change for anyone. I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. What would you say to that?
Well, I'm gonna be the same guy inside all the time, brother. You know what I'm saying? But I share love, and I share with a smile now, because you don't have to know what I'm feeling inside. You know what I mean? But I don't need to, because I'm in a bummer or whatever I'm going through, doesn't mean you gotta be going through it.
Yeah.
We only post the good stuff, right, brother? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because we can do bad by ourselves. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I just whatever I'm going through, because we still go through things. No matter if we're clean and sober, you still got to go through life. But when it goes with you, it's always going to be a smile, brother, because you bring a smile to my face. You know?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that, because you're very real. And I think that's where people connected. Sometimes people come, they say a very general, I changed, but they don't go back so far.
So far, because I'm so old.
But back to when they were like in trouble. When they had to release. So a lot of people, they release all the time, but they don't know what that means in the street. What does that mean in the street when you release in the street?
And the thing is, brother, is that because of who I was and how mean I was, I could change. And now when you're living in that kind of lifestyle, you're not allowed to change. You know what I'm talking about? Or if you can't, if you try to, maybe you get hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? And I was able to always do what I wanted to do. And I'm thankful for that. And that's why I tell kids not to join the gangs and do that, this and that, because 95% of the guys won't be able to do that. There's only a few of us that can say, hey, I'm done.
What do you think? Because I know you mentioned, you alluded to it, God kept you alive. Was there a moment you thought you were not going to be alive?
Well, I OD'd 3 times. I died 3 times, so if God decides to take me tomorrow, I don't want to go, believe me. I have a great life. But if he does take me tomorrow, I'm okay with that, because I have 33 years more than I was supposed to have, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it sounds like you've been through a lot. I appreciate you sharing some of your stories. I'm sure there's endless.
Too many.
Yeah,
but what happens when you don't care about living or dying, you put yourself in so many predicaments that you don't know how you're going to get out of them.
Yeah.
And I did enough of that, believe me.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I think that people want to talk about in our community is lifting, this narrative around mental health and even being emotional, being able to express what one is feeling. I love the way you kind of made that so human, and you brought the texture of all that you've experienced in the little bit of time that we had with you today.
Well, now we have more resources that teach us that. You know what I'm saying? I teach that because we have to have it, because back then you were not allowed to. You know what I'm saying? And all that pent up, frustration and nervousness is going to get you in trouble, man. Cost you your life. Cost somebody else else's life.
Absolutely.
Man, let yourself feel. It's we're human.
Yeah.
We're human.
And what message do you have? Because there were obviously people in your life that helped change that narrative for you. What would you say to the person listening right now that says, I want to make that change in my family? What can they do?
Don't be afraid to do it. Just do it, man.
Be the first one to cry.
Just do it, man. Familia first. At the end of the day, if a lot of times it should always be the familia pulling for you. And sometimes it's not going to be that way. So what's good is that you can make your own familia. Like how they say, you have family by blood, but he's family because I want him to be family.
Yeah.
We can do that, But you got to find the right people, And keep the circle small. I do that more now, and it's more less drama.
Yeah, right?
If they come with too much drama, I'll see you when I see you. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
No, I can do bad by myself, brother. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to have to be worried about what's going on over there.
Right.
I got something to worry about over here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care of your circle. Take care of take care of your house first, man.
Absolutely.
Well, I know, Amelia, and I want to say this. The kids that you're right. 100% graduation rate is very difficult.
Yeah.
Was there a story, without giving out too much, that maybe touched you? You said, "Dude, I get you."
As far as what?
Well, the kids one of the kids that maybe you saw, or maybe someone said, "My life is that way," or maybe they go behind and they kind of say, "You know what? Thank you," and you go, "Dude, I get you. Like, I know what you're about."
Yeah, a moment where you looked at a student that was me.
The thing is, as I speak, and I get emotional when I speak. I always do. It's just hard. It's just something I can't get away from. I wish I could, but it's just. I'm just too open now, which is good. It's good to be that way. But I could see, on my peripheral vision, I could see somebody crying here, and maybe they're going through it. You know what I mean? And so you always want to hit somebody. If you hit one, there's a big crowd here. If I hit one or two, that's good, and I think I did. You know what I mean?
You hit more than one or two.
That's what it's about.
I got news for you.
Maybe this is a little change. They could do a little change themselves.
Yeah. Well, and Amelia, I'm sorry. You want to say?
No, I was just going to say thank you for sharing about your father, too. I think so many times, people think that things are all bad in our culture, are all good, that we have to take a position. But you really beautifully brought that story here today.
We're at the 1 minute mark. 1 minute.
And also, sometimes you got to stop being selfish. A lot of times people are saying, well, I don't want a divorce because I'm going to lose half. But sometimes you got to lose half to make the family whole again. You dig what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, why have a family, be married to somebody if you're going to be fighting all the time and the kid sees this?
Yeah.
And I've seen it in broken marriages where they marry somebody else and it's a beautiful marriage and the kid gets to see both their parents still, but in a loving home instead of a violent home. You dig?
Right. Yeah.
It's just you can't be selfish, man.
No.
Well, Emilio, I think if anything,
everyone
maybe God
to
had
come
wanted
forward
angels
and sit.
directing some things that happened. I know you never got shot.
I know
by
you're
God.
comfortable
I know
and
you never
your
got-
seat
but
is
you
warm
coulda
already.
So many
but
times,
come,
and there's so many people
vengan
that you
say,
know
come up.
that are friends that
44
you
my
probably
guys in the street.
say.
44 my guys in the streets, bro.
Wow.
Sorry?
And if you
I
want
lost 44
to,
my guys in the
everybody on that side,
That's
and
my
we can
point.
maybe do that.
And to those,
Close the things a little bit
if you were
if you
an
want
angel
to.
today, what would you do for them?
Let's take a minute
I would.
and
Well,
go ahead
you
and
know,
let's
I
close
had their backs,
that, and then
but
have everybody
they
come
shoot it
up.
from all sides, brother. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Just don't get involved.
God's all sides, I think.
It's
I mean, think about it. Israelites killed a lot of other people. All right, we're out of time.
We're out of time. But wait, we need to have a picture with you. We need to take
All
a
right,
picture.
we're out of time.
We'll send it back.
Okay, we'll take it back. Oh, and he's on Facebook. Go follow him. He's really good.
Okay, now it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Noel Candelaria. Noel serves as the Secretary Treasurer for the National Education Association. And both of us, well, I've known of him, but now we've had a chance to interact more because both of us served together as White House advisors. We're on the Commission for Advancing I can't remember. This is a long educational equity. Anyways, we're on the same advisory commission with the White House, advising the President of the United States. Okay? So before Noel introduces his folks and we begin, I want to draw your attention to the large screens.
In April of 1999, I was teaching middle school in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I had no experience or training to answer the questions of my middle-level learners when they asked me, are we safe in our schools? It's 23 years later, and here we are. The question that we must ask is this who America is? Is it? Until we pass comprehensive common sense gun laws, which the majority of Americans support, it is who we are. But we are here to say no more.
The time is now to stand up for our students. The time is now to hold our legislators accountable. The time is now.
This is not the America we are going to be anymore. We have activists standing behind us who are saying enough. Enough is enough. We have people all over this country rising up and saying no more. We have our students. Our students are babies who are begging us to do what's right. We will rally, and we will organize, and we will vote.
We will stand up together because our children, our babies are depending on us to be worthy of them.
I know we can do this. Can we do this? Can we do this? I know we can, and we will. Thank you so very much.
A science teacher from Philly that is the leader of the National Education Association, the largest labor union in this country, representing 3 million educators from across the country and overseas on military bases, with educators serving in our Department of Defense schools. Muy buenas tardes, good afternoon. I am Noel Candelaria. I am a high school special education teacher from El Paso. I taught at Cesar Chavez Academy there in El Paso in the behavior unit. Cesar Chavez Academy was the discipline alternative campus for the district. And so I came to this work. I came to this work around policy. I came to this work around derailing the school-to-prison pipeline because each one of my students in my class was either a victim, had witnessed violence, or themselves were perpetrators and offenders of violence against others. That was also the majority of the students on my campus. So when we talk about the school-to-prison pipeline, every single one of my students was on the fast track, the fast lane. And so I made it my mission to not only derail that for my students, but do whatever I could as an educator, as a father, and as a union leader to derail the systemic inequities that are impacting our students and the violence that impacts their daily lives. And I'm proud to share the stage with you this afternoon with two of my amazing colleagues that I get to do this work on a national level every single day. And I will allow them to introduce themselves.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Me llamo Ovidia Molina. I'm a middle school teacher from A-Leaf ISD. It's right outside of Houston. I always want to say that because it's very hard if you aren't from Houston to know that. But we are a very diverse school district. You have to, as we've heard all day, remember where you come from, be proud of where you're from, and, you know, as an educator in Texas, this fight is very personal. And we've heard many of your questions. I've sat in this room with a knot in my throat all day. You are the future. It's very hard for us to speak up about the reality that we are living in now as educators. When we fight so hard for other people to understand the future that we want for you, the future that we want for everyone, it's your voice that's going to make it happen. It's your voice that helps us sit here and speak about this reality that shouldn't be our reality. I am also the president of the Texas State Teachers Association, and I hear stories from our educators and our students about the tragedies that we've endured
the tragedies that we want to stop from happening, and the people that we have to continue to give this message to, so that that question that was asked, that last life that is taken is the last one. That's right. And so I thank you for having us here. I thank you for being in this room. I thank you for asking the questions and for being strong to stay here all day. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, everyone. My name is Roberto Rodriguez, and I am a loud and proud middle school special education teacher from right here in San Bernardino.
Yeah.
And I am currently on full-time release from my teaching duties, serving as an executive committee member for the Board of Directors for the National Education Association, which my colleague Noel mentioned to you is the largest labor union in this country. And I'm also an alumni from this university here at Cal State San Bernardino. So it is very personal for me to sit here on this panel and talk about the experience of what educators deal with and dealing with gun violence. It truly is an experience for all of us. And to really talk about the perspective of hope and what we are doing at the National Labor Union to change the narrative about gun violence in the schools. Que ya basta, enough is enough. And it really warms my heart, as Ovidia said, to see so many of our youth here in this space. Because what it does is it really brings wind to our sails to keep and continue this fight on. And I want to give a special shout out to Ms. Scheimer's class from Middle College High School, who brought 20 of her students over with us to be in this experience in this room for us. Give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
And to all the other educators who brought your students here with us today, and we hope that we will leave you with just inspiration of hope. And I want to really lift up our previous speaker and what he answered to the student, just like Ovidia mentioned, about our youth here sitting in front and those in the space. You are our hope into ending gun violence in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ovidia. Thank you, Roberto. So why are we here? You know, on December 14th of 2012, the nation was shaken to its core, right? When a shooter walked into Sandy Hook Elementary and took the lives of 26, and 20 of them were children, right? We thought that how could this happen in a nation, right, that is supposed to love and care for its children? But unfortunately, that was not the first mass school shooting. That was the first one with little children, which is why it shook us to our core. But in 1966, University of Texas at Austin, right? 17 people killed, 31 injured. Fast forward 1999, Columbine, 13 were killed, 24 were injured. 2004, the assault weapons ban expired, which we honored Senator Feinstein, who was a champion to lead the assault weapons ban that we allowed to expire in 2004. Then came 2007, Virginia Tech, where 32 people were killed and 23 were injured. 2018, Parkland High School, 6 years after Sandy Hook, right, where 17 were killed and 17 were injured. Santa Fe High School in Texas, May of 2008, when 10 were killed and 13 were injured. May 22, Uvalde, Robb Elementary School, 21 killed and 18 were injured. At NEA, we had been talking about, ending the epidemic of gun violence. We had been talking about meeting the needs, the social and emotional needs of our students. But it was after Uvalde, when NEA, at the delegate assembly, those of you, I know there's some NEA folks in the room, but the largest Democratic gathering in the world happens every summer when over 7,000 elected delegates from all across the country are sent to represent their local unions and direct the organization. It's our largest, it's our highest governing body of the organization. And in 2002, last summer, the NEA-RA said, ya basta. Ya basta. And so they passed new business item A, which issued a national call to action to ensure that all students, educators, and schools and campuses and communities were safe from gun violence. This directed resources from the organization to tackle this issue. We held a convening, which Robert and Ovidia were there as our national leaders in this work. And we met several times to talk about what do we need to do as the National Education Association to lead in this moment. And so not only did we develop resources for educators, for schools, which you can go find at nea.org/gunviolence. We developed resources for educators, resources for the community, and I'll talk about a little bit later about our school crisis guide, which we unfortunately have to have on how to help schools respond after tragedies happen. But then we also updated that guide. So we're updating that guide that'll be posted later on in December to include pre-K and higher education. And I also serve on the board for the National Teacher Hall of Fame, which established the National Memorial to Fallen Educators after the Sandy Hook shooting. And so there, every summer, we rededicate the Memorial to Fallen Educators, which honors and remembers the lives of educators that gave it their all to their profession, including those that are victims of gun violence. And you can go to nthfmemorial.org to read the stories and lift up and never forget those that we've lost in our profession to violence, to accidents, to all forms. And so I want to allow Ovidia and Roberto talk a little bit more about their experiences and what brought them to this work, to be part of our movement nationally, to be leaders in this space with NEA. Ovidia?
Gracias, Noel. So as I said before, me llamo Ovidia, but I didn't mention when I said that you need to remember where you're from, that I am from El Salvador. Proud Salvadoreña, there you go. And it's funny because I didn't always say it this way, right? I came here when I was 7, fleeing a civil war. As a little kid, I remember running from gunfight. It was normal. I remember seeing bodies on the street. It was normal. My mother brought me here for a better world, for a better life. It pains me to know that gun violence is normal in the United States. That is what brings me to this work. It's not normal, and it's not just happening in our schools. People that are in power want to fix our schools and make them safe. But the reality is that they're not talking to educators. They're not talking to students. They're making up the rules so that they can keep being reelected, so that they can appease the people that have the money to fund them to be able to stay in power. They're not doing anything to change the reality we have right now. That is what brings me to this work. The reality is that things are not going to change if we allow this to be normal. We have to continue to say, ya basta. We have to make other people outside of this room say, ya basta. We have to communicate what will work, not just in our schools, because the guns don't come out of our schools, they go into our schools. But they go into our movie theaters, they go into our churches, they go into our shopping centers, they go into every part of our community. Our schools do not need to be hardened. That is what brings me into this work. Our students don't need to go into a school wondering how they will survive the school day. In Uvalde, They almost survived the year. They had celebrated the end of the year awards. Some of the kids decided to stay home. Some of the kids decided to go home with their parents after awards day. But some of the kids wanted to stay at school because that's when you have the parties. That's when you have the movie. That's when you're celebrating the end of the year. It's supposed to be fun. And they didn't survive because they wanted to stay in a school that they loved. Our kids should love their schools. Our kids should feel safe in their schools. Our educators, and Noel said some gave everything. They gave their lives and are now at the National Teacher Hall of Fame Memorial. We don't want to survive. We want our children to thrive. We want to be able to give them a safe, nurturing environment. We don't want our parents to worry about, are they going to pick up their children that day? And the first day of school, especially this year in Texas, parents were afraid, kids were afraid of going to that first day. Some kids stayed home. This is not normal. We need to make sure that we put the pressure. We need to make sure that we vote. We need to make sure that we tell people that this is not normal y que ya basta. Ya basta, ya basta, ya basta.
Ya basta.
Ya basta. As I shared with folks earlier, I'm here from San Bernardino, and I'm very proud about that. I am first generation born here in the United States. I have that privilege to share. My parents came from Mexico, Gonzalo y Virginia, and they did that because they wanted a better life for their children, and they knew that we would have a fighting chance here in the United States. And I always knew I wanted to be a teacher. I tell people I have two passions in my professional life. One is advocating for students with special needs, and the other one is advocating for my profession. And I learned very early on that if I got involved with my local teachers union, that I could do that work and find my voice. I never envisioned that as an educator, my role would also have to become dealing with trauma and gun violence. I never imagined, and you never learn about that in college, let me just tell you. There is no training. There is no support that you can see that would prepare you for this moment. And in 2015, I was a local president here for the Teachers Union, and I was at San Bernardino High School when we got an alert that there had been a mass shooting, which was classified as a terrorist attack here in San Bernardino, where a gunman entered the Inland Regional Center and murdered 14 people and injured another 22. There is not a single person in the Inland Empire that doesn't remember that moment, what they were doing, or wasn't impacted from that. And we had to come together as a community. We even came up with our own hashtag, SBStrong. And we put it out there to really think, how are we going to heal from this? And we never really have. And then in 2017, less than 2 miles from where we are sitting right now, at North Park Elementary School, we had another shooting. And I enter into the space and names of Karen Elaine Smith and Jonathan Martinez, who lost their lives to a senseless act of gun violence. There was a third student, Nolan Brandy, Nolan. He survived. That entire school community and all of us here in San Bernardino were deeply impacted by that. And there's a very important person in the room. I want her to stand up. Ashley, stand up. Give this lady a round of applause. Ashley was the local teachers president union here in San Bernardino when that incident happened and was very intimately involved not only with the staff but with the city and what we had to do to respond to that. Uvidia has talked a lot about we don't need the hardening of our schools because that's typically our first response that we do. And we did that here in San Bernardino because we had to. We've done all the things with single point of entry, the Raptor system, and then you start getting into deep things about disaster shooting drills and how you train the kids to run out of a room. And it's very traumatic. On my flight over here, had to put on, they do the whole make sure you put your oxygen mask on first before you help someone else. And I thought about bringing that conversation into this space. We have to do that with our educators. In both incidences that happened in 2015 and in 2017, we had to put the social, emotional, and mental health systems in place as well to take care of our educators, the crisis counseling that you need for the educators as well as the students. But you also have to extend that into the community as well, because our parents and our families are hurting when those situations happening. It takes everyone to instill that confidence in the community that our students are safe. And it's going to take everyone to really address the issue about gun violence in this country and the lack of national policy that we have. Ovidia was right when she said earlier on, no one in this place, no parent should have to go to fear that their child will not come home from school today. No educator should ever have to go into a classroom and think, what am I going to do if a shooting drill happens? And none of our children and students should ever have to worry if I have to tell my parent goodbye for the last day. Folks, our schools are not prisons, and they should never look like that. Our schools should be nurturing, loving, safe spaces where everyone can come together. So ya basta. It is enough that we have these experiences. They should be free from hate and intolerance and fear from violence. And we need each and every one of you to support us at the National Education Association when we champion all of these initiatives and events that say we have to stop the gun violence in our schools. And we need our legislators to respond to the federal issues that we have within our country. And I want to turn it over to my colleague Noel to tell you a little bit more about the school crisis guide that we had to develop and some of the other initiatives that we had to do at the national level to help our schools respond, not just here in San Bernardino, from across the country. Because my calling to get involved in this work is I didn't just have to hear about it, we had to live these experiences. We had to help train our folks in how do you provide messaging to parents? How do you provide healing to students? How do you put your oxygen mask on first to ensure that we make sure our children thrive in an educational environment and beyond so that become successful members of our community? Noel?
Thank you, Roberto and Ovidia. And, all of these issues are impacting our pipeline for teachers to come into the profession. Right? We're seeing the shortage, and that's why this conversation is important, because we do have to change that narrative. And at NEA, we've been advocating. Every time our board of directors comes in and we send them out to the Hill to lobby on behalf of our members across the country, we're advocating to ensure that we get the gun reform legislation that we need at the federal level. We're calling on a ban on assault weapons in this country. And we are unapologetic about it. We're calling on background checks for all gun sales in this country. We're calling and holding politicians accountable every single election cycle.
Right.
And we all have to do this across the country, not just in blue states, not just in blue communities, but in every single community, because we know that across this country there is broad support for common sense gun legislation. And then, we've been advocating. We haven't been doing this work alone. We've been advocating with other organizations across the country, like Everytown, right? Like Moms Demand, like March for Our Lives. And this past Friday, I was blessed to be able to stand in the Rose Garden when President Biden announced the historic moment where he created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention out of the White House in this nation. That was a historic moment, because that is telling us that the president is listening to us and is taking this issue with the importance that it should be, so establishing an office in the White House It already has its director and the 2 deputy directors that's going to be led by Vice President Kamala Harris, or Vice President from California. This is how serious President Biden is taking this issue. That's when we talk about elections matter. It matters who's in the White House. It matters who's in Congress. It matters who's our governors, who is in our state legislatures. See, we've developed the NEA, the Crisis Guide, right, which I'm going to, go to nea.org/gun-violence. So you can actually download the full Crisis Guide. And just a reminder that, we're going to be publishing the updated version that is going to include pre-K and higher ed by the end of this year. And so in that school crisis guide, we talk about policies that school districts need to implement so that we don't get the reaction that Robert and Ovidio were talking about, where our schools do not feel like prisons. I can't tell you how many schools when I was past president in Texas that I visited, where it felt like I was walking into a prison, having to go through the gate because they were locked from the outside, having to walk through metal detectors, having sections of the school that were that could immediately be blocked off with thick metal gates, like you would see when I used to walk in and take some of my students on some of these prison tours. That is not a learning environment. And so that school crisis guide talks about what do we really need to focus on to end gun violence in this country, right? We talk about some of the things that Robert mentioned, what do we need to have in place, right? What do limited entries do? How should they be set up? How do we ensure that we have sufficient outdoor lighting in the evenings, right? This means investing in our public schools so that our schools have the resources to have adequate lighting. We don't always think about adequate lighting early in the morning when the time changes, or late in the afternoon when kids are there for extracurricular activities or sports activities and their parents are picking them up late. We have the updated review on violence-related policies and procedures. How do we respond to students who are both victims but also perpetrators of violence, and not just feel like we have to now throw those students away? How do we ensure that we are having restorative justice responses and that our school policies reflect restorative justice to ensure that every student, like my students, who still have hopes and dreams, can still see a life and a future for themselves beyond that moment? How do we ensure that we're creating that positive school climate where we're ensuring that our educators have the social and emotional competencies to not only understand what our students are walking in with, but then the resources with all our specialized instructional support professionals, right, our counselors, our social workers, that our teachers can then refer them to make sure that we have those resources in the community. How do we make sure that our disciplinary codes and policies are not criminalizing students' behavior? Those are all things that you'll find in the school crisis guide to ensure that you are showing up to your school boards and acting on these policies, that you're showing up to your legislatures when they're talking about these issues and speaking up for your communities. We're talking about providing mental health services for our schools and connecting students with community resources. Like Ovidio and Robert said, this is about community-led organizing. It's about organizing our communities to ensure that our schools and our districts are being responsive to the full needs of all of our students in our communities.
All of our students.
And so I don't want to go, there's a lot in our school crisis, because we also talk about what we oppose, right? What we oppose to ensure that our schools do not look like prisons. And so I know that we're limited on time, and so I wanted to open it up for the Q&A before we do our kind of call to action.
Okay, so our high school students left already? Our high school students left already, thank you. But we could take one question from the audience, so there's somebody who has a very serious question. We could do a question over here. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Joe. I concur with your research and your studies. But I also have other little issues that we got to deal with.
So we
Number one.
Joe, put the microphone a little.
Oh, a little higher? Yeah. Okay. Number one, how many Latinos superintendents do we have in California right now? The percentage is 63 Anglos. We also, Latinos, make up over 50% of the total population of California. Secondly, we have, unfortunately, politicians that we rely on who, unfortunately, rely on the Anglos to pay for their offices. Consequently, we have individuals who have, shall we say, we used to call them tiotacos, but not all of them. They're good people. Many of them are. We have problems that we blame on our students rather than blame on the system that created this mess. I was 1 out of 10 individuals that graduated from the Claremont colleges. Of course, this was a long time ago. 1 out of 10. You're going to tell me that at that time we had more 11 million Latinos in California.
Okay, Joe, what's your question? We're out of time.
Okay.
Give us your question.
I have more to say, but I'm going to... No, I get tired of hearing that the students are to blame. When you live in an environment where you're trying to survive, how the hell do you expect us to survive? Ever live in East LA? Ever
Yes.
live in Florida?
My dad lived in East LA. Yep.
All right, thank you.
So
Respond if you want to
yes,
respond.
I just want to respond. You're right. Our students are not to blame.
Yep.
So I want to make sure that no one takes that message away from this panel. Our students are not to blame. We as educators are fighting to ensure that our students get every possibility to become adults that are thriving in our communities. We want to make sure that they become ancestors after having families to be ancestors too. We want to make sure that all of our students have the same equality, however you want to call it, chances in life. And we know that's not happening now. And so we call for everyone in this room to ensure that they take that message out, that we want to make sure that our communities thrive, that we want to make sure that other people know that we are going to make a change, that we have the power. You heard it from Dolores Huerta. We have the people power. That's right. We just need to make sure we believe it. And remember I told you at the beginning, when I would introduce myself, I wouldn't be so proud of being Salvadoreña, but you know what? Being Salvadoreña has made me who I am now.
Yep.
And we all have to remember that. And you as young students, when we say you're the future, you're not the future and you're going to do it for us. We're going to be there to support you.
That's right.
We're going to be there to support you. But we need you to believe that you have the support and you are the answer. You are the future.
Yeah. And so I want to end with our call to action because we can't do this alone as educators. We need your help in the community. So we need you all to go to NEA.org/gunviolence, where you can also take action to contact your members of Congress and get guides to help you organize in your communities around gun violence there. Also, if you're not an educator, right? If you're an educator, or you're a retired educator, or if you're an aspiring educator studying to be an educator, you can join us at NEA.org/join. Become part of this movement to help you get what you need to prepare you to succeed in school, but also help us organize across the country. And if you're in the community and you want to figure out, well, how can I help? You can also join NEA at NEA.org as a community ally member so that you are getting the information at the timely moment when we need you to take action in Congress, so that you can also take action with our state affiliate here, the California Teachers Association. And if you're here in San Bernardino, you can take action with the San Bernardino Teachers Association when they're taking action out into the streets to be able to get the change that our students deserve and that we all demand. And so that is our call to action. Join us in this fight. We can't do this work alone as educators. We're fighting inside the classroom to ensure that our students have everything they need every moment that they walk in so that they can fulfill all their hopes and dreams that they have. But then out in the streets, we need you to fight alongside with us. Porque ya basta.
Ya basta.
Ya basta. Y sí
Ya
se
basta.
puede.
Sí se puede.
Gracias.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to ask our esteemed panelists to go stage right. Give us a couple minutes to switch. Don't go, because we got one more. It's the cleanup crew, the one that's going to bring it all together, right? Was that the bad metaphor, the cleanup crew? The one that's going to, the capstone presentation that's going to bring it all, come back together, okay?
Okay. I can try to show this one with you, and then oh, fantastic. It's like a family photo over
It
here.
is. Right.
Are we on? I don't even know. Oh, look at this. We're even taking over the room here. That was great. Thank you. Thank you all for all the information you brought. There's a little bit of an echo on this mic, right? Sounds like God is speaking to us. Anyway.
What will God say about violence?
Oh my gosh, this has been it is a really heavy topic all day. And I think in summits prior, it hasn't been this particular tone. Sorry? Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Something happened. So anyhow, but I really appreciate the message that you all are bringing, and just really you all have a lot of passion in your message, and so it's hard to be in a room and hear what you just heard without feeling something inside strike you like, what can I do? Yes. I would love to hear a little bit more. I know you talked about people joining a mailing list. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our colleague Noel shared with us that anybody can log on to NEA.org/community allies, and that's one way that they can sign up to become a community ally member of the National Education Association. And with that will come with various subscriptions that we will be able to send and disseminate information. We also referenced, if you go to NEA.org/crisis guide, you can get some of the resources that we have. That we were publishing about. We're updating it, so this is real-time information, and it'll be reflective of pre-K as well as higher education. And the last one that people can go to is educationjustice.org. That is our website, our advocacy website, where folks can see some of the actions that we're doing and where they can get involved.
Fantastic. It sounds like some transparency there, too, which is great.
Yeah, I love that you guys are talking about, we're all talking about violence, but when you mention guns, obviously there's two sides to that. There's the ones who protect with gun, sadly, and then there's ones that actually use a gun and then they do everything that they want, but who's stopping them? And you said right. Does it work when people write?
I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, does it work when people write?
When people, yes, it works. It works because...
Okay, so I wonder about that because I've never heard a letter written and then read out loud.
Well, I've actually seen them read out loud, but what it does is when it helps us, when we go in and we know that you have written letters, it helps us lift your letter and let them know. It's like, when I was state president in Texas and our members used to write their state legislators, I used to be able to go in and say and talk to them and say, you heard from this teacher or this custodian who sent you a letter on XYZ in your community, and I invite you to go visit them and talk to them so you can experience it firsthand. So it allows us who are actually there lobbying with them to now lift up those letters and be able to, and that's why we ask our members, when you write, your members of Congress, every time that they go through justice.nea.org, we can actually track all those letters that are written through our site so we can then lift them up.
You should have AI like compute it and then be like, which ones are priority? Do they get all attention or do they get some attention?
They may not all get the same attention, but they all get read, and the impact is in the volume, right? The impact is in how many people are saying that this is important to them, and that's what we need to see. We also need to see more students going into education and becoming those future educators. We don't want anybody to be disheartened by this and to not want to go into education. being a teacher, being an educator at every level of schooling is just the most amazing job you will ever have. You are changing the world every single day,
I like
and
that.
we need more people to do that.
I like that. I think you should tell. Oh, go ahead, Jeannette.
No, no.
I think you should have kids. Honestly, they do not write letters. They don't. I think you should have them text what they want to say.
Oh, and we do that.
Even
So
better.
we,
What
of
is
course,
that?
Of course, we also do texting.
Even
So,
better.
so you can actually go to the website and subscribe to our text, where you can actually get text when there's timely issues. Because
Yeah.
the whole thing about writing and texting and notifying your members of Congress, it has to be timely. If it's being dealt with in committee, right, or if it's going to go to the floor, that's when we need people to take action. And unless you subscribe to NEA.org as a community ally or as a member, then you don't know when that is, right? And you're just sending random letters or random. But we need to do it when it's timely, when we know that they are taking it up for discussion.
Okay, I think we're
because
ready.
That's the key.
And it's NEI?
NEA.org.
Don't get that confused with N,
Yeah,
all right?
NEA,
Okay,
yes.
awesome. Okay.
NEA.
Okay.
Thank you
We
all
got to
so
take
much.
a break. Thank you so very much, and thank you for being here, especially at the LEAD Summit 12. I can't believe it's been 12 years.
Fabulous.
All right, thank you. More with Enrique.
The website or the video? Yeah. Yeah.
But you're going to show the video right now.
We'll show the video right now.
As soon as the sheriff pops up, you go straight to the video. And then when it ends, you just stop. There's no need for me to see it. As soon as the sheriff pops up, that'll be right. There we go. No, we're practicing this. The sheriff is one of the sheriff. You'll see it.
Okay, ahora sí. The capstone event. You're building something. Today we've built something. And it's that last little stone you put on top, they call the capstone. ¿Qué sería en español? No sé. It'd be, I'd have to do some research. Yeah, like a teocalli. Like what's the last little thing? So it's my great pleasure to introduce this distinguished panel. I'm going to turn it over to the capable hands of Yvette Xochitl Boiso. Yvette is a civil and human rights advocate. She also describes herself as a mental health patient. Compañera Yvette, before we jump into the rest of the panel, I want to direct you to the big screens. And it'll be all yours.
We were all mistaken. Why did we conduct a Raza Killings database report? Because the violence and killings don't stop, especially because the killings of indigenous black and brown peoples don't stop. Because we refuse to be colorblind and refuse to be treated as less than human. Because we refuse to have our bodies and communities racially profiled. Because we refuse to accept this country's historic system of control and domination. Because we refuse to accept impunity and injustice. Because we refuse to be invisibilized. Because we refuse to be silenced. And speaking about Jose Campos Torres, who had been brutally killed by Houston police in 1978, Gil Scott Heron had said he had made a mistake in believing that there was no longer a need to write about such violence. Tens of thousands of killings later, we know that in a sense we were all mistaken. Because on this continent, this violence has been going on since 1492, and it continues to this very day. And yet these words, prayers, and meditations here are also evidence that we have never stopped resisting. Truth is, it is this society that has always been mistaken.
Buenas tardes. My name is Yvette Boiso. My ceremonial name, my native name, Yvette Xochillot. And like Dr. Murillo said, I am a mental health patient, civil, human, and indigenous rights advocate. I'm a grassroots community organizer, and I am an indigenous woman, a mother, a friend, a sister, and a student, really. I have the great pleasure and honor to introduce today this amazing project and report that we have been working on for such a long time. And forgive me, and I apologize in advance if I cry. Roberto Rodriguez, Dr. Sinkley, our amazing founder and director, passed away a few weeks ago, couple months ago. And as you heard in his own words in that video, why do we conduct a Raza killings database? Why the need to specify Raza killings? So I'm gonna introduce my compañeros. And before I do that, I do want to acknowledge Dr. Sinkley, Roberto Rodriguez, in spirit with us. Sinkley is the word for corn in Nahuatl. And a lot of his teachings, a lot of his studies had to do with our identity and who we are as people. And I say that because on the topic of violence, we do have to acknowledge that it has to do with our identity. It's a form of erasure. And it's not just the physical, the mental, the psychological, it's the spiritual violence that we continue to face on this continent. Dr. Sinkley was a professor, an activist, a poet, an author, and a survivor of police brutality. To my left, I have Jesus Garcia, former Census Bureau employee, our statistician and demographer for La Raza database. So I'll give it up to him. To my right, I have Yaot Masawa, lead singer of Aztlan Underground and the And he also has a master's in social work. So Dr. Sinkley gathered 50 people from all over the country to work on this report. And as we start explaining what we've done, I'm gonna also acknowledge other people that have contributed to the project. For now, introduce and I give it up to Jesus Garcia. He's gonna explain what we have done in terms of the statistics and demographics. Go ahead, Jesus.
Thank you, Yvette. Thank you to everybody. My name is Jesus Garcia. I'm demographer, statistician. I'm also Dolores Huerta's demographer, in case I get some cred from that. This project is born of chaos, as Enriquez so eloquently said yesterday. It's a chaos of a subject that is horrendous. It's a chaos of a subject that is difficult to document. Roberto is my friend, and so we would talk every now and then, and he usually was, hey, Jesus, I'm moving to Mexico, and come visit, and the like, but he called me one time, and there was a different tone in his voice. He said, Jesus, I need your help. And I go, oh, this is different. I'm getting calls from all over the country about this George Floyd murderer, and he was almost killed by police. he didn't know the data, the statistics, the demographics, all of that stuff. But he said, I think I know where you can find this information. Here, 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 and here. Well, it's taken me 2 years to get to the point that Roberto already knew he was at. So, what we've done is we've taken, and I'm going to go through it real quickly. We've taken data, we've matched it, we've analyzed it, and we're presenting it here to you. I'm honored to be here at the last capstone. I think part of the reason is that we bring a credentials. I'm using the tools of the oppressor, if you will. The data, the technology, the mapping, the resources of this university. All of these technological tools are here to get us here point. I couldn't do it by myself. It's everybody else that has been a part of this. So this is not my presentation, it's our presentation. The history of killings, the use of law enforcement to suppress, subjugate, and kill indigenous, Black, Asian, and Latino populations have been a frequent practice of the United States since its origin. Spurred on by racial resentment, the reporting of these hate crimes by white moms, many with tacit support of local law enforcement and politicians with minimal consequences. Again, that's what this conference has been all about. The goal of RASA database here at Cal State San Bernardino is to begin to have an understanding. So let's start with the Dakota 39. 39 people were hung on the order of Abraham Lincoln because of the Dakota Wars. It's documented. Here are their names. So you look at their names. U.S. government sanctioned from the very top, the White House. The Chinese massacres of 1871, Chinese mob went into Chinatown and 500 white and Latino boys, saloon owners, killed and maimed populations. It was the largest mass lynching of the time, $1.5 million in losses to businesses. Texas Rangers, born of violence and racism. As was mentioned earlier, the founding of this irregular army was to protect settlers, populations, and against native tribes and Mexicans and others. That is the birth of the Texas Rangers, and it was most eloquently shown in the massacre of Fort Benning. Okay? So this wasn't the exception. This was the rule. Tulsa Massacre. A vibrant African-American community was charged to the ground. We're still having that discussion. And of course, George Floyd. Data, I'm a data guy, so we're gonna talk about data. I'm gonna move real fast because I can talk for days, but for most people it's the data we have here has come from a variety of sources. Fatal Encounters, Washington Post, and others. What Roberto noted, and you can see it here, is while the data are collected independently because there is no federal government agency collected, it's done as best as people can. So you see there's no name here. There's no gender. The cause of death is unknown. The ethnicity is unknown. So we have lots and lots of missing data. It's chaotic. It's not centered, and so again, it took me 2 years to bring all this information into one source that folks can now begin to use it. So again, this website is available. It's called a story map. You'll be able to link it and go at your leisure. So the RASA database project. So here are some charts. As you can see, from 867 to 2141 in 2020, there's been a steady increase. This drop right here might be due to one of our resources no longer being of service. It's been volunteer organizations that have been collecting the data. I think this chart here is very stark. It shows the proportion of the killings in our database with the proportion of the population. As you can see, I guess Latino, Asian, they're proportional. Look at the African American population. 12% of the US population is African American, double their rate are killed. So don't tell me this is just some statistical anomaly. There's something going out there that is being proven with these data. Age. The average age of an individual being killed by police is 33 years old. It's 30 years old for Latino or African American. It's 31 years old for a Native American. It's 36 years old for a white non-Hispanic American. How many of these people here got a pass? Oh, boys will be boys. They're just kidding. Let me take you home. Whereas the 12-year-old that's playing gets shot without questions asked. It's shown in the data. I think that's part of what is concerning to people, is because we have the tools to now showcase this. Matter of fact, 27% of people killed are by gun violence. It was horrible to hear the previous session talk about the mass shootings. You know who's in my database? The mass shooter who got killed. You know who's not in my database? All the victims that have gotten killed. They are not in this database. We can look them up, but I assure you they probably aren't. So we have 27% of the people killed by gunshots, 31% by some other known deadly force as yet undefined. Again, there's still gaps. Look at this, 60% of our database, it's uncertain if the victim had a weapon or not. So again, there are gaps in this information for, I think, as good as it is. Say their names. Ruben Salazar. Okay. Look, so what I have here is Ruben Salazar's death, 2-mile radius. 28 other people have died within 2-mile radius of Ruben Salazar. Now, when I first brought this data, I said, oh, there's something wrong with my data. No, it isn't, okay? This is a person, oh, it's popping up right now, who died across the street from the Silver Dollar Saloon. Here's another person that died a block away. 28 other individuals within this 2-mile radius. Roberto and I have crossed our paths over the time. I was here at the Silver Dollar Saloon just like Roberto was when he was 12, I was 12, he was 15 years old. Breonna Taylor, we've heard of her, right? Again, 2 middle-income community, 2 deaths. Francisco Serna, very moderate income community in Bakersfield. This gentleman was killed because he had a crucifix in his hand on the Virgen de Guadalupe day. He was praying. Here's a young man hanging out with his high school buddies. He got killed, Ferguson. And people with special needs or mental health crises. He was denied access to Kern Medical Center, and then he was killed across the street by sheriffs, dogs, and the like. Ashley Babbitt. Some people wonder why I have her here. Well, she was killed trying, as a Capitol January 6th insurrectionist, trying to disrupt our nation. But again, she is a person who died at the hands of police. Again, look at, what about all the other people around her? Do we know their names? Do we know their circumstances? Are they even part of any discussion? Are there, no. And of course, George Floyd, the same story. So here's just something, I just threw this up there. It's not very pretty, but I have in here 33,080 deaths, okay? Anywhere in the country, you can zoom into anywhere, just about. Let's see this little individual right here, and that is, let's see, do they have a name? So I still need to clean up, obviously, some of the information here. But again, we've got statistics for every individual death. So what about some data now? I'll run through this real quickly. Here's a comparison of deaths relative to the population. As you can see, with Latinos and African Americans, it's very close. Okay. Again, I've got it for Asians, Native Americans, for the Native American deaths relative. So again, they're all geocoded to their specific location, and the white non-Hispanic populations as well. And again, you'll have access to this and you can go through it as closely as you want. Here are gunshot deaths. Here are suicides. Here are mental health issues. People fleeing from the police. People don't flee from the police. At least the data is not recorded. So why is there no more outrage? Cue the sheriff. There's a bit of a lag.
The Kern County detention. Detention Officers Association on Monday released a video that was first recorded in 2006. Candidate Donnie Youngblood vying for the endorsement of the union in his first election. The conversation is about deputies' use of force and the cost of litigation. That conversation about cost continues, expanding to include costs when the target of force does not die.
Which one do you think is better financially? Cripple or kill him? For the county. Absolutely. Because if cripple, we get to take care of it for life. And that cost goes way up.
The video speaks for itself. I said what I said, but it's not at all what I meant.
We asked Youngblood in our studio to answer questions about what was meant by those remarks.
I stand by the intent of what I was trying to get across, and that just because a person doesn't die doesn't mean that we escape with less money or unharmed.
What about the word choice, I asked. Would you understand if some were upset by this?
Would I say it differently? Do I wish I would have said it differently? Absolutely. If we listen to the verbiage, it does not sound good. But I think that people just kind of know that that's not what I mean.
And it was a suggestion in the video that Youngblood supports shooting to kill. Is that so?
In 40 years, I've never, ever said that we should shoot to kill, because we don't. Our policy says, and we follow our policy, that you shoot to stop the threat when we use deadly force.
So there are, in our database, 33,080 recorded deaths. There are 85,558 census tracts in the United States. If we look at the number of deaths, 0, 1, 2, 3 or more, 73% of census tracts in the United States, which account for 71% of the total U.S. population, and 75% of non-white Latino, of white non-Latino population, live in a geography that has had 0 deaths. 49% of deaths in the census tracts have occurred in only one census tract. That's 19% of the population, 20% of the total of census tracts. So basically what we're saying is that 91% of the US population lives in a community that has not experienced a death. Among whites, non-Latinos, is close to 92% of the population has not experienced a death. So it's not something that, unlike the families or academics or the community here, we're working on this subject. The vast majority of the US population, for them, this is not an issue. It does not occur. But where it does occur, it occurs a lot. So here's a little piece, and my friend Tommy in the back will know. This is Bakersfield, and so with general police service areas. So as you can see in this community, there's 24 deaths that have occurred here, 55 deaths here, 28 deaths here. 11 deaths here. So whereas 95% of the population lives in areas without any deaths, where there are deaths, there are lots of deaths. So it's a daily occurrence. It's something that people are experiencing on a daily basis. How is that related? Again, this is David Silva. He was killed. Again, this is maybe a little too colorful for folks, but it's the kind of deaths. Basically the darker the shade, the lower the socioeconomic index. So we don't have the correct tie right now, but we can say there's, here in the more well-to-do areas of West Bakersfield and South of Bakersfield, there's still deaths, but there's a lot fewer than here in downtown and East Bakersfield. And pick your community, Arizona, Tucson, Florida, Dallas, Houston, you will find these same patterns of either no deaths or a high concentrations of deaths. And again, this is what Roberto had envisioned for us 2 years ago, and it took me that long just to get to his point here. What are some of the considerations? 33,080 deaths and counting of people killed by police is an unprecedented number in industrialized modern society like ours. Blacks are killed at a rate that exceeds double their total population. Deaths by age, race, ethnicity, so Latinos, Blacks, Native Americans are killed at a much higher rate at younger age. And because of the lack of ununiform data collection reporting, there's much, much more that can be done here. We don't have deaths on the border. We don't have information on those that have survived killings like Roberto's. So for all of what I hope you think is a decent project, it's only scratched the surface of the potential in this research, but I can assure you with the resources we're getting from this wonderful university. I was telling the president just yesterday, you guys, and I told Enrique, you guys have all the toys here. But they're being, and it's thankful for the opportunity to be able to use them and apply the skills that we have. I bring a set of skills, but we need the music, we need the poetry, we need the spoken word to complete this process, and I am thankful to having contributed at least a part of this discussion. Thank you.
So once again, why the need for a RASA database? What did we know then, and what do we know now? What I can tell you is that what we know, and we can confirm with the data, is that it is in places where it's mostly brown people, RASA, the epicenters of these killings. Whether it's African American or Black people, that these killings are happening. You know what's the #1 state and the #1 region of police brutality in this country? Southern California. Killing fields. Since the year 2000, we've lost over 33,000 people. It's not just a number. We're talking about entire families, communities. Just like the presenters that were here before us, the thing about violence is collective. When someone gets killed, let me tell you, and this is why the impacted families must always be at the forefront and center of these conversations, because when I see them, I see my brother, I see my mom, I see my son. One of the most horrifying things about this subject is that 98% of these killings have no justice. They're extrajudicial killings, meaning that whoever is committing that killing, whether it's a police officer or sheriff, they're above the law. The point why we have courts and why we have law is to hold them accountable. If people who are guilty of a crime are not supposed to get killed either. But they show up and they make decisions within seconds, and they pick and choose who lives and dies. So what's the point of having courts? What's the point of having law? So one of the things that we are calling for is for the International Criminal Court to start trying these killings, extrajudicial killings, are crimes against humanity and genocide. The subject of violence is not only limited to police brutality. We're also talking about murder and missing indigenous women, murder and missing indigenous people, the femicides, violence against women. We're talking about the survivors of brutality. We're talking about the mental health crisis. And let me tell you, the epicenter in the pandemic of mental health crisis is happening within the police departments. That's why they go out there and kill people. That's the Justice family right here. So, once again, with La Raza database, something that Dr. Sintley accomplished was to bring people from all over the country with different areas of expertise, different testimonies, different experiences. So we are able to address the issue of spiritual violence and the erasure. Why is the media not reporting this? How come that everybody knows George Floyd, but not everybody knows Mario Gonzalez, Ernie Serrano, Iván Peña, Daniel López, Andrés Guardado, Adam Toledo? And what do we have in common? I think in the sense of identity and having imposed identities by this system, Latino, Hispano, the fact is that a lot of the undercount, 30% undercount of our people's killings classified as unknown, white, unidentified. It's because it's another form of violence. The spiritual violence, the erasure of your identity. What we're really talking about is indigenous-based people who are so disconnected from their roots and their identity that they get just thrown in a clandestine database where they don't even have the dignity to give them their name. The most basic human right to identify. And you get completely erased like you never existed. That's why it matters, and that's why we chose to do this research and this project. Because in Raza, 30% of our people have been buried without their name, with their identity, without giving them that dignity to recognize them as indigenous-based people, gente de maíz, like Dr. Sindley told us and taught us with his research and his work. So the thing about this is that we are racialized because of our phenotype, our language, our last name. When you look at the report, you can look up the La Raza database, and you can look at the GIS story map. You can read the addendums. I want to acknowledge Gloria Hernandez, one of our essay authors, Manuel Samarripa, Dr. Manuel Samarripa, Tlazaltuani Samarripa, who came from Texas to join us. They also contributed to the database. Lucas Tecolot, who also is Justice family and part of La Raza database. I want to acknowledge the Serrano family for being here. Maestro Jerry Tello, also another contributor to La Raza database. And part of the project, which is so important, is the music, the arts, the spoken word. What you heard in the introduction was Roberto, Dr. Sintley, doing a piece with Aslan Underground. So I'll let Jao Masawa tell you a little more about that. But again, if you want to look it up and learn more about the essays, read the report yourself, look at the statistics, just Google La Raza database. You're going to find everything. We have a link tree. We are on social media. And definitely listen to the music compilation because it's amazing. So yeah, I'll let you take it from here.
Kimi Tenche, Inchuzgo I Yao Masawa. Hello everyone, I'm Yao Masawa, that's my father's language, Iñatro Masawa. I'm just was very graced to be asked by Dr. Seeley, who I'd like to make a few comments, remarks about before I explain how the compilation came to be. I want to just, for me, Dr. Seeley was really a great loss for our community. Because he really embraced and encompassed unpacking coloniality with regards to our identity, with regards to who we are as indigenous people, unpacking terms like Latino, Hispanic, etc., but also trying to ascertain our connection and who we are as a people here in this colonial reality. Our people from Mesoamerica and etc., who live in the United States now are survivors of Spanish colonialism and continue living under Anglo colonialism. And that being said, Dr. Seeley was in a quest to understand and reconnect with who we are as indigenous people. And one of the things was, my group's name is Aslan Underground, aka Nawak Underground. And Aslan, for many of us, was a way of us asserting our identity, that we're not wetbacks, we're not illegals, that we have a presence here. But in the 60s and 70s, that idea was kind of relegated to only the United States, the states that were stolen or annexed by, U.S. imperialism. But after, unpacking colonialism in general, you realize that Mexico and the U.S. were both colonial states, and that to say this is Mexico is also to be settler colonial, right? So one of the things that Dr. Seeley so brilliantly did in his lifetime, and why he called himself Dr. Seeley, was he was in a quest for Aslan. So he met with many communities, Southwest communities. He met with he was on a journey, and I'm part of a collective called Chicano Records and Films that is inspired by the Zapatista, and it's an art collective. And we helped in the production. They produced it and filmed it, but him and his former wife did a documentary about Aslan. And what the conclusion was that what really connects us is not necessarily where Aslan is, because if we declaim Aslan, then it's another settler colonial state, right? Because it's embracing that paradigm. Really, what Aslan is a migratory understanding that we've been here migrating back and forth. But what Dr. Seeley really connected the dots within his quest for that was that we are a corn people, and that the corn has connected us and translates to all of our connection on this whole continent. And so that was something very, very profound, yet so simple, that he came to a conclusion about. And that's why this corn is here, and that's why he's known as Dr. Seeley. And so he was a very big impact on our life and the community. And I think, looking back, he's going to be one of our greatest thinkers. I feel like crying myself right now thinking about him. But he reached out to me, like like Padrino said, man, real men cry. He reached out to me, and as I said, we're part of a collective called XRF, and we did a Peace and Dignity compilation in early 2000, and it raised funds for the beautiful journey that started in 1992 and ran simultaneously on both ends of the continent, connecting the communities, connecting our collective indigenous identity. And so he remembered that, and he reached out to me. I want to say maybe it was 2016, 2017, and he said, hey, I want to do a compilation that reflects, what's going on with what I'm, coming upon. This is the horrific impact of police killings, right, across the board. So at the time I said, well, you know what, like CDs are out and digital is happening, and let's look into it. And then there was a gap in time, and I want to say right before pre-pandemic, we touched base again, and then at that time, he very clearly communicated, the importance of art, because like mentioned earlier, like the data can be something that it just becomes numbers. It just becomes, it's too bad, that's too bad, and it becomes swept under the rug, right? But the beauty of art and music in particular is that it lowers your defenses, and so he had the brilliant idea of inviting families and people who've been, they're the survivors of these victims, and that was the idea. So that's what we did, and it just was it's so time telling that when we did it, we have Anthony Vargas' mom. She has a piece on it, very powerful. We have Brother Lucas Tecolote regarding his brother passing. We have Luis Rodriguez talking about one of the many experiences. We have, another Brother Martin, about Mario, who was, a mentally challenged individual in the Bay Area who was choked to death. So we compiled that, and there were spoken words, and that we were able to do thanks to, I have a really strong friendship with Victoria Velvu, and he suggested connecting with this brother Jesse DJ Quad of 5th Battalion. So we came together, us three, and we assembled the pieces. We asked even people just to do the poetry into their phone and then email it to us. And so what we did is that when we got the track, thanks to DJ Quad, really too, like he was the one that put the music together behind it, and it's very somber. It really adds another level, and it really adds an emotionality that really is really heavy. So if you have a chance to download it and support the Dolores Huerta Foundation, because it's connected to, all the funds go to Dolores Huerta, and it's populated on iTunes and YouTube, and it's supposed to go on Spotify, etc. But right now, for sure, you can download it on iTunes. But anyway, the beauty of it was that, Dr. Singley contributed a piece, right? And he's the one that suggested that we call it "We Are All Mistaken," after Gil Scott Heron. And I think that was such a brilliant gesture and insight, how it's Black and Indigenous, African and Indigenous connection, yet showing, the disparities in the numbers. And he did his piece, and we put him as, the first track, not even, just out of honor, and so he kicks it off, and then, it just gets, it's pretty deep. There's a little bit of hip hop, a little bit, there's Huevo Tlatoli, there's Aslan Underground, there's his brother Prophecy, there's Anishtah's brother, and who shares his story through hip hop. But but it's very heavy. So if you listen to it through the whole from the beginning to the end, it really is so heavy that you get very emotional. And one of the things that Dr. Seatley requested, and he was just like had a foresight, he said, here's these tracks, and he's like, can you do, put at the, La Llorona, and then put this meditation track, right? So when we got it, we're like, this is weird because that's all this stuff, but it just doesn't make sense. But then naturally we realize after listening to it, it really it really gives you a place like you just heard, like the horrors, the people's experience, they'll never get these people back. And so, but when you hear these stories, this is just a little glimpse. Like, how many thousands are we talking about, right? So we're talking about being humans again. We're talking about not being carceral. We're talking about mental health policies. I'm privy, and I won't say how, because I don't. But I'm privy to in training. They only get one day or to a week in their police training in mental health. So how are you gonna even call the police for your own son? So it's just like anyway. So listen to this compliment if you have the mental strength and courage and insight. But it's really, I think, such a stroke of genius that, I was part of facilitating, but it's really Dr. Seatley's brilliance, and it's heavy, and it really reminds me of this book that I would like to talk about too, because I think it's super important. That makes me feel too. I listen to the audio, but I can't listen to it all the way through because it's just too much, and it's called American Genocide. About the California Indian experience, because when the settlers, they started on the East Coast, and by the time they got here, they were already just Indian killers, with impunity, which is exactly what the police do. So it just killed men, women, and children. It's horrible. It's hard to listen to, and so I know you're probably not going to be encouraged to listen to the compilation, but I think it's a reality check. I think it'll put the fire under you, because again, art is a tool. Art is a weapon for change. Art can get you fired up and keep you reminding you. And so these spoken words of the actual survivors of knowing their family members and how they were taken out with being shot in the back. There's that in itself. If someone's running away, it should be that's an automatic that cop goes to jail for shooting somebody in the back. It's not you know what I mean? Or knives. Like if you look at IG and IG Faces of LAPD, you see certain situations where the assailant has guns already shooting into the police. They're going to kill him. And some of them even do it for suicide. It's like premeditated suicide. They know they're going to die, right? But there's situations where you see, even in Faces of LAPD, where a mental, a person is dealing with, a police is dealing with a mental health, person with mental health and substance use, and instead of agreeing with them and knowing, okay, affirming them to get them to calm down, get in an argument with them. And then they attack the police, and the police is gonna. But even that, they instantly try to use tasers, they try to use bullets, rubber bullets. But if they don't have a weapon, there should be, and there's another, but again, I'm aware of in training, for example, I know that in training that there's one activity, there's one training session in the LAPD where they have 3 police officers encounter an agitated, aggressive, person. It's like a scenario, and they're to subdue them within 30 seconds. And so, somebody I know was in that training, and they subdued him, and everyone was not subduing within 30 seconds, and they were failing that trial. well, the crew that was who I know did it within 30 seconds, and they put the individual, you know, they subdued him, put him, you know, restrained him, like, but without, you know, and you know, obviously not, you know, wounding him mortally. And then they said they failed, and then the trainer said, no, you failed. And then they said, why we fail? Like, well, because when he lifted his hand up like that, that's when you shoot him. So that's the type of training that they get. That's, you know, that's why, you know, it's like, you know, there's, you know, we're not privy to the way they're even trained, the way that their lack of training. So that's why all of these numbers should embolden us to really have to, like, let's deconstruct the situation and talk about restorative justice. Talk about, you know, yeah, you could say it's utopic, but no, serious. Well, it's part of colonialism. So really, we got to knock down colonialism and get rid of this stuff, right? So that's really one of the arms of colonialism. So we really got to knock down the whole structure, and we get rid of that. But anyway, so but if you have the courage, please check it out, because art is a weapon, and art brings the tears, and art brings the fire, and that's what Dr. Seenley really. That's the spirit of Dr. Seenley. You want to. The person who put this data, who was the ball roller for it, you're going to hear it in that, because it was his vision that we were blessed to be able to create. So we encourage you. It's called All Mistaken, after Gil Scott-Heron's song. We're All Mistaken. It's on iTunes, and it's free, you know, listen on YouTube. So I encourage you to listen to it.
Thank you.
We have time for one or two questions.
Okay, so can we take a couple questions and go ahead as we get our questions. One thing that I want to make sure that before you go that it's clear is that in conclusion to all of this is, one, violence is not limited to police brutality. Two, there is a form of erasure happening, and this is about spiritual violence as well. So please make sure that you look at the report and that you support our next call to action, which is the International Criminal Court of Justice, congressional hearings to reopen the cases of the impacted families, and to have an electronic wall of remembrance with all the names of the people lost to this type of violence. So go ahead with your question.
Awesome. First, just the work that you're doing is amazing and wonderful, and thank you for doing it. On undercounting, so I understand that although the institutions undercount these killings, the memories exist within the families and the people that these killings have affected. But I wonder if the database has a platform to allow people and families to be able to participate or upload that information themselves, so that way, well, they could participate within it more directly.
Well, yes, actually, when we started this project, that was one of the main points, to have impacted families to be not only the forefront, but the center. However, a lot of this issue of the undercount, it's not only happening with families that are in the country. A lot of them have a language barrier. A lot of them are undocumented. And that's one of the biggest challenges that we have, that from all of these numbers and the undercount, we don't know how many of these families are undocumented. And that's one of the most tragic things, because a lot of the people that don't really get accounted for are migrants, and they're from indigenous communities who barely speak Spanish. So this is again, like, if we want to tackle the root of the problem, it's a genocide that has never stopped. So this issue of identity, that's why it's so important that we deconstruct the why of the unknowns and why of the identified. And yes, absolutely, we encourage impacted families to continue to work with us, because it is important that we bring back the humanity, that these are human beings. They're not just numbers, statistics. They're not just like forgotten. There is entire families and communities impacted by their loss, even if we don't know their name.
You know, I've been collecting the names of the dead since 1985 in Fresno. and I have a Facebook page called Fresno Stolen Lives. And I try to put as much information, and I get the families reaching out to me. But in all cases, the families don't know how to reach people like myself. So that's one problem that we have.
Right.
The second is, as a former patient rights advocate, I never represented a cop. I represented psychiatrists, nurses, everybody, but never a cop. And I cannot believe that cops do not break down. If the average is, 4 out of 10 people are supposedly has a crisis in their life, how is it that cops are never 5150'd? And that's a question I've asked over and over. The other thing is that I've learned to personalize this over the years. When I was on the Police Reform Commission after George Floyd's, I was on the use of force task force because I wanted to deal with the cars, chases, I wanted to deal with the dogs, and we were prepared. We went in like a union negotiations. We went in with our proposals, and they had to react because they weren't prepared. We were. We got a lot of the stuff done that way. However, after we passed all those recommendations, 78 recommendations, the only one that voted against it was the police union, obviously. They have not been passed. They have not been implemented. So it was a waste of my time, and I felt like a victim, and I told Dyer that, the police chief. So I think it's important not only to gather the data, because it took me like 10 years to get the name of the killers and then match them up. But I also think it's important to be at the table, to try to change stuff. We've done protests, we've done vigils. Every October 22, we have the families gather. But we need to do more. And that's why when you all were reaching out, I jumped out with my Fresno Stolen Lives, and I gave you my last report. And every time near October, I always update it. And when they were talking about George Floyd, and that's why we did the police commission, I go, what about Joseph Reyes? You all killed him the same way you did George Floyd. You pushed his head in the sand, and he could not breathe, and he kept telling you that. So when we push for body cameras, it's because we wanted the evidence for our people, right? Mm-hmm. And I recently went and fought with the Board of Supervisors to get the sheriffs to also get body cameras, because we can subpoena that.
Right.
And so the more tools, like you said, people have tools. We got to learn how to use the colonizers' tools to help our people. And we got to reach out. I mean, it hurts me not to reach out, to reach a family. But the word gets out there, and they find you somehow, some way. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I listen to your music, the poetry, and I listen to the victims' statements. And when they shot Murrieta in back of the head, he was only 16 years old, and I hear the cops say on the camera, good shot. I go and I filed a complaint with the Federal Department of Justice saying Fresno PD has a habit of killing unarmed people in the back. I want an investigation. I never get a response. But now, after working all these years and trying to change some legislation, I got a little hope in Banta, the AG investigating officer involved shootings. But it's only officer involved shootings. It does not include the dogs, the car chase, etc.
Yeah.
And like you, I feel the pain when I hear people in jail contacting me, telling me somebody died in the jail, and I can't get that information. Or if they die in the hospital, they tell me, it's HIPAA. I can't tell you, it's, patient information. So there is a lot of people I have not been able to track. I've done my damnedest to do it, but yeah, we need to do more.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for going on a rant.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, thank you, Gloria. Thank you so much for all your work and for being part of this project. So, just in closing, I really want to. There's a Justice family with their hand up.
Okay, let's do this.
My name is Sandra Serrano, and I'm Ernie Serrano's tia. My question is actually to the little audience we have left, not to the panel. But thank you for panelists to being up there and sharing this devastating report with all of us. It's nothing new. Those of us out there doing the work know the numbers. But my question to you is, what are you doing as community, as part of our community, to stop the fucking cops from killing our loved ones? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, pues con eso we're going to sign off for the day. It's been a long day. We appreciate you all who stayed to the very end. So gracias. One last time, let's say, ya basta. Ya basta. Ya basta. Ya basta. Ya basta. Okay, so I'm going to ask our panelists to exit stage right. Again, Seiko, ha sido un placer. Un granito más de arena. Muchas gracias. Y con eso nos despedimos. For now, colorín colorado, este cuento se ha acabado.
Well, like I say, at the end of every single year, I say, wow. Then I say, join us the next time. But this one brought up a lot of feelings. And the feelings in this particular, I'm just going to call it a very interesting thing. And I will say this. It is one thing when we talk about murder. Somehow when we watch TV shows and film, sometimes it might get something done, like Cold Case. My mother loves Cold Case, you know what I mean? But there's so many that are going cold right away instead of later. Why do you think that is?
The cases?
Yeah.
Why are they going cold? Is that the question?
Yeah.
When it
right
comes
away.
to police brutality, simply because we don't have a system where there's actually accountability for police. They have qualified immunity. So as long as they determine that it's something that they had to do because they were in fear of their life, they will be protected by the system. Yeah. So in reality, when someone gets killed by the police, there's only a period of time where they can actually hold them accountable. So the cold cases are by design because there's 98% of these cases don't have justice whatsoever. So it is by design.
Okay, we need.
And I would also
if you were
add
part of the planning team,
that also take responsibility even as our
we're
community.
going to be taking a group photo.
Because
If we can get the lights on,
when you contrast the
we're gonna
African
take
American
some
community
shots
and our
here.
community,
So if you would do
the
that,
African
please. We
American
do this
community
every year,
in their
so don't
churches,
run
they're
away.
very
If
organized.
you're part of the
Like
planning
a pastor
team,
will
volunteer
talk about
team,
actual
come
reality
forward,
that's
okay?
going
Thank you
on,
so
and
much.
that's why you saw mobilization with George Floyd. That's why you see such a real quick mobilization among African Americans. But in our community, we're primarily Catholic, and the priests, as quiet as it's kept, the priests are like, no, resa, pray, you'll can see our glory in heaven. So we're very pacified, and I think that we don't have a mobilization avenue the way I think that's something we lack as a people, that we need to get to a place where we can mobilize and come together, fire quick, and then we can hold these situations accountable, even if they do have qualified, immunity, because we really need to get organized. We need to. That's some.
And I think with George Floyd, it came out very quick because the video came out quick. Right. And when that comes out quick and you see that extreme, you go, whoa, I get it. Then there's things that are not on video.
If
right?
you're
and I love
in the
that you
green
mentioned
room,
body cams,
I
'cause
know
now
it's
that's
still
the thing.
live in the green
We've been
room.
seeing, sometimes
The
cops go next
volunteers that
level,
are
and what
in
I
the
mean by
green
that is I
room,
love
please
cops. If there's a
come to the
problem, I
stage,
will call
please.
a cop,
Okay,
but I
all the
never call a
volunteers and
cop
planning
because somebody
committee.
was almost going to do something with my mother.
Come from the
okay?
green
This is
room.
where
I
she
know
lives
you're in there.
the,
There's a lot of
San
people
Gabriel
still
Valley.
in there.
And
You
the
got to
cops
come
came,
over here,
they saw
okay?
the guy, they questioned him,
Thank
and they
you.
let him go. I go, that guy's not well. Like, seriously. He says something very extreme. I'm like, why would you let that guy go? At least have a mental health expert check on him, because he was saying they know where my girlfriend is. And I said, are you still with your girlfriend? He said, no, 3 weeks ago we broke up. Are you a stalker? They should have said that. But he was going to blame me and my mother for like somehow taking her. So it was weird, okay? She's just looking at the moon. It was really weird. But my point is sometimes certain officers, like we've been seeing, sometimes go trigger happy. And you said it was very interesting. Good shot. Or someone said, no, she said it. Good shot. This is the type of behavior. Now, I love the documentation that you have, okay? First of all, you did this. I remember when they talked about it several years ago about the La Raza project. I didn't know what it would mean, but now I do. But here's the question I have for you. If you went 30 or 40 or 50 miles out versus the few miles that you do, would you see precincts that have the same problem again and again?
The data that we are looking at, just like us, is volunteer-based. There is no national registry, there is no national standard for collecting this information. And so the information that we have is through websites like Fatal Encounters, Mapping Police Violence, the Washington Post, which are done independent of any governmental agencies. And so as you saw, and if you're going to go through the story map, in the backgrounds, you'll see lots of missing data.
Yeah.
Names, addresses, locations. So what I've done is I've taken the 4 databases into one and then tried to match them as best I could. And so that is the challenge. And so, again, because of HIPAA, we're not going to find a governmental agency that gives you the details of an individual that died at this cross-section. And so that's the work of somebody like myself with the resources, the technology, the thank you to Cal State San Bernardino for the tools that you have here. Most people that I interact with, you know, they've never heard of GIS, they've never heard of SAS, they've never heard of SPSS. They don't know what a story
Technology
is.
that works.
I was telling people that I have several tribes, communities, so I can go into the mapping world and I can talk data and mapping, and so that's my gente. Those are my peeps.
Yeah.
I can come here and talk to Yvette and Youth, and so you're also my community.
Yeah.
But you know, it's moving from one to another, but we may not know each other, and so I know the data, I know the technology.
I think if we look at precincts, we have more pull. And I think if you do everyone, because sometimes and I've heard it. I do events like this, and then I get out, and somebody says, how come it's only about you guys? And it was a very Anglo guy, whatever you want to say. He would say, I'm white. I say, okay.
Yeah.
So if you kind of incorporate that, sometimes you'll see certain things in certain precincts that are both kind of racial and just people pulling the trigger too soon. And some, they do see a gun. Some, they don't want to admit it, but they do see a gun. It may be a wallet. It may be something else because they're anxiety driven, so they don't want to get killed. You get where I'm going with that? They simply want to be safe. So some will pull the trigger without even going, oh, shoot, and then they lose it. Now, those ones, you look at internal affairs, they will get it. Internal affairs, you turn into them with precinct, but you do a 30, 40-mile radius, then you'll see problems all the time. And then look for the dips. Because sometimes in years, there are dips. And those dips are sometimes different position leaders or different people in power. Then you see a curve up. That's a new. Those people you got to go after. You get it?
Well, again, what I'm working at is the whole country.
Yeah. That's what I mean, the whole country.
So
but the whole country has dips, and then they have spikes.
Yes, and again, it relates to the governments, the city councils, the board of supervisors. You know, the sheriff in Kern County is different from the sheriff in whatever other county that you might want. So it's a combination of the circumstances of the community, but also the policing and the governmental agencies that come in again. But again, I talk about overall statistics.
Yeah.
And there are some overall facts. You know, non-Hispanic whites, non-Latino whites, they get killed at age 36. Okay, blacks and Latinos get killed at age 30. That's a 6-year gap. That can't just be explained.
Well, why the 30s is a good question.
Why the 30s? So these are all good questions. So if you were some, you know, little 20-year-old kid roaming around on your bike, messing around, you're Latino, you're going to get shot. If you're a black,
So-
you're gonna get killed.
so-
if you're a white guy, it's like, oh, he's just, sowing his wild oats, give him a warning and go home.
What I find is really tough is that a lot of us, we come from immigrant families who come and say, let's live under the radar. Let's not cause a lot of attention. Let's try to assimilate. Like that's the goal, right? And then we also have the balance of bringing visibility to the data like this, knowledge, stories that all of you have shared today. And it's holding that balance. I think somebody in the audience said today, how can we use the colonizers' systems, I'm paraphrasing, but to our benefit? Right? How can we have cameras on them? How can we use the systems that they have, right, to unveil this? And it's finding that balance, I think, between, yes, there are, in some regard, we sometimes have to stay quieter because we have an immigrant community that is undocumented.
I would like to touch on that because it is very important to understand that policing in America is a system of control. That's what it's intended to do. When you step out of line, we will make an example out of you. And especially if you're an immigrant, and especially if you're undocumented, and especially if you're indigenous. Like, don't you dare step out of line. These are systems of control. We can see it with the Texas Rangers. It's on the GIS mapping. How policing was born out of violence and hate. And we might have policies today, so I think it's so institutionalized that this is why it's so important for me to emphasize that the most important health crisis, mental health pandemic, is happening within the police departments because they're not being trained enough.
Wow,
They're
well
the
said.
ones that have the highest rates of domestic abuse, addiction, and suicide. So how come we're not speaking on that? Mentally unstable people responding to the mental health crisis of community.
Good point. We see you. We're
So
wrapping
you
up.
mentioned dips and raises, right? I mentioned the technological tools we're using. I think going forward, we can begin to do things like maybe use artificial intelligence to begin to get at the data and extract those dips, extract the things.
There you go.
But see, that's another level of research that we aren't there yet.
And
but
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
possible.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
Just to let you know, there's lots of jobs for Raza in these fields. I've been you at Google and others at.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think you're at, and I think if you go at that way and you include all, okay, including Caucasian, because there are sometimes that happens in certain areas.
Yeah.
Okay, there are, and people need to understand. I'm getting the wrap up, but just wait. The reality is, people don't talk about this enough. They don't talk about this, and people are getting killed. That's what this whole subject is about. So what I want kind of out there is, and I'm passionate about it. I do the news all the time. I get the question all the time. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I don't want you guys to get the question. So I think in order to get there, I think all you need to do is go with the dips. Then you see, because right now in LA, there's a lot of people getting out the moment they get in. Now you have stores closing because people are going all in. Okay? Yes, there are people that take opportunity, but then at the same time, there are people that take opportunity with a gun. Cops, they have a responsibility. They have a gun. If they have a gun, they don't want to be shot at. I'm the first one to say, hey, don't get shot at. If I have a family member and they're, going to get shot at, I don't want that. I don't think you want that if you have a family member. And you don't want that yourself. So there has to be something that says, yes, but we don't want this in our precinct. We don't want this with the cops getting trained this way because it's a thing that's a guy, sometimes a girl thing, and they say we look the other way.
We're hoping to educate the broader community through the music, through the poetry.
I wanted to ask you about the music. I wanted to hear.
All right, we're out of time.
I know.
Anyway, I get very passionate about that because there are a lot of people being killed and murdered every single day, and I say, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? All right, so we're out of time, but we
Thank
will
you
wait
all.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Make
you.
sure to look up La Raza database. You're gonna find everything that we need, that you need. So thank you so much.
We're out of
and
time.
keep it
Anyway,
going. Keep it
enjoy everything. We thank all the people that are made this possible. We'll see you next year, everyone. Bye.
Okay, bye. Adios.